Testing, 1, 2, 3. Good morning and welcome to New Road, where behind me Worcestershire and the Running Foxes have been warming up ahead of day one in the county championship. The toss has just taken place. A new Foxes captain, Callum Parkinson, has won the toss and chosen to bowl first. Here are your teams for today, in no particular order. The Leicestershire lineup: Colin Ackerman, Rehan Ahmed makes his debut for Leicestershire, Hassan Azad, Ed Barnes, Lewis Hill, Louis Kimber, Ben Mike, Rian Mulder, Callum Parkinson, Rishi Patel, Harry Swindles, Roman Walker and Chris Wright is the Leicestershire squad. And your Worcestershire team today: Jake Libby and Ed Pollock open the batting with Azhar Ali at 3. Double centurion Jack Haynes is in at 4 with skipper Brett D'Oliveira at 5. Ed Barnard at 6 and keeper Ben Cox at 7. Matthew Waite makes his Worcestershire debut today. He's at number 8. Josh Baker at 9 with Dylan Pennington and Charlie Morris at 10 and 11. The start of play is just a few minutes away.
Good morning and welcome to New Road in Worcester for day one of this LV Insurance County Championship game Division 2 between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. The news from the toss is that Leicestershire have won the toss and they have chosen to bat despite rather gloomy conditions this morning and a little bit of overnight rain. So Worcestershire taking the field as I speak. The umpires Paul Pollard and Russell Warren leading them out, and the Leicestershire openers following on behind. Alongside me is Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Good morning, Richard. And easy decision on winning the toss, do you think, or possibly coloured by the fact that Leicestershire have got two spinners in the side?
I think probably the latter. Morning, Frank. Good morning, everybody. Always a pleasure to be at New Road. It is a little bit gloomy, but the forecast is good. There's lots of blue sky I can see in the distance. So if Leicestershire can get through the first hour against what is, by Worcestershire standards, a relatively weakened seam attack, then it makes a lot of sense to bat first, I think.
Yeah. You mentioned that weakened seam attack. Joe Leach missing again from the Worcestershire lineup, and also out in this game are two bowlers who played in the last two games, Ben Gibbon and Adam Finch. Coming into the side is the loanee signed from Yorkshire, Matthew Waite, an all-rounder who will probably bat at number 8, and we'll probably see him fairly shortly into the attack as well, I would imagine. He is at mid-off at the moment, a burly figure, but it's Charlie Morris who's going to take up the attack from the New Road end.
Leicestershire, a couple of changes as well. Yep. Most noticeably, the captaincy has changed hands. Callum Parkinson is the new Leicestershire first-class captain, and there's a debutant, a first-class debut for Rehan Ahmed. He becomes Leicestershire's 500th first-class player.
So Charlie Morris to bowl the first ball of the game from the New Road end to Hassan Azad, the left-hander. Morris is in, he bowls, and Azad is turning this on the leg side, fielded by Azhar Ali coming in from mid-wicket. Worcestershire have seen plenty of Hassan Azad this season. Of course, he was the main stumbling block when it came to Worcestershire's failure to press home a victory in that very first game of the season when he batted throughout the last day.
All day.
Yeah.
All day.
And saved the game for Leicestershire. And he's been, Richard, the informed batsman, as you said. Morris is in, bowls, and Azad leaves this one outside the off stump.
Yes, that is still the only century Leicestershire have scored this season. A Leicestershire batsman has scored this season. He's also got 4 good half centuries as well. 469 runs at 42.6, and he's been very frustrated at not going on because, famous last words and touch wood from Leicestershire's point of view, he has looked in pretty good order.
Here is Morris in again to bowl to him, bowls and leaves that one alone as it's slanted across him outside the off stump. I think we saw him do that a few times in that final day at the Upton Steel County Ground earlier in the year.
I'm really disconcerted how close we are to the pitch here. Normally when we're at New Road I'm looking into the distance and it feels almost like the pitch is beneath the cathedral somewhere. It's cut right almost opposite us. We're at at the moment we're at a sort of long off,
mid-off, aren't we?
Position, but mid-off I'd be concerned, frankly.
Morris in, bowls, and Azad taken on the pad by this one as he pushes forward, drops down on the offside.
I did bring my whites, just you never know.
You never know. It's about as far over as they play on this side, this particular pitch, on the pavilion side, if you know New Road. And it's in stark contrast to games earlier in the year which were over towards the cathedral side of the ground. Matthew Waite loosening up at mid-off, suggesting that he might be the man to share the attack with Morris. As Morris comes in again now and bowls to Azad, who is beaten by this one, played at that one outside the off stump. Good delivery from Charlie Morris, and Azad pushing at it but made no contact, taken by Ben Cox. One interesting factor today is that if you've been following county cricket this season and watching various streams, whether it be Worcestershire or any other county, you will have noticed there's been a few problems with the balls that they've had, and they've been changed very frequently. As Morris is in, bowls, and Azad leaves this outside the off stump. Good delivery, came back a little bit after he'd gone past the bat. End of a good start for Worcestershire, a maiden from Charlie Morris. Leicestershire having won the toss, yet to get away, but 1 over, gone, and it's 0 without loss. And coming back to these balls, so we saw frequent ball changes. With every time the ball seemed to get hit into the boundary or into the seats or whatever, the players complained about its shape, and this seemed to be happening up and down the country. And I suggested, I think when we were at Trent Bridge a couple of weeks ago, that there had been a bad batch of balls released by Dukes, the manufacturers, and it seems that was the case, and Dukes have responded by changing the batch of balls and sending out a new batch. So hopefully we might see a little bit more help for the bowlers in this particular game. Well, we've had 1 over here at New Road, and it was a maiden bowled by Charlie Morris from the New Road end after Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. A little bit of team news for Worcestershire. Joe Leach, the seam bowler, still missing with a back injury, but Dylan Pennington back into the side, and he's just started his first over, the second of the game from the Diglis end. Also a debut today for Worcestershire for on loan all-rounder from Yorkshire, Matthew Waite, who we expect to see bowling shortly, and he'll probably bat at number 8. At the moment though, Leicestershire having won the toss, 0 without loss after 1 over. And Richard's back.
Pennington is in from the Diglis end and bowls outside off stump. Rishi Patel steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to Ollie Cox, wanders off towards the cathedral, not quite that far of course. Patel, this is his 3rd game, missed the first part of the season due to managed to pick up a hamstring injury on the pre-season training camp in Spain. So that was frustrating for him, but he's done well since he came into the side, highest score of 82 in his 4 innings, so he's actually, strictly speaking, on top of the averages in that respect. In goes Pennington and bowls to him, slightly short outside off stump. Patel goes forward nonetheless and just lifts his bat over the line of the ball, bounces through to Cox. Well, probably not much more than 45-50 yards from the stumps at this end of the ground, at the New Road end of the ground. And the slips, as I say, we very much feel as they were sort of part of the game. Rather splendid feeling. Pennington, fair ahead, runs in and bowls. Patel goes past the outside edge. I don't think we can give him the benefit of the doubt there. He popped forward, he was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, bounced a little bit and may just have straightened a fraction. Morning to you all. At Fox's Cricket 22 if you want to get in touch with me on Twitter. It's probably the quickest way Frank's is
At Frank Watson 58. Yeah.
Pennington. Runs in. Bowls. Patel again is beaten with a ball that bounces and leaves him. It was indeed. A little bit there for Dylan Pennington. More so perhaps than there was for Morris, but just a slightly loosening over for Charlie Morris from the New Road end. But Pennington's hitting his mark straight away. Lots of blue sky heading our way, pleased to say. That was the forecast. A lot of water on the covers. There was a lot of water in the area last night. In goes Pennington and bowls. That's a little bit too wide, and this time Patel can leave safely and does, but a really good start from Dylan Pennington. Beat the bat a couple of times. Didn't manage to find the edge, but the Worcestershire openers, bowlers that is, there or thereabouts from the very off. Leicestershire yet to score after 2 overs. Morning to Fango down in Melbourne in Australia. He says it's rather cold down there. What is this loan market your fellow commentator talks of? A lot of people, I should say, have been pressing Leicestershire to think about a loan or two.
Yeah, well, it's not something Worcestershire do very often. Here's Morris in again, bowls to Azad, who is beaten again outside the off stump. He definitely played at 1 in the first over, 2 or 3 left, but I think on that occasion he played at it, but it goes through to Cox, and there is no run, obviously. 0 without loss. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. Bit of rain overnight in Worcester and in the surrounding areas, quite a bit where I live, out in the Vale of Evesham. Driving in this morning, certainly signs that it was fairly widespread, but Callum Parkinson in his first game as captain choosing to bat this morning when he won the toss. This one from Morris angled across Azad and left alone, and again taken by Cox. But I wonder if he might just have thought, well, I'm sure he would have said, you know, we've won the toss, we're going to have a bat, we've got 2 spinners in the side, we'd like to bowl last, but we need to play well in this first hour. And that'll be foremost in the minds of this opening pair, I'm sure. Stick around, get through the first few overs, and I'm sure batting will become somewhat easier. As Morris is in again, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Azad. There's the first run of the game, slightly overpitched on his pads, and he just tucks it neatly away down to long leg, where Pennington does the fielding, and they take a single. 1 without loss.
If anybody's watching on the stream, how's your picture? Because mine has suddenly sort of gone very cloudy.
At the moment, my picture is showing the pitch before the game. So
okay,
I'm not quite
just
sure
refresh it, mate.
Yeah.
But I'm getting the pictures okay, but it looks a bit as though somebody's breathed on the lens or something. So it could be my computer.
Here's Morris in and bowls, and it's down the leg side, and Patel goes for a clip off his pads. There must have been a flick off the pad because there was a noise, I think, and Ben Cox took it moving away to his left and appealed, but it wasn't convincing, and it certainly didn't convince the umpire, so the score remains 1 without loss. Charlie Morris,
10 wickets this
reliable
season
as ever. Steady as ever. In he comes, and bowls now, and runs for Patel here as he tucks this off his pads, and in fact 4 of them, because that's a very short boundary down there to the hospitality marquee by the ladies pavilion, and it beats the sprawling Dylan Pennington as he comes round from long leg. So a nice little 4 to get Patel away. 5 without loss. Just meat and drink, I always think, a ball like that to a professional batsman, into the pads, and just clipped it away very nicely indeed, and he'll feel a lot better. Good player, Rishi Patel. I like him. I think he's quite technically correct. I've seen him in the past.
Yep, wristy. Paul Nixon rates him very highly.
Stands and waits now as Morris is in and bowls, and he walks into this one slightly and pushes up to mid-on, where Brett Dolliver, the captain, does the fielding. End of the over. 5 runs from it, 5 without loss. The running Foxes, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Am I not allowed to call them that in this?
No, absolutely, but it's the first time I've heard them. Yeah. Rishi Patel this season, just the 4 innings, 82, and 1 in Cardiff against Glamorgan, and a 26 and 68 last week at the Upton Steel County Ground against Sussex. So
Yeah, he's in a bit of nick. Yeah.
4 innings in two half centuries, 2 good half centuries, and a start. Just one failure, so to speak. But that was a really good first over, I thought, from Pennington. And now he's going to be bowling to Hassan Azad, who peers suspiciously at Charlie Morris down that long leg. Looks at him for a long time. Really does examine the field. Azad, as Pennington goes in and bowls to the left-hander, who is just fending at that one. Again, just pushed across him. He looked to have a little nibble. Didn't get anything on it.
Yeah,
Bounces
definitely played
through to
at that,
Cox.
didn't he? Definitely played at that. Good delivery from Pennington, good line. Pennington's the quickest of this Worcestershire attack, probably even when Leach is playing. Pennington's the sharpest and capable of producing those wicket-taking deliveries.
Looks a big, strong man. Bounds in and bowls, and again goes past the outside edge for me. So we're now down at fine leg when the bowling is from the Diglis end, but looking to play at these, Azad.
Yeah, definitely.
8 wickets for Pennington at 200 at a cost of 200 runs so far this season. Only played the 3. This is just his
Missed the
fourth
last
game.
2. Missed the last 2 with a hamstring injury.
With a hammy. It looks to have fully recovered. Touchwood. Certainly is bounding in with plenty of energy. He's in and bowls Fuller this time, but Azad is solidly behind that straight ball, blocking it back down the pitch on the onside, picked up by Pennington, who rather refreshingly keeps hold of it. I like a seamer who hangs on to it and doesn't chuck it around the
It's
field.
always a bit strange to see them
sake.
do that, isn't it? Chucking
I always
it
liked to have it in my
together.
hand as soon as when I was walking, but I'll do the polish it myself.
Yeah.
Not that I was
Well,
comparable.
he is quite unconventional, Dylan Pennington, as a character, I would say.
Holds the ball up towards his chest as he runs in and bowls to Azad, who looks to turn it off his legs or off middle and leg, gets a thick inside edge, and it runs out slightly behind square, but not very quickly, so easy enough for Josh Baker to move across to his left and stop. Umpire Pollard is this at this end, isn't he? He's the shorter of the two. Russell Warren slightly taller. And Russell Warren has a black ribbon on his Panama style cap. Paul Pollard doesn't. In goes Pennington and bowls and goes past the outside edge, again pushing it across. Azad, who's just basically trying to cover his off stump, and Pennington
He played here a bit, Paul Pollard,
finding it.
towards the end of his career. Played a bit for Worcestershire. Just check the details of that.
Yeah, I think he did, didn't he? Yeah. He's got his orange sort of sunglasses perched on top of his wide-brimmed white umpire's cap. Both umpires have their coats on as Pennington goes in and bowls on forward, getting just about to the pitch of it. Goes Azad, blocking it out into the covers, picked up out there by Azhar Ali, and that is the end of the over. Leicestershire 5 without loss after 4, feeling their way into the game. Azad a single off 15 balls. Rishi Patel with that single scoring shot clipped away to the square leg boundary. He has 4 off 9.
Yeah, he came to Worcester and well, it was the end of his career. Did okay in one day cricket, not so well in the red ball game as far as
Being
I'm
told
aware.
my mic is too loud. Does that?
Okay.
Is that a bit better?
Yeah, that's fine. Morris in bowls, and there's 4 more for Patel. Absolute repeat of the shot that he played in the previous over. Leg stump half volley, clipped away behind square, and an easy, comfortable boundary for Patel, which takes him on to 8, and the total to 9 without loss. Bit of blue sky in evidence now. Far end of the ground, over the top of the Basil D'Oliveira stand, and away towards Malvern, out to the southwest. That tends to be where the weather comes from here at New Road, so certainly looks as though we're set fair for a good part of the day. And Charlie Morris moves away from us now. Number 31 on his back, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Patel. Much better line and length this time, and Patel is studiously forward, high left elbow, head right over it, bent front knee, classic forward defensive, pushes up to mid-off.
First time opening for Leicestershire for Rishi Patel. Sam Evans left out for this game. Started the season okay, Sam, but rather has struggled in recent games. So
As Morris moves in again and bowls, and a repeat of the previous delivery. Lovely, solid looking forward defensive from Patel. Callum Parker will be sitting on that balcony, very pleased with what he's seeing from his openers at the moment. They've played and missed a few times. You're entitled to do that in the first few overs against a new ball, but they've not done anything rash, not taken on anything they shouldn't have. Crease occupation is the name of the game. Put the bad ball away when it comes along. Morris turns by a sizable pile of sawdust here at this New Road end. Comes in again now and bowls, and Patel drives a little bit more fluently at this one as it's slightly fuller from Morris, but straight to Matthew Waite, the debutant for Worcestershire, who is fielding at mid-off. And score stays 9 without loss. Decent crowd in, I would say, for the first morning of a championship game. Quite a few down here at the New Road end that are sort of obscured from our view as we sit in this New Road stand alongside the press box, as Morris moves again in past umpire Pollard and bowls, and again solidly forward comes Patel, pushes back to the bowler, and there's no addition.
well, to tell Worcestershire listeners a little bit, they may already know all about Matthew Waite, but he's obviously a Yorkshireman, born on Christmas Eve 1995 in Leeds. Rejoices in the nickname Pingu. A seam bowling all-rounder.
Morris in, bowls, and Patel on the back foot this time drives very nicely up to mid-off. And the very man, Matthew Waite, does the fielding. I was thinking about it yesterday. I thought his nickname should be Terry, but then that's showing my age.
Generational reference,
yeah, absolutely. 9 without loss at the end of that over. What stood out for me in that over was the absolute correctness of Patel's technique, front and back foot. Lovely to watch. End of the over anyway. 9 without loss off 5.
And it's a good opportunity for Matthew Waite, this, because he hasn't played much first class cricket. Last summer he played white ball cricket only. 8 first class games at the end he had played by the end of last season. 23 wickets at 25, so
yeah,
you know, he's
we don't know a lot of promise. We don't know much about
him. No. Absolutely. Pennington know all about. He is in and bowls to Azad, pushed right across him. Azad leaves, and Ollie Cox takes it diving across in front of first slip, almost getting to second. Pollock at first. The other slips, Jack Haynes at second.
Barnard at third.
And Ed, as you say, Ed Barnard. I'm not sure about this stripe on the Worcestershire kit.
Somebody tweeted me about it.
Pennington is in. There's appeal for leg before. His appeal was a little bit delayed, Pennington. He didn't go up straight away. It was a good shout from behind in terms of the theatre of the thing, if you like, but I think it pitched outside leg. Let's have a look-see.
Yeah, somebody tweeted me about the stripe the other day and said they didn't like it. I think it's just about okay.
It finishes halfway down the trouser leg, which is slightly odd. Well, that makes more. Otherwise, it would look a bit daft, I suppose. But yeah, I'm not sure. They've always been quite brave with their kits, Worcester. In goes Pennington and bowls, and that's a decent shout for leg before he's got Azad. He has got Azad. The first one pitched outside leg. That one didn't, said umpire Warren. Azad half forward and is sent on his way. Turns and marches off. He knew his fate, I suspect, straight away. That is a big breakthrough for Worcestershire. Azad has been Leicestershire's form player of the season with the bat so far, and he has gone for just a single. Dismissed leg before wicket by Dylan Pennington. Leicestershire are 9 for 1.
Yeah, looked a good one actually on the replay. Bit fuller than the one before. Pitched in line and shin high, middle in front of middle. I think that's a good shot, good breakthrough, as you say, for Worcestershire, and Pennington the successful bowler. Brett Oliveira's got them in now, having a little chat about something. Actually, quite unusual to see that. I mean, not to see them gather like that, but the captain clearly making a point there. Might well be something like, this hour is crucial, and we need to drive home this advantage. Interesting one, this, because you probably are more aware than anybody of this, Richard, but for me, Lewis Hill has been a thorn in Worcestershire's side on several occasions recently, and I think he's a very good player, and he's the new man. It's a key time, but he made 100 here last year. He made a big score, didn't he, here in the last game of the season, I think, last year. And busy player. What sort of form's he been in this season?
Well, he's been injured most of the season.
Right.
He started the season.
Yeah, he made some runs,
well,
didn't he?
at the very start.
That 93 was against
exactly.
Worcestershire, wasn't it?
It was. But then in that innings, he broke his hand. He broke his thumb.
Yeah.
Fractured his thumb. So he did bat in the second innings, because he hadn't had it X-rayed at that stage. But it was very sore, and then a subsequent X-ray revealed a fracture. So he's only just come back in to the side. And number 3, he'd probably prefer to be number 5, really. Pennington is in and bowls 2, and big stride outside off stump, and then lifts his bat over the line of the ball. So last year, let's have a. I think it was towards the end. We were here, Worcestershire versus Leicestershire. Lewis Hill made 40 in the first innings and 2 in the second.
Oh, is that 40 then that I remember? Or maybe it was a one-dayer. I don't know.
Louis Kimber made 71 in that game, and
I think he might. Did he get? I think he might have got 100 in a one-day game. I'll have to check.
Very in the RL 50 game. Yeah. Pennington is in as the sun comes out, bowls to Hill, who's going forward without getting to the pitch. The ball bounces a bit, slightly uppish on the bat, but he's over the top of it, manages to deflect it down towards backward point. Libby is the fielder, and there's no run. Beautiful sight as the sun comes out. The emerald green of the grass looks to be in perfect condition. I haven't walked across the outfield. Did it flood this winter? I don't know.
Yeah, very, very late. It flooded.
Pennington is in. There's an appeal 4 leg before, but going well on down the leg side.
It flooded in February. At one stage, we were really quite worried about the first few games of the season, and Kidderminster was being prepared. But the floods abated, and for the first time, I think, I'm right in saying, the club sort of employed a contractor to come in and help with the clearing up process, and they did a wonderful job.
Right.
And I came here about a week after the floods, and the outfield was very brown, a lot of sediment on it, but they hosed all that off, and it's looked good. And in fact, the grass growth here on the outfield in front of us is better than it was at this time last year. Matthew Waite has been introduced into the attack, and he comes in now for his first bowl in Worcestershire colours from the New Road end. His first ball is slightly over pitched and driven by Patel, but not timed. Toe of the bat really up to mid-off. So Matthew Waite, all-rounder.
He looks like a Yorkshireman from behind.
Well, you should know. Yeah, absolutely. In he comes now, runs up about 15 yards, busy sort of approach, slingy sort of action, quite full outside off stump, left alone by
he's broad of beam, isn't he?
By the keeper. Yeah, broad of beam, broad shouldered as well. He looks a seamer, doesn't he?
He does.
He looks a seamer.
Looks like
blonde haired.
A mine shaft, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a strong looking lad. Anyway, and he started quite well. That was a good delivery. Turns now, number 6 on his back. It's a low number for a low knee, isn't it? He's in and he bowls again and again. Good length, just outside off stump. Patel is forward, pushes out on the offside. He's more of a batter than a bowler, I have been led to believe, Matthew Waite, but that might be not true, but I'm fairly sure that's what I picked up yesterday. I did a bit of scouting around on a few Yorkshire websites yesterday. He'll bat 8, I think, that's the plan. So it's a like-for-like replacement for Joe Leach. He's in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and again, good length, good line, solid defensive shot from Patel, pushes out on the offside, 9 for 1.
At the start of this season he had 160 first class runs at just 16, but 437 list A runs at 36. And his first class bowling return is much better than his batting return actually,
right.
But so it may,
But he hasn't really played that.
But he's
much.
not played that much, no.
He's in again now, and he bowls, and that's driven by Patel through mid wicket for 2. Thickish inside edge, didn't really time it, but so short is the boundary that Charlie Morris, running back from mid on, picks it up 5 or 6 yards inside the rope, just in front of the gates to the pavilion, and they take 2. Patel goes into double figures. He's 10 off 20 deliveries, and Leicestershire are 11 for 1, having won the toss. And it's bright sunshine here at New Road now, and as Richard said, an absolute picture. The ground, and in comes Waite once more, and bowls to Patel, who leaves that alone outside the off stump, taken by Cox. Decent first over from the debutant, I thought, and gets a little pat on the back from his captain Brett D'Oliveira. Not great pace, sort of, I don't know, mid 70s, high 70s maybe, hits the deck quite hard, but the important thing is that he bowled a fairly tidy line and length.
Interesting that D'Oliveira should have made such a quick change. I suspect that Morris probably prefers the Diglis end, does he? And
tends to bowl at both, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
After just 3 overs.
Tends to bowl at both. Leach prefers the Diglis end, I think I'm right in saying, and so Morris probably would have opened up from this end.
Pennington 1 for none from his 3 overs, yet to concede a run as he runs in and bowls 2 early. He has now, I think, thick inside edge and a thigh pad. I suspect it trickles out towards wide long leg. Coming in from the, well, not quite the boundary, is Matthew Waite, so Hill picks up a single. Dylan Pennington's figures ruined, 3.1 overs, 1 for 1 now. Come on, Penno. There's the exultation from the Worcestershire slips. Standing reasonably close. Pennington is working up a bit of a head of steam. Comes in and bowls. Patel is looking to drive a bit airily, thick inside edge, as he clips it away again down towards Waite, who comes in to meet the ball, and again a single is taken. He is a very positive player, Rishi Patel, and he has made a positive start. He has moved on to 11 out of Leicestershire's total of 13 for 1. I have an update to do, Frank, so I better pop next door if that's all right.
Of course. That's come around quickly, isn't it? Here's Pennington then from the Diglis end. He's in and he bowls, and Hill is on the back foot, pushes this one out on the offside, and the bowler does his own fielding. So 13 for 1. Azad, the man out, the man they couldn't get out at Leicester earlier in the year, but gone this time to Dylan Pennington in his 3rd over. Turns again now at the Diglis end and comes in to bowl to Lewis Hill. He bowls and Hill drives nicely on the offside. Tumbling stop by D'Oliveira, moving to his left from mid-off. They take a single, and the score moves on to 14 for 1. Lewis Hill goes to 2. Team news here for Worcestershire is that Matthew Waite is making his debut, the loanee from Yorkshire, and Joe Leach continues to be absent with his back injury. As Pennington is in again and bowls, and Patel gets runs this time on the leg side, turning it away just behind square. Quite a run round for Waite from long leg, and they take 2 more runs, so the total goes on to 16, and Rishi Patel looking pretty fluent, goes on to 13 of those. 2 boundaries to him. Clipped off his toes. Off the bowling of Charlie Morris. In the 3rd over of the innings. 3rd and 4th overs actually. But he's looked pretty fluent and pretty solid. Lewis Hill, the non-striker, is on 2. Patel waits now as Pennington bowls, and they're an example of that solidity as he leans forward and pushes the last ball of the over out on the onside, and it's fielded by Azhar Ali coming in from mid-wicket. So the end of the 8th over of the innings, Leicestershire having won the toss 16-1, and an update coming for BBC Hereford Moors FM listeners, and that update is coming now. Well, Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat here at a sunny New Road, and after 8 overs they have progressed to 16 for the loss of 1 wicket. The man out is Hassan Azad, the man that Worcestershire could not remove in the first game of the season up at Leicester on the last day when he batted throughout the day, but he was out this morning having scored just 1 run in the 6th over when he was trapped LBW by the returning Dylan Pennington, and that was 9 for 1. Since then, Lewis Hill has come to the crease. He's on 2. Rishi Patel is on 13. And in the 9th over, which is being bowled by Worcestershire's debutant loanee from Yorkshire, Matthew Waite, Leicestershire are 16 for 1. And here's Richard again.
Waite is in. Very short run, relatively speaking. Hill is looking to get on the front foot and driving. He does so out into the covers, only as far as Ali, and you heard the call of no. It's a very distinctive cry of no, Lewis Hill's. It's quite sort of, not shrill, but sort of, well, you always know it's Hill, put it that way. It's a very loud shout, but it is a slightly higher tone than some of the others. Raps it out. Relatively small man as Waite comes in and bowls to him, bat in front of pad as he leans forward into the defensive press, pushes the ball off middle out towards the applauding Charlie Morris at mid-on, and there's no run.
If you were describing Waite, you know when somebody calls somebody a busy seamer, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that, sort of bustling
sort of in, and
yeah,
quick sort of slinging action and big follow through and back to his mark, and
in he goes and bowls fullish, looking to get on the front foot again is Hill, steering it out to mid-off on that occasion, where D'Oliveira is the field. He doesn't sort of move necessarily like a thoroughbred.
No, I know what you mean.
He's kind of more dray horse than racehorse, appropriately for sort of you can see him pulling one of those Tetley's wagons, can't you, really? That sort of horse.
He's a big strong boy, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
Far be it from me to say he sort of lumbers to the wicket, but he kind of leans forward. It may be only 10 strides, and that one comes back in to Hill, who's jumping slightly as he stays on the back foot and defends.
He hits the deck quite hard.
He does, yeah. And the bat accordingly. The sun comes back out again. It's going to be a lovely day at Worcester. If you're in the vicinity, come on down and watch some first-class cricket.
Free after tea.
Yep. Ditto at the Upton Steel County Ground these days, which is good to know. Waite is in, bowls outside of stump. Heard the grunt of effort. It might just have picked that up in the effects mic as he delivered that one outside off stump, though the grunt of effort in vain because it was outside off stump and Hill let it go through. End of the over. Leicestershire 16 for 1 after 9 overs. A good tight first 35 minutes or so from the Worcestershire seamers, and they have had some success already. Hassan Azad leg before wicket to Dylan Pennington for a single. The Cathedral, there is all that awful scaffolding, which was necessary of course, on the west side of the transept. That's long gone, but there is a little bit around the other side.
Pennington in from the Diglis end, bowls to Patel, who tucks this one nicely down to long leg for a single. Waite comes in to do the fielding. Patel goes to 14. He's looked fluent, tidy, well organised this morning. and the score goes to 17 for 1. Yeah, there's always some work going on, I suppose, on a building of that nature and that age and that size. It took long enough to build as well, didn't it? I think.
Well, yes.
Fascinating history of it, really. When I taught at the King's School, which is based around the cathedral, I was sort of familiarity breeds contempt, but it is a wonderful place. Pennington in bowls, and Patel works it up to mid-on, and fielded there by Morris. There's no run, and you know, there were generations of families that were involved in the building of it, and presumably, well, undoubtedly, some people who worked for their entire working lives on the building of the cathedral and never saw it completed.
No.
Which is an extremely
How long did it
thought,
sort of-
wasn't it? I think it was about 60 years. Something like that.
Which is
Could be wrong.
Which is not bad, I don't
Yeah.
think, by medieval
Yeah.
standards.
Here comes Pennington from the Diglis end, and he bowls, and that's a good delivery. Nip back, taken on the pad, flies up in the air off the pad of Lewis Hill, and there's an appeal initially for LBW, and then with Barnard catching the rebound off the pad, they think, well, if we can't get LBW, maybe we can get a caught off the inside edge onto pad at slip, and the umpire says no, you can't have either. So much ado about nothing, but a slightly uncomfortable delivery from Pennington as far as Hill is concerned. The diminutive right-hander settles down again now and waits, and Pennington is in and bowls to him, and he's taken on the pad again, and there's a sort of strangled appeal as this one runs away on the leg side. So bowler on top, Pennington, having got a wicket, and a threatening spell, I think we could say, from the big returning Pennington.
It's doing a bit, isn't it, for him?
Yeah. Barnard will be the next seamer into the attack, I would imagine, when Pennington finishes the spell. Or we could see Morris come on at the Diglis end. He only bowled 3 overs in his opening spell. Pennington is in again, bowls, and Hill does edge this one, and it's picked up on the bounce at third slip by Ed Barnard. Just didn't quite carry. Made it look very easy, Barnard. Just picked it up as though it wasn't travelling at all.
Nonchalant.
Really difficult one. Raises his hands above his head and applauds Pennington, who's asking some questions here of Lewis Hill. Hill is 2, he's faced 16 deliveries, and it's 17 for 1 in the 10th over, the last ball of the 10th over. Coming now as the Worcestershire 12th man Josh Tongue walks round in front of us. Pennington bowls a single for Hill down to long leg off the last ball of the over, takes him on to 3, keeps the strike. It's 18 for 1. Josh Tongue would be a useful man to have out there from a Worcestershire point of view. Probably the quickest bowler on the staff here at New Road, but sadly suffering with a fairly long-term shoulder injury at the moment, and on 12th man duties today. 18 for 1.
Just looking at that, the LB against
Yeah, I was
Azad.
trying to find it.
Here you
Oh,
go.
right, sorry. No, yeah. It looked good, didn't it?
Yeah.
Good shout? Yeah, I thought so. I thought
He's,
hitting middle
he
of them.
knew straight away, I
Yeah.
suspect.
Yeah.
And his bat was pretty late to get to come down. He missed it by a long way. Waite is in, and Hill is going for a big drive, and there's an appeal for a catch behind, but not, interestingly, from Waite. Ben Cox sort of went up as though it was a done deal,
Yeah, he
essentially,
did.
as did Ed
Set off
Bernard, a
running,
third
didn't he?
slip, but one of those that the slips or behind the wicket, you hear something, but the bowler didn't. I once walked for something like that when I hit the cover off it, and only the bowler went up, and all the slips went ooh, as though I'd kind of missed it,
Yeah.
and I thought I could, and the umpire shook his head, and I thought I could stay here, but I could still hear the echo of the snick.
Yeah.
In goes Waite, and bowls thick outside
Turned
edge
him
as he
round a bit
walked
there,
into
yeah.
that one,
Yeah.
squared up. Hill, he's getting a little bit, there's a little bit in this pitch, as you would hope, on the first hour of the day of the match. And umpire Pollard comes out and has a little word with Matthew Waite. He's not overjoyed about Waite's follow through. He says he's getting a little bit close to the danger area. They're being very keen on keeping bowlers off the business part of the pitch. Leicestershire probably wouldn't be too upset if he does run, because they've got 2 spinners in their side, and they will be hopeful for a little bit of assistance from the pitch as the game goes on.
Did you always walk, Richard?
It was just such a loud nick. I thought I can't stay there. I did hang on for a second or two, but
So sometimes you didn't walk then?
sometimes you're not sure,
Yeah.
actually.
No, that's true. That's true.
But something like that I did. In goes Waite and bowls. He's forward. It looked to be inside edge and pad, a combination thereof. And I think, in fact, he's shaking his right hand, Hill, which is the hand on which I think
it might have been pad first, but it was a bit high anyway, I think. And then it bounced up onto his hand, I think.
the fracture is on the thumb. Was on the
Right.
thumb of his right hand, I think.
I was trying to find that game. I can't
He's
find
not.
it.
He's not happy, Hill. Now he's walked away towards square leg, quite a long way, 3 pitches away. He's shaking his right hand now. If that is that thumb, he's putting his glove back on. He's not too bad. He's not calling for Will Graves, the Leicestershire physio, or anything like it. But he's just taking his time to sort himself out, just to recompose himself, if you like. Rishi Patel wanders down, and the 2 touch gloves, as is the modern way. 18 for 1. Hill just the 3 so far. Waits as Waite is in and bowls to him outside off stump, and taken by Ben Cox to his left. Ben Cox's sun hat's getting a bit of a love from some of the Leicestershire
Oh, is it? He always wears
listeners. Yeah,
He always wears
the
it.
floppy hat.
People say I saw a tweet the other day and it said, "Oh, wicket keeper in a sun hat, how village." Well,
How
Ben
village?
Ben Cox has worn that sun hat for as
Goodness
long as
sake.
I've been watching him keep wicket for Worcestershire. He obviously takes it off when he's standing up and he wears a helmet, but he otherwise always wears it, whatever the conditions.
Waite is in and bowls. Hill is forward, thick inside part of the bat as he's trying to cover the movement. Does so on that occasion, not entirely convincingly, pushes it out to mid wicket, where the tall young left arm spinner Josh. He's left arm, isn't he?
Yes,
Is it?
yes, yeah.
Just trying to remember, because he bowled so well at the Upton Steel County ground earlier this season. Almost bowled his side to victory. Waite is in. I'm sure that's a shorter run. He's mixing it up as forward went Hill on that occasion. Just occasionally he comes in off what looks to be not much more than 8 paces. Usually it's about 12, something like that, but that seemed to me a slightly shorter run. End of the over, 18 for 1. Hill 3, Patel 14. We've had 11 overs, and Worcestershire keeping control of the scoreboard at the moment. A few more dark clouds heading overhead, but plenty of blue sky around them.
And I think we're going to see Ed Barnard come into the attack at the Diglis end to replace Pennington, whose opening spell was 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. Very tidy indeed. So one Shropshire man gives way to another as Barnard comes in now. He bowled pretty well this season, Barnard. He's batted well too. He comes in now over the wicket, bowls to Patel, who clips this very nicely up to mid wicket, but straight to Azhar Ali, and there's no run. And he played an innings at Trent Bridge this year in a losing cause, Ed Barnard, which I personally would put as one of the best innings I've ever seen for a Worcestershire player, and that goes right back to the great sides of the 80s and so on. It was a magnificent innings in a rearguard action. Comes in now and bowls down the leg side to Patel, taken by Cox.
Was that his 163
He was 163 not out in a losing cause when started the innings 170 behind and ended up setting knots 230 odd, which they got, but a really, really impressive innings, and that was with Stuart Broad really having a go at him for a long period of time, a lot of short pitch stuff, and it was a brave and a very determined innings. He's in again now and he bowls and he beats Patel outside the off stump. Patel pushing at this one, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Cox. Yeah, really, really good innings, and it just, it's sad that you play an innings like that and end up on the losing side. Really, very, very impressive.
12 wickets with the ball as well. Bit expensive, probably he'll feel. 42 apiece or so.
Comes in now. Such an easy run up. Bowls, and Patel works this one nicely on the onside, past Azhar Ali this time. They take one and they come back for two as the Pakistani international fields on one of the old wickets over there on the far side and slips as he goes to pick the ball up, and I think he maybe just twisted his knee a little bit, walking a little bit tentatively back in to his position.
Isn't he?
Yeah, 20 for 1 with those two. Patel goes to 16. He's played pretty well this morning, Rishi Patel. Played and missed a couple of times, but very, very solid. Barnard is in, bowls, and he gets more runs here, down to long leg. He'll get two more as Waite comes round to do the fielding. And Patel moves on to 18, and the total to 22 for 1. And what's been striking about Patel's 18, I haven't got a map in front of me, but I've got one in my head, is that I reckon he scored about 16 of those on the onside.
Yes, probably.
Just working the ball off his pads, which suggests a slight erring in line from the Worcestershire bowlers. Not this time, as Barnard bowls, and Patel pushes this one up to mid-on, where Morris fields. End of Barnard's first over. 4 runs came off it. Waite has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2, and the Running Foxes, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 22 for 1 off 12.
Waite will continue, just conceded a couple of runs so far from his 3 overs. All been there or thereabouts. Light brown hair, short sleeved Worcestershire shirt, turns, sort of leans into his run and bowls, and Hill drives pleasantly through the offside. Flowing shot, he should pick up 3. D'Oliveira will pick up about a yard inside the ropes. Patel turns for the third. I beg your pardon, Hill turns for the third quickly and called Patel through. Patel was a yard or so behind in comparison to comparative terms, but it was a long throw for D'Oliveira from that boundary in front of the new hotel. I say new, it's
a few years old now.
7 or 8 years, I would think now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they've taken off the white cladding that was on it, revealing the sort of grey concrete sort of exterior, and it all looks rather messy. In goes Waite and bowls, and Patel is driving this time, but doesn't put his weight into the shot, steers it. The full delivery out towards D'Oliveira at mid-off. I hope they're going to replace it at some stage. It looks as though they might, but at the moment it just looks a bit...
No idea. This is a bit grey, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's various sort of outlets on the building that I presume they're sort of central heating outlets or something, but it's sort of like sooty around them, and just looks a bit scruffy. Whisper it. In goes Waite and bowls. Forward goes Patel. Big stride inside edge and pad, probably outside the line, but Waite just getting a little bit of movement, a little bit of nibble, keeping the batsman honest. Most of the crowd in shirt sleeves. Sun is behind a large grey cloud at the moment, but it will drift over, moving not rapidly, but obviously from west to east. Waite is in. Patel, big stride. He's quite a tall man, and as Frank said, he's correct in his technique, and head over the ball there, pushing out into the offside, picked up by Azhar. That extra cover. .25 for 1. Hard going for Leicestershire this morning. 50 minutes into play. They'd be delighted to go through to lunch 1 or perhaps at the most 2 down. Waite is in, and Patel whips him down on the bounce to long leg. Really was a flourish to that, real follow through to that shot, and it was in the air for quite a long time. Bounced a long way short of long leg. Pennington down there took it about third or fourth bounce, but yeah, I thought for a minute he was going to try and whip it over the sort of temporary permanent hospitality marquee that's been there for
20
a long
years.
time.
30 years.
Most of the grounds have got these sort of temporary permanent structures now, haven't they? Leicestershire certainly have. In goes Waite Bowles, outside off some, cut away nicely by Hill. That is his favourite shot, or one of his favourite shots. It wasn't that far wide. Hill got up on his toes and steered it down to third man. Patel running to the danger end, calls for the third, makes it comfortably. So, relatively expensive over for Worcestershire. Leicestershire pick up. How many from it?
Seven, I think.
7 in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Waite has 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. Hill has 9. Patel 19. Leicestershire 29 for 1.
And the man out was Hassan Azad, LBW to Dylan Pennington in the 6th over, having made just 1. That was 9 for 1. So since then, solid progress from these two. There have been 1 or 2 alarms, but nothing too serious. And at the moment, no great devils in the pitch, one would suggest. And Parkinson's decision to bat first, not looking a bad one. 3 slips Waite now as Barnard begins a new over from the Diglis end. And he's in and he bowls, and that's 4 runs for Lewis Hill. Just Richard Ray said just a moment ago, his favourite shot. He goes back and he cuts it down to wide third man and moves on to 13, and the total to 33 for 1.
He does play it well. I have seen him out caught at third man a couple of times playing it. Really does lace into it. If he gets the top edge, it can fly all the way. With the boundary down here being as short as it is,
no third
we
man.
could be in the game. I tell you.
If it was a white ball game, perhaps. But width from Barnard, and Hill capitalised.
Leicestershire's new captain walking to the nets.
In comes Barnard again now and bowls, and that's outside off stump, left alone by Hill, taken by Cox. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, on the BBC Sports app, and on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Leicester. I'm Frank Watson, alongside me Richard Ray, and feel free if you'd like to get in touch on Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58, and Richard is
at Fox's Cricket
at
22.
Fox's Cricket 22. Here's Barnard in, bowls, and this one takes Hill on the pad, runs away on the leg side. They go through for a leg bye, and the total goes on to 34 for 1 on a brightish morning here at New Road. And why? What is it? Am I not supposed to say it? I don't understand.
It's slightly controversial with some of the Leicestershire
okay.
supporters.
I thought it was. So it's
sort
official. Of accepted now.
Ooh.
Barnard is in and bowls, and this one's turned away on the leg side by Patel for a single. He goes to 20, 35 for 1. With what I'm talking about is Richard's received a message that says every time I say running foxes, he should deliberately mispronounce Barnard and say Bernard or something. But so is it official or not? That's what I'm
It's the club's official.
The club, it's official, but the fans don't like it. Is that? Some of the fans don't like it.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
That's okay. Okay, fair enough. It is quite new, isn't it?
Very.
Barnard is in from the Diglis end, and he beats Hill. He fields for this one outside the off stumps, taken by Cox. I've heard you use it. That's why I've used it. Never. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sure I have, Richard. Last season? No. Ah, okay. Well, who was it who sent the message? I'll promise.
Let's just
promise not to say it again then. We'll just keep saying Leicestershire then. Yeah.
Foxes is what they've been for
all
their entire
Foxes,
history.
yeah. Okay. Here's Barnard in from the Diglis end and bowls outside the off stump.
I think
left alone, there's no run.
Yeah, it's simply. I think that the new CEO Sean Jarvis wants to sort of differentiate them from the football club and things like that. But the cricket club has been the Foxes longer than the football club.
Well, I
and things like
apologise.
that. So no, it's it's.
Yeah.
We understand. It's understood what's trying to be achieved, but it's just
But I don't want
The running is just a little bit.
Yeah.
It jars with some.
Okay,
That's all.
okay.
Simple as
I don't want to upset anybody, and I don't want you to say Bernard either. So there you are. That's probably it's best all round.
Bernard.
Thanks for the message, anyway.
Probably shouldn't have showed you it.
Must be listening very closely.
Absolutely. Charlie Morris starting to warm up again as Matthew Waite continues from the New Road end of the ground in bright sunshine. Bowls outside off stump. It bounces and seams away, but it started wide and went wider. He got plenty of action on that delivery, but I suspect Rishi Patel a relieved man that he didn't have to play at that one.
My stream's gone down. I don't know, is yours?
At the moment it's okay. It can depend on the Wi-Fi, can't it? And being strong.
It's a bit of an ancient iPad that I'm using, so it could be that.
All sorts of things. Waite leans forward, runs in and bowls. Patel is looking to drive, has to check the shot slightly. It may just have come in a little bit more than he anticipated and ends up blocking it out sort of wide of Morris at mid-on, whose throw discombobulates everybody somehow. Patel went down on one knee and let the ball sort of go over his bat, and Ben Cox coming in to field it was somehow misled.
He fell over as well, didn't he?
Slipped over and it all got a little bit messy. All for a docked ball. Morris continues to stretch at mid-on. Waite. 7 or 8 strides and bowls outside off stump and outside off stump. Patel lets it go through to Cox again.
It's like a league bowler, isn't he, Waite? You know what I mean? Just sort
A
of
little bit, yeah.
just
a little bit.
line and length and
It'd be interesting.
bustling and
Can
hits
would
the
he would he
deck
bowl 25 overs over a day?
Well, I don't know. But
Interesting.
yeah, threatening.
Yeah, opportunity for him. He gets a bit of action on the ball as he's in and bowls, bringing Patel forward, and Patel indicates with his right hand that there's still movement there as it came off a thick inside edge out towards Baker at mid-wicket.
Interesting you say that about an opportunity for him. He's only been signed on a 2-week loan initially, but you know, presumably, unless Yorkshire wanted back, that could be extended. They feel it's a good move for him, I suppose, and it's giving him some cricket.
Absolutely.
And from Worcester's point of view, you know, if he makes a go of it, there's a real opportunity, no question about it.
Absolutely. You know, if he would come
injuries
out of the game
around.
with 8 wickets
Yeah.
or something,
Yeah.
or 7 wickets, in he goes and bowls outside off stump, and again Patel
Bit of
can
shape,
step
I think.
forward and let it go through. Yeah.
It's a sort of... you know,
Might
is
he
it-
play a
think
couple of
think-
T20s then, or?
Yeah, might. I think it's possible.
Start
He
next
play the
one.
first 2 T20s, I think, in
Yeah.
this period. Yeah, if he's selected. This is sort of sort of Darren Stevens type pace, isn't it? Really, that's the sort of.
I saw
sort of
a bit
thing
of
we're
comment
looking
that maybe these, with all the runs being scored and the sort of poor batch of balls, if that's what they've been, as Waite is in and bowls and looking to turn it off his pads as an appeal for a leg before he started to get excited there, and it was not an inside edge because umpire Pollard signals a leg by, but he also immediately signalled with a tiny shake of the head to Waite that it was going on, I suspect, down the leg side. So Waite's appeal, turned and bellowed, was quickly cut off in its prime. 36 for 1, Hill 13, Patel 20. The wicket fell when the score was just 9. That of Hassan Azad, leg before wicket to Dylan Pennington for just 1. Top of the hour. Updates time.
Yeah, off you go. Charlie Morris coming in to the attack at the Diglis end. Ed Barnard then coming out of the attack after just 2 overs. I suspect he might change to this New Road end, with Waite having completed 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 9. And the sun is back with us here at New Road as Charlie Morris prepares to bowl from the Diglis end for the first time. 3 slips still in place. Tidy first hour from both sides in many ways. Dylan Pennington picking up the 1 wicket to 4. And here is Morris now. And he bowls short outside the off stump to Patel, who drives off the back foot up to mid-off, where Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding. And there's no run. Plenty of cloud around, but also plenty of blue sky, and the ground bathed in sunshine as we speak. Looks an absolute picture. The leaves in slightly fuller leaf than they were a couple of weeks ago, particularly as we look across towards the cathedral. And Morris in again, bowls, and again this is short and wide, and this time Patel capitalises, cutting away for 4. Not much foot movement, but he threw his hands at it, and 4 runs to the Leicestershire opener. 24 to him, Hill 13, 40 for 1 in the 16th over. Bit of a loosener that one from Charlie Morris, having bowled his 3 overs from the New Road end, and now coming on at the Diglis end, and well, first 2 balls of this over short, but that one wide as well, and Patel able to punish that error from Morris, who's in again now and bowls, and this one's down the leg side as he kind of overcorrects in line, and Patel leaning inside it, looking to turn it off his hip, got too far over and missed it, and it was taken by Ben Cox, moving away to his left. Morris again works his way in towards us now, bowls, and again it's short, driven off the back foot by Patel, straight to Josh Baker this time at extra cover, and there's no addition to the score. Plenty of encouragement for Morris from the slip cordon, which you might be able to hear on our effects mic. Pollock at first slip, Haynes at second, Barnard at third. It's been pretty much the Worcestershire cordon this season. Had to kind of reorganise the cordon Worcestershire this season with the loss of Darryl Mitchell and Ricky Vessels, who would have been there last year. As Morris bowls, and this one's a much better delivery, best ball of the over so far by some margin, and beats the forward push of Rishi Patel as it goes through to Cox behind the stumps. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners coming now. Leicestershire have made pretty good progress this morning, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Awkward conditions in the first hour, but they've got through them, and the sun is now shining, and the shine's gone off the ball, and they've managed to lose only 1 wicket in that time. The man out is Hassan Azad, who was LBW to Dylan Pennington for 1. That was in the 6th over. It was 9 for 1 at that point, but since then a solid partnership, so far adding 31 for this second wicket between Lewis Hill, who's on 13, and Rishi Patel, who is on 24. At the moment, Leicestershire then 40 for 1 off 16 overs. And we are going to see Barnard coming into the attack to replace Waite. So the full bowling figures for you before I just hand back to Richard. So far, Morris 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. Pennington 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket for 7. Waite 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 9. And Barnard, who's about to bowl his 3rd over, has conceded 9 runs so far. But Worcestershire will be disappointed they haven't got more than 1 wicket, Richard, and I think Leicestershire really will be pretty satisfied with the way things have gone.
Yeah, there's been a bit there for the seamers. They haven't always hit their marks. Pennington comfortably the pick, I'd say, of those 3. Nobody's bowled badly, but
yeah,
as you say, there's been a little bit there. See what Bernard can extract from the New Road end. Comes in and bowls outside off stump. Hill steps forward but leaves his bat raised as it bounces through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Glorious sunshine now.
This could run and run, couldn't it?
It could, because I'll probably start doing it wrong accidentally now. Because you become sort of conscious about it, don't you? And you're trying to one way or t'other. There's still plenty of dark cloud, but it's all behind the cathedral. In goes Ed Bernard, and
that's
outside off stump, and it's from the. So we are basically looking essentially sort of south.
Yeah.
So away from the west, but the forecast is good, isn't it? Essentially,
yeah, pretty good. I think
it's
it's
good
not for all of the
is
UK.
It
not for all of the UK. It is for us, I think.
Okay.
But I think the southeast could. I mean, they had some serious storms in London overnight, I think.
Bernard is in past umpire Pollard and bowls, again outside off stump, and again Hill steps forward, and again Hill leaves. Morris applauds at mid-on. That's him clapping, you can hear in the effects mic. Just the 2 slips now. Third man and long leg both out. So D'Oliveira quite quick to react to Hill's cutting. It does look a neat shot when he plays it. Bernard is in and bowls. Hill drives through the covers. Big swing of the bat. And it's going to run to the boundary. I think D'Oliveira is very quick, but he's not going to chase it down. Long way out there, but the outfield is lush compared to, for example, the Upton Steel County ground, where it's rock hard and dry at the moment. But it is beautiful here, absolutely glorious, and it must be lovely to field on as well. 44 for 1. Hill on to 17 of 34 balls. Patel has 24 off 48. Bernard is in and bowls, and Hill drives again for 4 more. I suspect Waite turns, and but although his initial chase puts his enthusiasm into it, he quickly gives up and jogs to the boundary. Consecutive boundaries for Lewis Hill, both cover driven through the offside, and both with a degree of certainty that will concern, I would think, Brett D'Oliveira.
Just
overpitched
bad
and put
balls,
away.
weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Bernard, 17 runs conceded from 2.5 overs so far. Turns, runs in and bowls. Hill is forward. Line and length delivery on off stump, and you heard that characteristic cry of no as he blocked it out towards cover point, and that is the end of the over. I'll hear that deep into my retirement. In my dreams, I'll hear that call of Lewis Hill calling no from Grace Road echoing across the ages. 48 for 1 Leicestershire.
Scores elsewhere at Taunton. Somerset won the toss and chose to bat against Hampshire. They're 37 for 1 of 17 overs, so slightly slower progress than Leicestershire are making here. And at Northampton, Kent, who were put in by Northampton, 34 without loss in the 17th over, as Morris comes in from the Diglis end and bowls to Patel, who is out, caught at mid-wicket by the diving Azhar Ali. So I'll finish those other scores later. Ball just on a length, might just have popped on him a little bit, certainly took him by surprise, bounced more than he thought, and he sort of fended it away on the leg side. And Azhar Ali, coming in from mid-wicket, dived forward and picked up a decent catch low down at sort of ankle height, and Patel, having played so well for his 24 and looked in little trouble, is rather surprisingly, in my opinion, dismissed by Charlie Morris. Ball that possibly just stopped on him a little bit, and it's 48 for 2 in the 18th.
Curious dismissal, wasn't it? And he'll be absolutely gutted about that, having fought through the first hour and, as you said, starting to look reasonably comfortable out. They never didn't look comfortable, to be quite honest. Really odd dismissal. And
yep.
Maybe just hit high up in the bat, maybe just tried to go at it a little bit too soon. It just popped up towards mid-wicket, and Ali was alert enough to get forward and get 2 hands underneath it. A real bonus wicket at the top of the hour for Worcestershire. 48 for 2. Innings still very much in the balance.
Colin Ackerman is the new batsman, no longer the captain. It'll be interesting to see how the shackles being removed affect his batting, whether it'll make him more fluent or whether it won't make any difference at all. We shall see. Top class player, obviously.
I feel Feely has a point to make.
Has the captaincy been removed from him then, rather than he's given it up?
I don't think he would have given it up voluntarily.
Okay.
He's still captain in T20.
Yeah.
And Lewis Hill will captain in the RL50.
Right. Okay. Sharing it round. Here's Morris into Ackerman. 3 slips waiting. He bowls, and Ackerman is forward, pushing up to mid-on. I'll just go back to those other scores. Warwickshire are playing Yorkshire at Headingley. and they won the toss and chose to bat, and they're 39 for 2 in the 17th over. And Durham are at Lords against Middlesex, who put them in. Durham are 49 without loss off 18 overs, so their good form continues. And East Midlands clash at Trent Bridge. Bring you details of that after this ball from Morris, who's in, bowls. Ackerman pushes up to mid-on again. So Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and Derbyshire put into bat 41 for 1 in the 16th, so they'll be fairly
Sean
happy
Masood
with that.
still in. I'm just thinking, because this is the last opportunity for the 1,000 before May, isn't it? For
no, he's out. I think he's the man out. So yeah, he was out for 18, and Billy Godleman is still there, and Brooke Guest is with him. Pattinson got Masood, the destroyer of Worcestershire's innings in the first innings at Trent Bridge. Morris bowls. This one is turned off his hip by Ackerman, and it's his first run. He's off the mark, and the score goes to 49 for 2. And yeah, so that one at Trent Bridge just finally then go back to that Derbyshire 41 for 1. And it wasn't, no, of course it was Patterson that got 8 for, not Pattinson. Patterson got 8 for against Worcestershire at Trent Bridge.
Doesn't Patterson White been?
Patterson White, he was playing as well, but Patterson didn't play against Worcestershire. Patterson did, Pattinson didn't. It's Pattinson who's got the wicket this morning. Anyway, here at New Road, Morris has got a wicket too in this over, and he comes in again now and bowls to Hill, who ducks under a bouncer, which he probably didn't expect, because Charlie Morris doesn't bowl many bouncers, and just occasionally throws it in as a sort of surprise delivery, and Hill ducked underneath it, and it cleared his head quite comfortably. 49 for 2 it remains. The men out, Azad for 1, and in this over, Rishi Patel surprisingly popping a catch up to Azhar Ali at mid-wicket. Sunshine again as Morris comes in and bowls, and Hill is forward, pushing out on the onside, and Ali does the fielding. End of the over from Charlie Morris. Successful over from him, and his figures 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14, and after 18 overs then Leicestershire 49 for 2.
Just been asked who is the vice captain, and to be honest I don't know. It's the thought. I should have checked, really. I will try and find out who is the new vice captain, Callum Parkinson having been the vice captain. Indeed, whether there is an official vice captain, whether one has as yet been appointed, I know not. We'll try and find out. Ed Barnard will continue obviously from the New Road end of the ground. He's got a new batsman to bowl at, Colin Ackerman. One good knock for Ackerman so far this season, 81 up at Durham, as Barnard is in and bowls to him on drives pleasantly. Morris gets well, not Morris,
Pennington.
It's Pennington down there, of course, now at mid-on. Plunged to his left and made the stop. Didn't quite put his full weight into the shot, but it was travelling. Nice to dive on this outfield. You'd have lost the skin on his elbows at quite a few other grounds. Diving like that. Dylan Pennington saved 4. Barnard is in, and he edges, and he's caught. He's got Ackerman. Lovely delivery, and just bounced, and he just couldn't drop his hands quickly enough. Took the edge, caught at first slip to his left, and suddenly Leicestershire, having looked reasonably comfortable in going to 48 for 1, are 49 for 3 and wobbling.
Good catch, I thought, that by Ed Pollock, low down to his left. Didn't get up very much, and he caught it about shin high, quite sharp, well taken, and Ackerman on his way. I mentioned earlier about Worcestershire having to sort of but actually discover a new slip cordon this year, with Ricky Vessels having gone, Daryl Mitchell having gone, and Pollock has gone in there first slip, and he's picked up 2 or 3 pretty useful catches so far this season, and that was another one low to his left, and an important breakthrough. Third wicket taken for Worcestershire this morning, so one each now for Pennington, Morris and Barnard. And as we were saying just 10 minutes ago, Richard, we were saying a good solid start and looking as though they'd done the hard work, but now just a wobble. And Worcestershire will be thinking now, if they can get another couple before lunch, then it'll be very much their morning. 49 for 3, and the new man is Mulder, who I've not seen before.
First innings scores have been a real issue for them so far this season. Only once have they gone past 300 at Cardiff against Glamorgan, and that wasn't enough on a very good track by a long way. Otherwise, 213, 273, 213 again, 149 and 210. Not enough. And once again, they're struggling at 49 for 3. Barnard is in to Vian Mulder, who may just have tucked his bat inside the line there. Didn't look as though it was much of an effort to play at it as it bounced through outside off stump. I don't think that, I'm just looking at the Patel dismissal, it didn't look to stop on him too much. It just was not the greatest shot that Rishi Patel has played in his life, I'm afraid.
Got in a mess, didn't he?
In goes Barnard and bowls, and that one I think, go past the outside edge. Did genuinely beat Vian Mulder. Ed Barnard has found his line and length.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Richard. I had a look at the replay of that one, and it didn't appear to really spit at him, did it? He just got in a tangle. Just misread it, I suppose. Misread the length.
Frustrating for him. Once you've got to past 20, you feel you're in usually. Barnard is in, bowls to Mulder, who turns the face of his bat on that defensive press as he's half forward, takes the bottom hand off the bat, anticipating bounce that wasn't really there, pushed it out towards mid-wicket.
Just watch the replay of that Ackerman dismissal. It's a decent catch. It's not. I mean, he saw it all the way, and it was straightforward edge, and you'd expect it to be taken. But given that no slip catches are easy, I always think those low ones between the keeper and first slip.
Sometimes the keeper's diving across as well, isn't he? Barnard is in outside off stump, slightly short, got up on his toes. Mulder got in position to try and chop it away. He was a little bit straighter than he thought it was going to be, came off a thick inside edge and bounces down the pitch on the onside. Applause for Ed Barnard, who has taken his first wicket of the morning, 1 for 17 for him. And Worcestershire now very firmly on top. Leicestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 49 for 3.
But Lewis Hill's still there, and as I said earlier, he's been a thorn in Worcestershire's side on quite a few occasions when I've been watching them. Always seems to do well against Worcestershire. Busy right-hander, but perhaps a bit more pressure on him now than there was 10 or 15 minutes ago. 2 slips only now, as we've got a third man in place, as Morris comes in to bowl to Hill, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. I've not seen Mulder before, Richard. What should I know about him?
South Africa Test all-rounder. 10 tests he's played, including most recently against Bangladesh in February. Indeed, the last test he had to leave early because he contracted COVID, so he was substituted in that test. 24-year-old, probably a batting all-rounder.
Here's Morris in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Cox. Yeah, saw a tiny bit of him in that series, but haven't seen him county. This first stint in county cricket.
It is, yeah. Leicester were hoping to sign him last year, but basically because of international commitments, he wasn't available. I think he'd be the first to agree he hasn't made the impact Leicestershire would have liked him to have made. 200 runs with a high score of 58.
Morris again in, bowls, that bouncer again to Hill, who watches it all the way as it passes his nose, sways back out of the way, totally untroubled by that. Nicely played, actually. Really good when you see a batsman keep his eye on it like that and gets a bouncer.
He's got in a few times but hasn't gone on really, and he's looked capable of going on. There'll be a few who think he's a little bit high at number 5 now. Moved up there.
Morris once more. In, bowls, and Hill plays a very loose shot at this one. It was wide, quite full. Certainly a ball that he could have left alone, and he went for it, and fortunate not to nick it, and very annoyed with himself as he sort of throws his head back and swings his arm in frustration. Yes, going back to Mulder, dampish morning in English conditions. Not quite what he's grown up used to. Be testing for him as Morris bowls. This one's wide outside the off stump, and Hill does what he should have done on the previous one, and he leaves it alone, and it goes through to the sun-hatted Ben Cox behind the stumps.
Mulder scores this season. Missed the first 2 games. Got here partly because of COVID and partly because of the international commitments. 39, 5, 58, 16, 6, 16, 36.
Yeah, so needs a big one really.
Yeah.
Morris in, bowls, and Hill is beaten this time. That was a good one from Morris. Got the length and line absolutely right, and pushing at it, Hill beaten outside the off stump. Good over from Morris, a maiden, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Mr. Reliable Charlie Morris, and Leicestershire 49 for 3 off 20.
He's also picked up just the 5 wickets so far, Vian Mulder, at 57. So probably as well as he bowled was last time out against Sussex when he took 2 for 49. But as you say, he's kind of finding his way a little bit in very different conditions. Barnard is in and bowls to him, and he goes past the outside edge. Looks up in sort of helplessly almost at Ed Barnard. Well, just played down the wrong line at that one. Might just have held its own a little bit off the seam. Missed it by a distance. And suddenly, Leicestershire don't know where the next run is coming from. Patel and Hill had just started to play with a little bit more fluency as Barnard is in, bowls to Mulder, who covers up nicely to that one, and having played the back foot defensive shot and pushed it out towards Pennington at mid-on, rather follows it, walks down the pitch after it before retreating into his ground as Pennington, whose applause you can hear, returned the ball to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Pennington now dancing up and down, just beginning to stretch again. Another burst before lunch, as Worcestershire can smell blood. A couple more wickets before lunch as Barnard is in, back foot again, defensive shot on off stump from Vian Mulder. Out into the covers it goes, slowly, as our Ali comes in to meet it. And there is no run. 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, 48 for 1, and we're just beginning to score a little bit more quickly. Leicestershire looked like they got over the worst. Not at all. Barnard in, bowls again. Looks quite correct, everything's quite close together for Vian Mulder, as you would hope from a current South Africa international really, but blocks it out into the offside. It's when the ball moves around that those correct movements become somewhat sort of forced, and he looks a little bit caught in the crease sometimes. His dismissals this season. Let's have a look and see how he's been out. Barnard is in and bowls to him. He's again half forward, thick inside edge. Runs out towards mid-wicket. Oliveira picks up and underarms the ball at the stumps, as much for form's sake as anything, I suspect. Misses them anyway. Mulder was back in his ground. Leg before wicket, call first slip. Called a deep square leg. Leg before wicket. Called at the wicket. Called at the wicket. Leg before wicket. In goes Barnard outside off stump. Mulder leaves. Quite often to the spinner. He was about twice against Sussex to the left arm spinner last week, so bit of if he's around when Baker is bowling, he might be interested. End of the over. Another maiden. Ed Barnard, 1 for 17 from his 5 overs, and Leicestershire remain 49 for 3.
Yep. Key little phase now, you think, don't you? can they get through to lunch without losing another wicket? Can Worcestershire pick another one up, or maybe even two, to go into the interval feeling absolutely on top? I think a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Lewis Hill now. He's got in 21 of 44 deliveries, played and missed at one in the last over. Well, played and missed at two. One he was annoyed with himself because he shouldn't have played, and one that did him completely. Here's Morris hoping to repeat that, or maybe even do better, get him out, but not with this one, because something goes wrong as he slips in delivery and he holds onto the ball and kind of mimes a delivery and then follows through and rather sheepishly jogs back to his mark.
Ed Barnard didn't know he was in the covers, walking in and sort of looked around almost wildly.
Where's it gone?
Ducked and where's that gone?
Here's Morris, hoping that he can complete the job this time. Comes in, and he does, and he bowls, and Hill is forward to a good straight delivery, which he pushes up to Pennington at mid-on. Quite a interesting little phase now.
Yeah, there's a lot on Hill's shoulders at the moment.
There is.
They've got to try and get through. Well, obviously they're going to try and get through to lunch without losing another wicket. But if they don't, it could be the same old story for the Foxes. Morning to Martin Barry, who an hour ago was, quote, feeling confident for our first victory of the season. Whether that still applies.
There's Morris again. Bowls to Hill. Turns this on the onside, and there's no run. Was there a suggestion at one stage that Hill was going to move?
A couple of years ago, when
might have gone to Northampton.
When he, I don't know about where, but when he lost the gloves to Harry Swindells,
right,
obviously he was the main wicket-keeper batsman, and you wondered whether without his wicket-keeping he'd stay in the side, but it seemed to sort of lift a little bit from him, really, and he had a super season with the bat last season, almost 1,000 first-class runs, 3 centuries.
There's Morris again, comes into him. Bowls bouncer again. Hill sways underneath it, negotiates it well. I've always had quite a bit of admiration for Lewis Hill. I'm not quite sure why. I've seen him get runs a few times and just always thought he was a pretty busy, well organised player. Knows his strengths, doesn't try and do things he can't really take on. And he's played well today. 21 off 47 at the moment. He waits now. Bat raised. Morris is into bowls, and that's short and wide, and that is his strength. It's a cut shot. Doesn't quite get hold of it, actually, sort of bottom edge. But picks up 2 as Jake Livy runs back from cover point to do the fielding in front of the pavilion. First runs since that third wicket went down, and the score goes up to 51 for 3 in the 22nd over. A trio of Leicestershire staff go past us.
Paul Nixon, Ed Barnes,
and the captain Callum Parkinson. Paul Nixon, who came and spoke to us here at New Road in the winter, the Worcestershire Cricket Society. As Morris bowls, and there's a big shout, and he's got him. Hill walking across his stumps, taken on the pad, big shout, looks disappointed. Think he may have thought it was going down the leg side. And umpire Russell Warren says, no, that's hitting and you're out, and Worcestershire have reduced Leicestershire to 51 for 4 in the 22nd over.
Height wasn't an issue, was it? But
no,
as you say,
I just think it might just have been drifting down. Just having a look at the replay now. Yeah. Well, umpire's call, shall we say? But anyway, the umpire's decision was out, and Charlie Morris has his second wicket, and Lewis Hill is dismissed, and that is a big wicket for Worcestershire. Didn't think it was a great decision personally, but difficult to say for sure. Just watching it actually again now, and the replay's cut off, so I can't say. But there we go, 51 for 4. 2 batsmen at the crease, neither of whom off the mark, because the new batsman is Rehan Ahmed, and he is making his debut today. Young spin bowling all-rounder, busy player. Seen him play for England under 19s. Quite impressive in that context, but slightly different here, and a testing time for him to come to the wicket with the Foxes 51 for 4 in the 22nd over. One ball left in that 22nd over, and a triple strike for Worcestershire in the space of 5 overs has changed this game completely. Morris comes in now and bowls to Ahmed, who pushes out on the onside. End of a successful over for Charlie Morris then. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16 his figures. And update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Taking on Leicestershire at New Road. It's day 1 of their county championship match that's going live now to New Road. Join our reporter, Frank Watts.
Well, if you'd have come to me 10 minutes ago, I'd have said Leicestershire were having a good morning, but pleased to say from a Worcestershire point of view that that's all changed. A triple strike in the space of just 5 overs has seen Leicestershire go from 48 for 1 to the current situation of 51 for 4. 2 wickets for Charlie Morris, 1 for Dylan Pennington and 1 for Ed Barnard this morning, and Worcestershire are right on top now. Azad out for 1, Patel for 24, Ackerman for 1, and a moment ago Lewis Hill LBW to Morris for 23. So we've got Rayan Ahmed on debut, not yet off the mark. Vian Mulder, the South African Test player, also not off the mark, and in the 23rd over at the moment, Leicestershire having won the toss and chosen to bat of 51 for 4.
Barnard is in past umpire Pollard and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Vian Mulder's bat, not for the first time. None from 12 deliveries from Mulder. Consensus of opinion on that Hill leg before. Seems to me that seems to be that it was going well down leg side. I don't know about well down, but enough doubt about it. Seems to be the general opinion that it was a generous decision as far as the bowler was concerned. That's how it goes sometimes. Barnard is in, outside off stump edge, brilliantly caught, one-handed at third slip by Baker. Whoa, that was a great catch, really sharp to his left, stuck out his left hand, and it stuck. Goodness me, Leicestershire 51 for 5, having been 48 for 1. They have lost 4 wickets in the space of adding just 3 runs. But that was a smart catch by Josh Baker.
Yeah, really good little period for Worcestershire here, and very important that they drive home this advantage that has been given them by this little spell. You can almost turn a game, can't you, in a session like this if you drive home your advantage, and that's why taking catches is so important. And that was a really sharp one from Josh Baker, very good catch indeed. And I'm just going to show you a replay. I've frozen it on that LBW. I think we might be being a bit unkind to the umpire. That looks like a very, very good decision to me.
Indeed.
That's
there's nothing too much wrong with that.
Hit him in front of middle on the back leg.
If it had been hitting, yes,
Yeah,
no, absolutely.
I think that's a really very good decision. That's the LBW of Lewis Hill in the 22nd over. So we've been saying the general consensus was that it wasn't a good shout, but I've just frozen the replay where the ball hits the pad, and that looks a decent one to me. So maybe the umpire deserves a bit of credit. 51 for 5. It's out anyway, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
No matter what we say.
And so too is Vian Mulder.
Great
because
catch.
That was a sharp grab from
Josh
Baker. Almost it was behind him. It was really travelling.
He is left-handed, so that sort
he
of
stuck
helped.
out his good hand, but it was just one-handed, and as sharp as you like.
Brilliant.
It stuck.
Brilliant.
Suddenly Worcestershire are all over Leicestershire.
Josh Baker's done well, you know. He's probably hardly ever fielded slip before in his life, I think, before this season. Picked up a couple of really good ones. That's not the first one. And also effected a brilliant direct hit run out earlier this season in one game against Sussex here. So I think it was against Sussex. So yeah, he's growing up quickly.
Barnard is in to the new batsman, who's Harry Swindles, who's leaning forward to that delivery, gets a thick inside edge, it runs off down towards long leg where Morris is the fielder, and Swindles is off the mark to his first delivery. Comes into the game on the back of a half century, his first of the season. Harry Swindles last week against Sussex went a long way towards saving the game. Well, Leicestershire would dearly love something similar this time round. They're going to need some sort of stand between these two youngsters, Swindles and Rehan Ahmed, who is facing and forward. He leans into that one, or walks into that one from Barnard, pushing the ball back down the wicket. Interesting that the debutant, Rehan Ahmed, would come in ahead of Swindles, who, for all his relative youth, is the more experienced of the players. Hasn't had a great season with the bat until that 57 last week. Harry Swindles averaging 17 from his 11 innings. In goes Barnard, bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who is forward very correctly. On off stump, out into the offside it goes. End of the over. Another successful one for Ed Barnard, who has 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18. At the other end, Charlie Morris, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. And Leicestershire, just in the blink of an eye it seems, have gone from 48 for 1 to 52 for 5. They've lost 4 wickets for 3 runs.
And Dylan Pennington is coming back into the attack at the Diglis end.
Well,
One
he
last
still
little
can.
burst before lunch. Yeah, I just showed that still of that LBW decision to
I'll
a couple of people in the press box, because I think we were all probably doing the umpire a disservice really with our opinion in the first place. It looks a very, very good decision to me, and you know, I think they get enough stick, don't they? I think umpires, and I think we ought to probably
we get it wrong,
right the wrongs. Yeah, absolutely. Here's Pennington from the Diglis end, and he's in, and he bowls to Swindles, who pulls his bat away at the very last minute from that one, and it's taken by Cox. So yeah, as you say, just in a few minutes this game has transformed really, and you're now thinking, aren't you, that it's, if they lose another one before lunch and they're say bowled out for say under 150 or something, then you'd feel that Worcestershire have given themselves a real chance. Pennington bowls, and that one is it edged?
Let's see what the signal is going to be leg by, I think, judging by the umpire.
Flying through past Ben Cox. He's just exploded off a length and went through Cox's gloves on the offside. Really took him by surprise and has gone down to long leg for 2 byes. So threatening delivery. Wouldn't be very happy if I was the batsman getting one like that early on. Swindles on 1, an uncomfortable 1 off 3 deliveries so far. Waits now as Pennington steaming in, bowls, and drops his hands underneath this and allows it through to Cox.
But that went like a leg break. Yeah, that previous delivery. Yeah. Just watching the replay.
We thought there'd be a bit in it, didn't we? And maybe in the first hour they didn't bowl that well. It was tidy, but when we saw that second wicket partnership appeared to be so comfortable.
Sometimes the ball is better after sort of half an hour or so to bowl with than it is initially.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about that batch of balls that they also put the glaze on over the seam.
4 slips now, and that's a really good delivery from Pennington. That's beaten the forward push of Swindles and climbed steeply on the way through to Ben Cox. This is when Pennington, looks at his best really, when he gets his line right, just back of a length, because he's a tall man, gets quite a bit of bounce. It's got a lot of promise.
And he's probably got that extra little nip of pace as well, compared to his fellow Worcestershire seamers.
Yeah, he has, and he comes in now. It's been a big miss in the last couple of games. He's in and he bowls, and Swindles plays that nicely because it bounced, and he's not the tallest, and he just pushed it down on the onside off his ribs. Always a sign of a well organised player when you can do that, I think, because it's so easy to get in a mess, isn't it, with a ball coming up at you like that. But he just rode it, dropped it down on the onside and took a single. And be happy to get up the other end, to be honest. But it's a testing one for Rayan Ahmed now.
Yep, welcome to first class cricket, young man.
55 for 5.
Yeah. Just go in there and see us through to lunch, please. And then build for a century
He waits
after
now.
that.
4 slips in place as Pennington is into him, and he bowls, and that's down the leg side, and spectacularly taken by Ben Cox. Gets a round of applause from around the ground, and he'll love that. And I think most keepers will know they're not the hardest ones, those, but you can make them look really good. Good goalkeeper style dive away to his left. End of the over from Pennington. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. 55 for 5.
Rayan Ahmed and Harry Swindles have a mid-pitch conversation, but I'm not sure there's too much they can say to each other. I was just watching Ahmed after each delivery that Swindles was facing, and Pennington bowled him 3 absolute peaches in that over that bounced and left him. And after each one he gestured with his hand as batsmen do. Barnard in from the New Road end, bowls to Swindles, who's shuffling forward trying to cover the movement. He does get behind that one on the front foot, drops it out off a thick inside edge out towards mid wicket. We are very happy. Brett D'Oliveira, I'm sure, is fielding. Swindles composes himself as Barnard, athletic run in and bowls, gets forward, looks a bit more comfortable against Barnard than he does against the slightly quicker Pennington, or did against the slightly quicker Dylan Pennington. Pennington 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. Barnard has his couple of wickets, 2 for 18 for him. 14 for the season, so I think he is now the leading wicket taker for Worcestershire in the county championship this season. Barnard, who is in, bowls, brings Swindles forward again, plunges forward rather. For 5 Leicestershire in deep trouble, having been 48 for 1. Barnard is in and bowling in the air, top edge down towards fine leg, should bounce over the fine leg boundary for 4. Went for the pull, went far too early really, he was on it very quickly, it didn't reach him in perfect time as far as Swindles was concerned. Might just have stopped a fraction, got a top edge and flew high down towards fine leg. No chance at all for the bowler. Pennington to run around the bowler, the far end, Pennington to run around from his long leg position down towards fine leg. Indeed, D'Oliveira, if anything, sends him even wider, almost under the tree down there in front of the hospitality marquee now. And it bounced over the ropes for 4. Swindles on to 6. Barnard is in, bowls to him, and he might pick up 4 more there. Can Pennington get there? Chases round, manages to put in the slide and stop the ball, and it is just 2 on this occasion for Harry Swindles. A more legitimate shot, if you like, from Swindles. Just turned his wrists on it and flicked it down towards fine leg. Pennington had a lot of work to do to get to the ball, but he did. Swindles picks up a couple, moves on to 8, 61 for 5. A glut of runs for Leicestershire as in goes Barnard and bowls outside off stump. Swindles steps across and leaves. Taken by Cox comfortably enough outside off stump. End of the over. A rare drought in terms of taking a wicket for Ed Barnard and Worcestershire in terms of what's gone on in the last 25 minutes or so.
I've had confirmation that Josh Baker had never fielded in the slips before this season from somebody who knows. That's his dad. So yeah, really steep learning curve. Picked up a couple of great catches, and that was a real beauty this morning. I've also had a message from somebody called William Chaundy who says, with a lot of draws in the county championship, why not make county games 5 days to align with test matches? I'll come back to that in a minute. Pennington in, bowls, and this is Ahmed pushing out on the offside, no run. Why not make county games 5 days to align with test matches to get the experience of 5-day cricket? Therefore, those making progression a bigger choice, and this can be accomplished by reducing one day and T20 cricket. Well, William, I'm afraid your thinking is out of line with that of the administrators, who aren't looking to reduce one day and T20 cricket at all, as you can see, because they introduced a new competition called the 100. It's Pennington bowls, Ahmed beaten outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and the answer really is that, at the moment, I'm afraid there's not enough days in the calendar as it is to fit in all the competitions that we have. I think the Professional Cricket Association are very keen to maintain the integrity of 4 competitions now: the 50 over competition, the T20, the County Championship, and they've accepted the 100. To add an extra day to each championship game would be impossible. Pennington in, bowls, and Ahmed goes for a hook shot, and he's caught it slip off the toe end of the bat. Really, probably a bit of inexperience then. Bounced by Pennington, he swings, gets a toe of the bat, and he's caught at first slip by Pollock. 61 for 6. Just to finish that point, and the only thing you could do is reduce the number of games, I suppose, if you're going to make them 5-day games. There we go, 61 for 6 here. Ahmed gone for naught. Be disappointed with that one. Little bit of a sucker punch, really. Pennington banging it in, and he went for the hook shot, and literally off the toe end of the bat, just head height at first slip. Ed Pollock takes his second catch of the morning.
Yeah, I suppose he will consider himself, or he may, but he was a little bit unfortunate that it could have flown anywhere at a great pace. Somehow he sort of snooker cued it, and it looped quite comfortably into the hands of Pollock, who was able to take it two-handed, more or less in front of his face, at first slip. Jake, good morning to you on Twitter. Can we stop getting out, please? Is his simple plea. Well, apparently not. Leicestershire have gone from 48 for 1 in no time at all to 61 for 6, and the first innings once again is in tatters. Ben Mike comes out, and we have still got, how long until lunch? A good 15 minutes or so, pretty much. Will Ben Mike go on the counter-attack? A very good 99 not out against Middlesex at Lords when he took on Shaheen Shah Afridi and hit him to all parts of headquarters. This a rather different sort of situation, different wicket. Mike and Swindles have a word, but the ball is doing plenty. Leicestershire found a couple of ways of getting out, but really it's the same old story, but worse, if you like, from the Foxes' point of view.
And Worcestershire have held on to their catches, haven't they? Two good slip catches. That one by Baker, just watched it again. That was a really good grab, that was. It was almost past him, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, he was almost reaching behind him.
61 for 6. William Chaundy also makes a couple of comments about the stream, saying when the camera goes to the boundary it was fine, and then the screen was cloudy, etc.
It isn't just me then, it does go cloudy.
I would just say to people though, and I usually say this once or twice in a game, the stream is nothing to do with us. They use our commentary on it, but we don't have any control over it at all, so please don't complain to us, I should say. Pennington bowls, and Mike is forward, pushing up to mid-on. No run. I don't mean don't complain to us. I mean let us know if there's a problem, because we can tell them, but it's not something we can actually manipulate from our commentary box. And the other thing to say is that we sometimes might say things. It's not so bad when the pitch is where it is today, Richard, but when it's over there, as you know, we sometimes might say things, and then people watching the stream think, what are you talking about? That was an inside edge, and you said it was an outside edge, or it was going down the leg side, or whatever. We can't see it when we're commentating. Pennington is in, bowls, and Mike is beaten by a good one outside off stump, taken above waist high by Cox. Bit of pace and fire from Pennington here, it's impressive stuff. But we are commentating on what we see, and we're not commentating on the pictures, and our commentary is intended for people that are just listening as well, so it's kind of like radio commentary, but it's being used with the pictures, so you might find at times that what we're talking about isn't exactly what you're looking at. Just to explain that, is Pennington again is in and bowls, and Mike is forward to this one, pushing up to mid-on. End of another successful over for Dylan Pennington, who's really enjoying his work this morning. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8 for the returning Worcestershire paceman, and Leicestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 61 for 6 off 26 overs.
How will Mike play? Will he throw the bat straight away? Will he just try and block it out until lunch? It was doing so much for Pennington in particular at a decent lick that it's hard to know what to do for the best from his point of view. He's usually at his best when he's trying to be positive. Swindle's a more gritty little player. Will just basically try and keep battling it out. Barnard is in to Swindles, who is forward, and it goes past the outside edge and taken by Ben Cox, falling stroke diving in front of Pollock at first slip, and D'Oliveira immediately runs across and talks to Barnard. I suspect, having seen that top-edged pull, and I've seen Swindles get out to a few short balls, it can discomfort him sometimes. It might not be the last he receives. That said, it's doing plenty in terms of conventional movement, so to speak, as Barnard is in looking for that conventional movement. Swindles gets forward to get to the pitch of it on that occasion, pushes it out into the offside, picked up by Ali, and there's no run. He'd be inclined, I think, the seamers just to keep looking for that little bit of a waist swing and a bit of seam movement, and it's doing enough as far as they're concerned without having to try and sort of buy a wicket, so to speak. It's a bit cooler as a cloud comes across, and Barnard is in. Walking into the defensive push there is Swindles. It goes straight back down the wicket to Barnard, and Swindles quickly hops back into his crease as Barnard picks it up and implies as though he might hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so. Lots of positive body language out there, as you would expect from the Worcestershire fielders, and Hospitality Marquee is loving it. It is packed out in there. In goes Barnard and bowls a leave from Swindles as he hops forward, and well, perhaps they should be sitting around tables at the moment, but nobody can take their eyes off the action. Everybody's outside, glued to the cricket, and why wouldn't you be if you're a Worcestershire supporter? Good crowd in front of, and the good crowd of members, good turnout of members in front of the D'Oliveira Pavilion. No, it's not the D'Oliveira Pavilion, the Hick Pavilion, the D'Oliveira stand, isn't it, over there? What am I talking about? The Hick Pavilion. In goes Barnard, and it's pushed into the covers. He's in trouble if the throw hits. Had a hit, he was run out. It missed. Goodness me, Libby had time, but he had only the one stump to aim at. The call was from Swindles, presumably, and Mike looks back down the wicket somewhat reproachfully.
Yeah. You don't want that, do you, when you're losing wickets like this?
Well, they almost gave away another one there, Leicestershire. Mike was gone for all money there. He was called through by Swindles, who's keeping his eyes firmly to the ground. Mike just has to recompose himself now. He's taking his guard for the first time from the New Road end, from umpire Pollard. But yeah, he's turned round, and slightly old-fashioned look at Harry Swindles. Well, is that the bit of luck that Leicestershire and Ben Mike needed to try and get this innings underway? Barnard is in, bowls to Mike outside off stump. Mike was shuffling forward there, and Ben Cox will have noted that and might think, perhaps after lunch sometime, if they get to that stage, of standing up to the wicket to Barnard, putting on the helmet. He's perfectly capable of so doing. End of the over. Leicestershire looking at a scoreboard which reads 62 for 6. Only Rishi Patel with 24 and Lewis Hill with 23 into double figures for the Foxes.
So Pennington, will it be the last over before lunch? We might get one more after this, depends what happens. He's in, he bowls, and Swindles takes his bat away from that one. 62 for 6. Scores elsewhere, if you're watching, and you've been watching this one all morning, just to let you know what's happening in the other games in this over as we approach lunch at Taunton. Hard work for Somerset, who won the toss and chose to bat 58 for 3 of 28 overs. At Northampton, Kent, who were put in doing rather better. 85 without loss of 28 overs. At Headingley, Warwickshire in a bit of trouble, having won the toss and chosen to bat against Yorkshire. They're 56 for 4 as Pennington bowls and Swindells plays at this one. Didn't need to, it's quite wide outside the off stump. Pushed at it quite hard, missed it, taken by Cox. And at Lord's, Durham are making steady progress. Their openers are in good form, aren't they? They're 81 for 1 off 29.4 overs. East Midlands battle at Trent Bridge, the A52 Derby they call it, don't they? When Derby County play Nottingham Forest. Here's Pennington again, he's in, he bowls. Swindells leaves this one alone, taken by diving Cox, moving to his right. Derbyshire put into bat 87 for 3 off 26.2 overs, and finally at Old Trafford, Essex, who chose to bat, are 73 for 1. So that's what's going on around the country. The most eventful place for county cricket this morning is here at New Road in Worcester, where we've seen 6 Leicestershire wickets fall. Dylan Pennington moves in again now, bowls, and Swindells is forward, gets a kind of thickish outside edge as he walks into that one, and it runs away square on the offside to Libby.
You coached a lot of schoolboys in your time. There's something of a schoolboy attempted hook by.
Yeah. I mean, his feet are wrong. His feet are wrong, aren't they, as well?
But everything is wrong, really.
Probably a bit quicker than he thought as well, but he'll learn from it. I mean, it's a rite of passage dismissal, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
On your debut, and these things happen, and you come back stronger. Trying to set a little trap for Swindells here, Pennington. Man going back on the hook, square leg. He comes in and he bowls, and Swindells is beaten by a good one. Just getting a bit of shape on this, Pennington, moving it away off the seam. And Swindells, well, he may just have given up on that one. I don't think he really played at that one, but it's a threatening over again from Pennington. 1 ball left in it. His 8th, 2 for 8 so far. I think we'll probably get 1 more in before lunch. But yeah, looking at that, well, he just got in a tangle, didn't he? The one that started it all off was the one that surprised us all, wasn't it? Which was Rishi Patel's one.
The Patel dismissal, yes.
Yeah. Here's Pennington again, bright sunshine as he bowls, and Swindell is forward, pushes back up to the bowler, end of the over. I think we are going to have 1 more before lunch. 62 for 6, and Pennington 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 8.
And I
smashing spell.
I suspect, Frank, it's not going to be the traditional over of left arm spin.
Yeah, the old cliche. Everybody does it, don't they?
Had it been 70 for 1,
yeah,
it might
absolutely,
have been.
absolutely.
62 for 6 with the seamer's tails very much up. Yeah. I suspect not.
See if you can get another one, Ed.
D'Oliveira throws Ed Barnard the ball. 3 slips go down in hungry anticipation as he runs in and bowls 2. Mike bounces and leaves him, and Mike looks down the pitch in disbelief, I suspect, and Ben Cox is on his back. It absolutely took off.
That was a snorter.
It took off. Well, now, whether this is the pitch, the new batch of balls. Oh, coming to the top of the hour. Don't worry with it. Top of the hour tends to be towards the end of the news, so I'm hoping to get through this over. I don't want to miss it. In goes number 30, Ed Barnard. Bowls to Mike, who's down the wicket edges, and he's dropped. He is dropped at second slip. Haynes to his right. By the standard of the catches that have been taken, particularly that by Baker, that was a fairly straightforward one. He went for the off drive without any real intent of real aggression, and he almost steered it towards Haynes. It was lowish, maybe about between knee and waist to his right, maybe about knee height, and it was fairly straightforward by second slip standards, and it went down. Barnard in again, bowls, and again Mike is driving, gets a thick inside edge, and it squirts out into the onside, and there is no run. Well, 62 for 6 could so easily have been 62 for 7, should have been 62 for 7. Spilled by Haynes. Will it make any difference? At the moment, it doesn't look as though it may, but could do. In goes Bernard, bowls outside off stump. He'll be steaming. He'll be cross about that. Outside off stump and left by Mike. No run.
Yeah, Jack Haynes has got some good ones this year, actually. He's another one who's new to it, really. As I said several times, they've had to find a new slip cordon, and all three of them have caught good catches, actually. And that was probably the most straightforward of any of them. Well, no, the second one for Pollock was easy, but it was sharp, but he got his hands to it.
Bernard is in, bowls, Mike drives, gets a little bit more of that, but again it's not entirely convincing. He's nowhere really near the pitch of it. He got on top of the bounce, steered it out towards backward point where Libby fields. Again, I don't think Bernard will have minded seeing that shot with just 2 deliveries to go before lunch, or 1 now. What a morning it has been for Worcestershire. 62 for 6. This after Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. Bernard mops his brow, not hurrying through the over. How many overs have we had? 29 we'll have had after this. In he goes and bowls and beats Mike outside off stump. End of the over, and what a morning it's been, Frank.
Yeah, really good morning for Worcestershire anyway. Not so good for Leicestershire, but it didn't look that way, did it? 48 for 1 in the 18th over when Rishi Patel was out, and an absolute collapse since then. And at lunch, Ben Mike yet to get off the mark. Harry Swindells is on 9, and Leicestershire are 62 for 6 off 29 overs. Worcestershire absolutely on top. Having lost the toss this morning, they'll be delighted with their morning's work. The bowling figures, I'll just give you before I do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. Charlie Morris, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. Dylan Pennington, probably the pick of the bowlers, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 8. Matthew Waite on debut, the loanee from Yorkshire, 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 9. Ed Barnard, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 25. Could have been better, had 1 put down in the last over before lunch. But very much Worcestershire's morning. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume after lunch on day one of this LV Insurance County Championship game, Division 2, between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. They were going along very nicely this morning at one stage at 48 for 1, but then a clatter of wickets in the pre-lunch period sees them resuming after lunch on 62 for 6, and it could have been worse with a catch going down in the last over before lunch as well. Ben Mike is yet to get off the mark, and Harry Swindells is on 9, and he's also on strike as Dylan Pennington begins the first over after lunch. And alongside me to tell you about it is Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester.
Thank you, Frank. Good afternoon, everybody. 4 slips behind Harry Swindells as Pennington goes in from the Diglis end and bowls 2 wide, and Swindells can and does leave, with an element of relief about the leave as well, I'm sure. Pennington, big man, just paused at the end of his sort of follow through and looked at his footholds there, footmarks. Wasn't quite happy as he ran through the crease. Worcestershire will be happy though, 62 for 6. So Leicestershire basically in the sort of 45 minutes pre-lunch as Pennington is in. Bowls to Swindells, who's defending, leaning forward. Ball slightly short of a good length probably, but got on top of the bounce. Went from 48 for 1, 14 for 5 from that point on. As Frank said, could easily have been 14 for 6. Should have been, really. The standard of catching has been very high from Worcestershire, or was very high this morning, until that one just before lunch when Jack Haynes put down a chance as Swindells leaning forward again into that one. Not a great deal of foot movement, sort of walked a little bit into that delivery, pushing it out towards mid-on, where Morris is the fielder. Ben Cox, an interesting little sort of warm-up dance as he runs back towards us, kicking his legs out, as though he was at the Folie Bergère at the end of the chorus line. Ben Cox appears with his sun hat on and his wicket-keeping pads for the specialists. In goes Pennington outside off stumps. Swindells leans forwards and leaves. A bit cloudy at New Road at the moment. All big white fluffy jobs, nothing threatening. And the ground looking a picture, if you avoid looking to your left at the hotel. I went across to the Basil d'Oliveira stand, seen acquaintance up there. Lovely view, sort of looking back across. New Road. Pennington is in, bowls and driven away for 4 by Harry Swindells. Well, that was an authoritative and impressive shot, really. Yeah. Just put it away. It was out there, and he stepped into it and cracked it away. And
don't bowl that to me.
This is perhaps a signal of a mindset on the part of these 2 young Leicestershire batters. Early days, but a good start to the post-lunch session, to the afternoon session for Leicestershire. But goodness me, they have a lot of ground to make up. Pennington is in and bowls down the leg side, and Swindells attempts to help it on its way, but in a fairly desultory sort of manner. Didn't get anything on it. Taken by Ben Cox away to his left. End of the first over by Pennington's standards, a relatively ordinary one, and as a consequence Harry Swindells picked up 4, moves on to 13 from 29 balls, 66 for 6. Sam Evans, Vian Mulder walk back from the nets, Mulder having scored a big fat 0, Evans having been left out for the game.
And we're going to see Matthew Waite bowl again from the New Road end immediately after lunch. The loanee from Yorkshire making his debut for Worcestershire, bowled tidily enough this morning. 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 9. And he's going to have another go from the New Road end as he did this morning. Medium pace, fairly short approach. He's in and he bowls, and Ben Mike is forward, and Matthew Waite falls over in his follow through and does a little somersault down the pitch, picks himself up quite comfortably. Doesn't appear to be any worse for wear, Mike having pushed that one away defensively on the onside. And now the umpire has another look at Waite's follow through, as he did this morning a couple of times, and decides it's okay. He doesn't say anything to the bowler, and Waite turns again and comes in right arm over the wicket, bowls to Ben Mike, who's forward to a ball of good length and pushes straight back up the pitch to the bowler. Men out this morning then: Hassan Azad for 1, LBW to Dylan Pennington, and then Rishi Patel popping a catch up to mid wicket, where Azhar Ali took the ball diving forward off the bowling of Charlie Morris, out for 24. Ackerman was then caught at first slip by Ed Pollock off Ed Barnard for 1. His Waite again bowls outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Cox, and then Lewis Hill, LBW to Charlie Morris for 23, a decision which generally in the press box and in here we all thought looked a little bit leg-sidey, until we had a look at the replay in slow-mo and sort of freeze frame, and we realised then that it was actually a very, very good decision by the umpire Russell Warren, ball hitting him on the back leg. And then Mulder was out for 0, caught by Baker at slip off Barnard. Break off as Waite bowls to Mike, who works this to mid wicket, where Baker does the fielding. And then just before lunch, Rayan Ahmed on debut, caught at slip by Ed Pollock off the bowling of Dylan Pennington, also without scoring. When you say caught at slip off Dylan Pennington, you imagine a batsman pushing forward and nicking one to slip. It was nothing like that. He went for a pull shot, hook shot off a bouncer. I'll break off as Waite comes in again and bowls, and Mike is again forward, defending down on the offside, no run. And he went for a hook shot and basically got a cue end right on the toe of the bat, and it lobbed really to Ed Pollock at slip. Good one here. All the fielders think it's the end of the over, everybody's changing round, and even the scoreboard's changed, and the umpire's saying there's one ball left, and I think he's going to check with the scorers now, and we're going to find out whether or not.
I'm going to go on the radio and tell him.
They're telling him it's actually not over, and he's coming in now. Oh, and now Ben Mike says, well, hang on a minute,
Well,
is it over or not?
nobody's really
Backing
ready
away.
here. Nobody's
Dead
really
ball
ready.
given. Waite came in to complete the over, and Ben Mike backed away because he wasn't sure whether it was over or not. They've been on the walkie-talkie to the scorers, who are next door to us.
He could probably hear that walkie-talkie out there. Ben
and
Mike.
they've told him there is one ball left. And Waite's figures are now 5.5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 9. He hasn't bowled a maiden. Why on earth would that happen? And the umpires usually check with each other as well. Here's Waite anyway to complete the over, and he does so successfully. And Mike drives up to mid-off. So after all that, he has got figures of 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 9, and it's 66 for 6. That was a strange one, because they always check when there's 4 gone, don't they, the umpires? You see them give a little signal.
The square leg umpire signals to the, or vice versa. They both confirm that they're both awake. It was as well nothing happened on that last ball. I suspect it could have been a 7th ball. 4th slip is going out for Pennington bowling to Swindles. Baker is going into the covers after that crashing cover drive played by Harry Swindles in Pennington's last over. Just the 3 slips then, as Pennington is in and bowls to Swindles, who again is leaning forward to a ball of good length that just threatened to rise up on him a bit.
It's bounced a bit, didn't it?
Did. It's a brave man getting forward in these circumstances. Ben Mike once again undressing himself and sorting himself out. You would think coming out after lunch you'd be pretty much sorted out, but Mike just drying his hands on the crease. Picks up his bat now, having got his gloves back on. Pennington charges in and bowls to Swindles down the leg side. Goes further away. Taken by Cox, relatively unfussily. Did still have to sort of tumble a little bit because it was so far away from him. His momentum took him over. Again, Swindles gestured at it as it went on down the leg side. 66 for 6. 31.2 overs. So it could be a longish day. Get all the men in. In goes Pennington bowls, thick inside edge as Swindle stretched forward there and looks quickly around to see it running down along the ground behind square on the leg side. Weight comes in from that wide long leg position, almost deep backward square, and Swindle picks up a single. Moves on to 14. Out of 67 for 6, only the third Leicestershire player to get into double figures. 24 to Patel, 23 to Hill. About as good as it got for the Foxes this morning. Brings Mike on to strike. Pennington is in, bowls to him outside off stump. Good length, but a little bit wide. Mike
I always
can
think
leave.
it's funny when you look at Ben Mike and he's got number 8 on his back and Mike across his shoulders, and it always makes me, it'd be interesting if they all had Dave, Pete, Fred, if they had their sort of shortened Christian names, because that's what. If you didn't know the game, if you were an American looking at cricket for the first time, you'd think, oh yeah, they all have their nicknames on their back. That chap's called Barnard.
Pennington is in, bowled down the leg side. Mike tries to swing it on its way. It's too wide for Cox to get to it. It's going to run down to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes. A bit disappointed about that, Ben Cox. He did get his left gauntlet to it.
It died on
but
him, really.
Yeah. All he could do was slow it down as he went across to his left, and it still had enough momentum to trickle over the ropes down at fine leg. Leicestershire grateful for those 4 extras. Move on to 71 for 6.
Going back to my shirt thing, some of the footballers, the foreign ones, they have nicknames, don't they?
They
Because
do.
they can't fit their full names on the back of their
Essentially,
shirts. Yeah.
Pennington's probably pushing his luck a bit as he runs in towards us and bowls again to Mike, who drives, and he gets that one past Oliver, and it's going to run out to the wide extra cover stroke long off boundary for 4. Lovely shot from Ben Mike. It was sort of on the up. The ball was on the up. He wasn't at the pitch of it, but he managed to get in a big enough stride to keep it down and drive it away. And for the second consecutive over, Dylan Pennington is driven for 4 through the off side. And if you'd come in at lunch, you'd think, oh, it's a good day for batting.
Yeah.
Then you look to your left at the scoreboard and think, perhaps not. 75 for 6, Mike. Off the mark with that boundary. He's on 4, Swindles 14.
Yeah, Pennington, they do just about get his full name on the back of the shirt, but the apostrophe of omission could have been useful, couldn't it? In that case. Of course, we've got D'Oliveira with an apostrophe. I don't think there are any others that could be construed as first names. Anyway, here's Waite in, bowling to Swindles, who turns this on the leg side and thinks he's going to get a run, but there's a very good diving stop by Josh Baker, moving to his right, his wrong side really, at mid-wicket, and completes the fielding by jumping to his feet, throwing the ball back in, and then very nicely goes and just replaces his divot on the edge of the square there, just treads it back in where he fell, probably a bit soft and lush out there after the overnight rain. Charlie Morris loosening up at mid-on, suggesting he'll be back into the attack shortly. Matthew Waite again from the New Road end is in and bowls, and the same result as previously. The ball turned to mid-wicket. This time Baker doesn't have to dive though, he just moves to his right and does the fielding, and again there is no run. 75 for 6. Bright afternoon here at New Road. Pleasant temperature, around about 20 degrees I should think. T-shirt weather perhaps, but certainly not too hot, and a good crowd scattered around the ground. Good population in the Graham Hick Pavilion for this one, because the pitch is situated on the pavilion side of the ground. Tend to find the pavilion is less well populated when the pitch is further over to the 7 side. Here's Waite again in, bowls, another good length delivery. Swindles is forward, pushes back to the bowler, does his own fielding. No run. Steady Eddie, Matthew Waite, I would describe him as in many ways, Richard, as a bowler, what I've seen today.
Yeah.
Line and length. Didn't try and bang it in. Hits the deck quite hard. No great pace, but tidy.
It's the hospitality marquee is full of Worcestershire County Cricket Club ambassadors. If I don't
Indeed.
know whether that's
I don't know what that
a
means.
special event for them.
Yeah, I think it must be. And they appear to be predominantly male, from what I can see. You know when they were all out before in that period just before lunch. But no, I don't know exactly what that means. Anyway, Matthew Waite in bowls. It's a bit short of a length actually. I've described him as a line and length bowler, and that one is short and wide, and it's very nicely played by Swindle. Just punches it through the covers off the back foot for 4. So rapid progress since lunch. 61 for 6 at the break, and 18 runs added since. And Harry Swindles goes on to 18, and it's 79 for 6.
Yeah, 4 boundaries, 3 off the bat, 1 down.
Yeah,
for buys,
as you say.
But good shots.
All looking pretty straightforward. Yeah, bad balls, weren't they? All of them, I suppose. 2 half volleys and a short one. Waite is in. Normal service is resumed as he bowls a much straighter, fuller delivery and hits Swindles on the pad as he falls over it slightly.
Looked
and
a bit high.
There was an appeal, but I think it's going down as well. But it was an appeal that was kind of led from behind the stumps, and then Waite joined in. That was the impression I got. But umpire Paul Pollard unimpressed. 1 ball left in this. Waite's 7th over, 4 maidens, no wicket for 13. His respectable figures. He's in, he bowls, and Swindles pushes out on the onside. End of the over. 79 for 6 off 33.
Ben Mike, surname makes up for the shortness of the surname with a splendid first 3 names. I think it's Benjamin Whitworth Monroe Mike. So get all that on a shirt. That would be a BWM Mike. Son of Greg, of course.
They have trouble getting that on his passport, let alone his shirt, I think.
Former Nottinghamshire batter.
Fantastic. Benjamin Whitworth Monroe.
Yeah.
Marvellous.
I think that's the sort of family name that he uses. And Greg's usually around somewhere watching his boy play. He's waiting with bat raised as Pennington goes in and bowls to him on towards the legs, and he's waiting for that one rather, dropping it out into the leg side.
Like a lot of ex-teachers, Richard, I sort of collect names. I remember the names of the most sort of exotic names of the pupils that I've taught over the years. I actually taught an Omar Sharif here in Worcester at one time. But I was having this conversation with somebody and they told me a name that trumped all others.
Pennington is in outside off stump, comes back in, is left by Mike. Slips the reckon it was close, possibly wasn't that close.
I have told this story on air before. I better wait because no, we're not going to have an update yet. But I have told this story on air before. But there's a friend in Derby who told me that he worked for Rolls-Royce and he went to a meeting in New York and they all sat round a table and everybody had to introduce themselves and they had little signs in front of them saying their names, and they went round the table and it came to this chap and his name was, and he genuinely swears this is true, the chap's name was Purvis J. Thrash III.
Pennington is in and Mike has a horrible little waft at that one outside off stump, nowhere near the pitch of the ball. It was sort of half forward and it was absolute nothing of a shot and could easily have just tickled that one through to Ben Cox. He walks away and stretches, but I'm sure he's also mentally berating himself.
And I thought I couldn't beat that. That's
no,
just,
that is
to have Purvis J. Thrash once would be enough. Twice too much, but 3 times inexplicable.
Pennington is in, bowls, and Mike edges off the inside edge, and it runs down to fine leg. He had no idea where that had gone. Pennington's still getting good seam movement. He's tending to be back in to a certain extent at the moment. Mike picks up 1. He looks ill at ease. His body language at the moment. Ben Mike, that very fine cover drive to get off the mark notwithstanding. He's not that of a man who is particularly comfortable at the moment. Swindles is battling away on 18. Pennington is in to him. He's up on his toes, defending that delivery off stump out towards backward point where Libby is the fielder. It's the top of the hour, so and there's the cathedral bells to confirm what I've just said. Lovely mellow sound, very pleasing. Do you still hear them, or do you sort of, are you used to them? So you know,
No,
to a certain extent,
still
or,
hear them.
you know,
As you say, it's just part of the whole scenario, isn't it? Really.
Pennington is in outside off stump, and Swindles pulls his bat back outside the line of the delivery and over it. End of the over. 80 for 6. Mike has 5. Swindles 18. A stand of sorts of 19 for the 7th wicket so far.
And Richard going off to do his update for BBC Radio Leicester. I'll be doing the same shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. And the news is that there is something of a recovery underway here. 61 for 6 at lunch has become 80 for 6 as Matthew Waite begins the 35th over of the innings from the New Road end and bowls to Mike, who gets a run, pushes this one through mid-wicket, past the diving Barnard, who's in and on the drive, really close-ish at mid-wicket, and they take a single. 2 slips in place, plus Barnard in that catching position at short mid-wicket, the only close fielders, and then we've got backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket, and long leg as Matthew Waite is in again. Bowls, and forward comes Swindells. Slightly mistimes this, got there a little bit early and pushed it upishly up towards D'Oliveira at mid-off. No run. 81 for 6 it remains, so 20 added since the lunch interval. Lovely sunny afternoon here at New Road now, and Worcestershire looking to press home the advantage they seized in the morning session. Waite again is in, Swindles again is forward, pushes to Barnard in that short mid-wicket position. Good crowd for a first day. Spread fairly evenly around New Road. We talked about the hospitality marquee being very well populated by an event there. Pavilion 2. But good sprinkling of spectators all the way round. As Waite comes in again and bowls a bouncer to Swindles, who ducks underneath it and then nods in appreciation to the bowler. Says, yeah, well done, decent bouncer, had to get out of the way. First time we've seen Waite resort to the short one.
This is the county championship match.
Here comes that update.
Let's go live to the ground now and BBC Hereford with Frank Watson.
An excellent morning for Worcestershire here as they saw Leicestershire subside from 48 for 1 at one stage to 61 for 6 at the lunch interval. 2 wickets each for Dylan Pennington, Charlie Morris and Ed Barnard. Since lunch, however, something of a recovery by the visitors, who won the toss and chose to bat earlier today, and they're currently 81 for 6 in the 35th over with Ben Mike on 6 and their wicketkeeper Harry Swindles on 18. As Swindles pushes that one away on the offside and Azhar Ali does the fielding. So here's Waite, last ball of his 8th over, he's in, he bowls, and again it's shortish down the leg side, taken by Cox, skipping over to his left, and there's no run. End of the over from Matthew Waite then on debut. 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 14, his tidy figures, and Dylan Pennington is going to come out of the attack at the Diglis end and is being replaced by Charlie Morris. Pennington 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 18. Both Richard and I thought he was the most impressive of the Worcestershire bowlers this morning, and probably deserved that little spurt after lunch, having picked up a wicket just before the interval. 81 for 6 though, he's retiring from the attack and Charlie Morris is back in, and so is Richard.
Yeah, he was the pick before lunch, but he quite
No.
seem to find his rhythm
No.
post lunch.
I would agree with that.
Perhaps he had
Too much pudding.
too much pud. He had 2 helpings. I'm sure he didn't hasten to add. So Morris is in from the Diglis end to bowl to Ben Mike, who is leaning forward into his defensive press, pushing the ball back down the pitch towards Charlie Morris, who picks up the ball, looks at it a bit disdainfully and throws it to Brett D'Oliveira. Stalks back towards that very big pile of sawdust. I think it's superfluous. The ground staff may wish to remove those before the ball runs through it at some stage. Talking of which, perhaps this new batch of balls is a little bit better because it hasn't had to be changed yet. Famous last words. In goes Morris and bowls cut for 4 by Ben Mike wristily. Wasn't so very far from Jake Libby at backward point, but it was far enough and he got plenty of it, and that was a nice shot really from Ben Mike, who moves into double figures. He moves on to 10, 85 for 6. Can these two... They've begun the process of sort of repairing the image, the innings, but so much work to do. From 61 for 6 when Riyad Ahmed was caught at first slip off the bowling of Pennington. Mike dropped on naught, lest we forget, by Jack Haynes at second slip off the bowling of Ed Barnard shortly before lunch. In goes Morris and bowls. Mike is driving pleasantly. Again, he didn't put his full weight into it though, guided it out between Baker in the covers and D'Oliveira at wide-ish mid-off. D'Oliveira runs back towards the hospitality marquee with the tree in front of it, beautiful tree, and takes just the single in the end. It was just one. I thought they'd pick up 2, but it shows you how, given it was only picked up 3 or 4 yards inside the ropes, it shows you how close that boundary is on that side. Morris polishes the ball industriously on the bottom of his shirt before bounding in and bowling. Thick inside edge and pad, sees the ball run down to fine leg, where weight picks up and throws not inside edge, just pad as it turned out, so that one did seam back in. Another bite, another extra is taken, moves on to 9 extras for the innings. 87 for 6, partnership 26 now, comfortably the second highest of the innings. 39 between Patel and Hill, the only other partnership of note. In goes Morris and bowls, and Mike picks him up over mid-wicket and smacks him away for 4. That was, you used the word dismissive I think before of the Swindles cover drive in the first over after lunch, and that was something of the same ilk, just picked up and smacked away. 91 for 6, Mike on to 15. He is a dangerous player, as he showed at Lord's, and has shown it a couple of times during his career, yet to do so consistently. This is a good afternoon to do it, as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Mike looks around him, no real changes to the field. Azar probably goes a little bit wider at mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket is in, as in goes Morris and bowls a bouncer, and Mike gets in position to hook, but pulls out of the shot. It was a very high bouncer from Charlie Morris. End of the over, 91 for 6. The partnership moves up to 30. And as I say, it'd be strange if you'd come in at lunch. You'd think it was a fairly straightforward batting day.
Yeah, quite significant when you think they've added 30 and there was only 61, and it's come so quickly, hasn't it? But there just doesn't appear to have been any threat since lunch. Very strange, isn't it? The pulsating nature of the game.
Yes.
Very interesting. Matthew Waite to continue from the New Road end. Bustles in and bowls to Swindles outside the off stump, left alone. Bit of movement there, going away, but wide enough for him to leave alone in the first place. 91 for 6 it remains. Get in touch if you'd like to. Twitter's probably the easiest way. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Richard has a designated Leicestershire cricket one, which is at Leicestershire.
At Fox's Cricket
At
22.
Fox's Cricket 22. At Fox's Cricket 22. I'll try and remember that so I don't have to keep asking you to repeat it. So at Frank Watson 58 or at Fox's Cricket 22. This one is a bit straighter from weight, and Swindles does play at it this time, but he misses it, and it goes through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. So Swindles 18. Other than Patel, I'd say Swindles has looked the most assured of the Leicestershire batsmen. Mike's played some good shots, but he was put down on naught. Swindles has this sort of habit of trying to get inside the line almost, doesn't he? And that's why I think sometimes you see the hands get raised, they think there's going to be an LBW shout, and then he gets a bat down on it, just gets in behind this one, pushes it to mid-wicket, fielded by Barnard. But he's a busy batsman, and quite a bit of responsibility on his shoulders now. He's faced 49 balls, Swindles, for his 18. I think he'll probably, I would guess, Richard, play the sort of anchor role, and Michael try and play a more natural attacking game. One would imagine that'll be their approach. Waite is in again, bowls, and having said that, Swindles lets me down. There's a big waft at one outside the off stump, missed it, and then it moved back after it had gone past his bat, and Cox took it going away to his left. So there's still a bit of movement there when the balls hit the seam, and Swindles looks rather nonplussed. Stood with his hand on his hip after missing that one for quite a long time, trying to work out just what went wrong. And the answer is, I think it just wasn't quite there for the drive. Waiting again. Balls, and this time Swindles covers up and pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. So it remains 91 for 6. The men out this morning. Azad, Worcestershire's nemesis in the first game of the season, went for 1, Patel for 24, Ackerman for 1, Hill for 23, Mulder and Ahmed both without scoring. 2 wickets each for Pennington, Morris and Barnard. None for this man, Matthew Waite, who comes in and bowls, and Swindles is on the back foot, pushing defensively out on the offside. The end of Waite's 9th over, his 5th maiden. 9 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 14, his figures. And it's 91 for 6.
Just looking at his 11 dismissals so far this season, Harry Swindles, he's actually been bowled 4 times and been LBW 3 times, which might tell you something about his vulnerabilities, such as they are at the moment.
He just looks to me as though he just kind of occasionally might plant that front foot and play round it a little bit, but could be wrong.
Got in on plenty of occasions without managing to go on other than once with that 57 in his last innings, but he does look to have gained a certain amount of confidence from that. 57, hard working, came off 178 balls, included 6 fours and a 6, and went a long way towards saving the game against Sussex. Ben Mike takes guard, ready to face Charlie Morris. From the Diglis end, Morris is in, bowls to him towards middle and leg. Mike leans forward, turns it past mid-wicket. Barnard might be a bit cross with himself at not stopping that when he sort of fell across to his right and did get his right hand to the ball. As he shakes his right hand, wasn't able to stop it. Consequently, mid-on, Pennington had to run around to his right behind it. And Mike picks up 1, moves on to 16, has almost caught Harry Swindles already. 92 for 6. Swindles just checks his guard. Looks around him. Short mid-wicket, Barnard is still there, and the 2 slips as Morris is in and bowls. Swindles is walking forward into his defensive shot, which, having hit bat, he then sort of has a little sort of flourish. He strokes the bat through a shot, so to speak, having blocked it. He continues with a little bit of a almost flamboyant follow through. It's a pure habit, really. Morris turns, knees pumping, runs in and bowls. Swindles turns him nicely away through wide mid wicket. In fact, he's timed it so well it's going to beat Azhar Ali by a distance across the ropes over there, in front of the Severn and the pavilion and the cathedral. I beg your pardon. Nice piece of timing. Used the pace of the ball. Didn't try and overhit it.
No, beautiful shot. He's strong there, isn't he? I mean, having talked about his movements, that's whereas they might block off other areas, that's the area that it brings into play, as it were.
Yeah. Moves into the 20s, on to 22. Morris is in and bowls. That's a better delivery, and he isn't quite sure whether to go forward or back in the end. Half forward, waiting. Thick outside part of the bat steers the ball out towards Libby at backward point. Claps his hands together. Libby, that is. No run. 96 for 6. So we'll just adjust the velcro on his gloves. Fastenings. Goes through his routine. Raises the bat. In goes Morris. He cuts. Good stop by Libby because he got plenty of that. Harry Swindles got on top of it. Cut it very firmly. Pretty much straight towards Libby. But boy, it was travelling. And in those circumstances, Libby did well to quickly get down and block the ball. Saved 4. That's what he's there for. But even so,
it must have hurt though.
It wasn't half
he's
travelling.
Not shown any reaction whatsoever. He did that thing where you would kind of withdraw your hand as it hits the surface, so it didn't really clatter into it. But he just tucks his hands behind his back as though it wasn't hurting. But I bet it did. It was a good shot, wasn't it? He's looking at his hand ruefully now.
Yeah. When nobody's kind of watching.
Yeah, nobody's looking anymore.
In goes Morris and bowl. Swindles drives. Doesn't know where it's gone. It's gone down towards long leg. He looked behind him quickly there. Oof, thick edge.
Seen 2 of those, haven't we, since lunch?
We have. And it could have gone anywhere. Could have gone onto the stumps. It didn't. It ran towards weight down there at wide long leg. And Swindles picks up 1. Keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. Louis Kimber, Leicestershire's acting 12th man, comes out with something that Mike has rubbed on his hands. Some sort of proprietary substance perhaps that dries them or gives you a bit of extra grip, and he sheds a sweater as well.
Yeah, it looked like deep heat or something like that when he first. I thought, well, you wouldn't spray that on your hands, but I think you're right. I think it's some sort of a drying spray. He's been bothered by that, hasn't he? Throughout this innings, he's wiped his hands in the dirt a couple of times. It's that kind of day. It is quite a muggy sort of day. It's not sweltering, but both batsmen have shed their sleeveless sweaters. Matthew Waite's going to carry on from the New Road end. Tidy figures. 9 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 14. I reckon he's bowled 2 really bad balls and they've both gone to the boundary. Other than that, he's been miserly, really. He comes in now and bowls, and right on a length, off stump. Swindles forward, pushes out on the offside. Azhar Ali fields, and there's no run. So good progress by the Foxes since lunch. 61 for 6 at the break. 97 for 6 now. And these two with quite a bit of responsibility. Batsmen to come. Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright. And comes Waite, bowls a short one which Swindles cuts at, misses it. Taken by the keeper, and the other batsman to come, Ed Barnes.
Yeah, it'll be Parkinson, Barnes, Wright.
Parkinson, Barnes, Wright, yeah. So almost
all capable.
All capable, but I still feel quite a bit of responsibility on this pair, really.
In terms of scoring quickly, Ed Barnes has an 80 to his name last year against Somerset.
Waite again, in short this time, and Swindles rides it, gets up on his toes and steers it down to backward point where Libby fields, and there's no addition. But Worcestershire, you know, they might have trooped off at lunch, probably not really thinking too much about that drop catch in the over before lunch, but they've gone off thinking, yeah, we've got them down now. Really bowled them out for under 120 or something like that. But look at the scoreboard now, 97 for 6 looks a bit different. Trap set by Waite again, man going out on the boundary on the leg side. Will it be short or will it be a bluff? He's in, he bowls, it is short. And Swindells is out, bounced out by Matthew Waite, just popped it up on the offside, and Jack Haynes running round from second slip takes the catch. Swindells can't believe it, sort of set the trap, sent a man out on the leg side boundary, bowled the bouncer, and in fact he gets the catch by just gloving it really, I think, up in front of him on the offside. It looped up in the air and Jack Haynes ran up from second slip to take the catch. So Harry Swindells is out for 23 and it's 97 for 7.
Once again, Swindells has got in and not been able to go on, and it isn't the first time he's struggled against the short ball. Well bowled Matthew Waite, a first class wicket for Worcestershire. 61 balls for Harry Swindells. Have a look at the replay. He didn't climb on him that dramatically. It didn't explode off the pitch or anything like it. It just didn't, I'm afraid, play it very well. So that little partnership of 36 comes to an end for the 7th wicket. Now Ed Barnes coming out ahead of Callum Parkinson, which is not a comment on Parkinson, who's been in outstanding nick with the bat so far this season, 245 runs at 35, but on Barnes's perceived abilities. Let's have another look at the replay. Yeah, it is an issue for Swindells. He stood afterwards with his hand on his hip. He didn't play it well. He's cross with himself at the way he initially tensed up at the delivery.
It's clearly, I mean, there's so much analysis these days, isn't there? There's
word will be around. Yeah,
they look at it so much, and they've targeted him quite a bit actually. And I commented earlier on how well Hill particularly played the short ball well, swaying out of the way, but Swindells did too. But he just got in a mess with that one and fended it up on the offside, and I think that was it. It was the disappointment, the annoyance, wasn't it? Was it off the sort of shoulder of the bat? Was it off the handle? Was it?
The bat was almost sort of at a slight angle.
Replay in a minute.
Yeah.
It was a bit quicker. I mean, he hits the deck quite hard. We said that. He bowls a heavy ball weight, and I think he was probably looking to get the catch skied on the offside, on the onside, I mean, rather than on the off. In he comes again now, bowls to the new man, short again, and he is scoring runs here, swivelling round on this Ed Barnes, and gets a single down to long leg. Takes the score on to 98 for 7.
He likes a pull or hook, does Barnes, but
Swindells did top edge one, didn't he, this morning?
He did.
Down to fine leg, yeah. So obviously it is a slight issue. The extent to which the analysts do their work is not always appreciated by everybody who watches the game these days, but there's no doubt that the Worcestershire, I'll just break off as Waite bowls again. This is driven by Mike, straight back to the bowler. End of the over, 98 for 7, Waite 1 for 15. There's no doubt that the Worcestershire bowlers will have had a little package from their analyst telling them where to bowl at people, how they get them out and so on, and perceived weaknesses, and yeah, that's it. He just kind of froze up, didn't he? Good bit of bowling. Anyway, Matthew Waite won't forget that. His first wicket for Worcestershire. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 15. He's very tidy figures, and we're going to see some spin now. Josh Baker coming into the attack for the first time. Bowled really well in the first game of the season up at Leicester, and first roll of the arm for him today. Caught a great catch at third slip this morning to dismiss Vian Mulder. 19 years old a couple of days ago, and what a year it's been from him. This time last year still at school playing school cricket, and here he is, well, becoming a bit of a linchpin really in the Worcestershire bowling lineup.
Be interesting to see how Mike plays now. That said, I think he'll feel that in Barnes and Parkinson in particular, he is likely to be given pretty solid support. So he might not essentially change. I mean, he'd be positive anyway, but so Barnes, it is on strike to the left arm spinner, who bowls a delivery on off stump. Barnes gets forward. Another Yorkshireman, Ed Barnes. I would imagine he'll be pretty familiar with Matthew Waite. Baker is in. Barnes is looking to drive, gets it away towards backward point off the front foot. Square drive slightly behind point, but falling away to his left. Morris makes the stop and there's no run. Just the one slip, Barnard, as Baker steps in and bowls, turning his wrists on that one as he walks forward defensively, is Ed Barnes. Out it runs to D'Oliveira at mid on 98 for 7 Leicestershire. Baker is in. Back goes Barnes, looks to cut, doesn't get anything on it, goes underneath his bat, I suspect, on that occasion. Stayed a fraction low perhaps, but a bit early perhaps to be cutting the left arm spinner, who is in again. Barnes is getting a fuller delivery on middle, turns it again on the walk out towards Azhar Ali at mid wicket, and there's no run. Hard to tell yet whether there's anything in the pitch for Josh Baker. Leicestershire probably at this stage will be hoping there is, because they have 2 spinners in their side. 3 really if you include Ackerman. Goes in and bowls, and driven along the ground this time by Ed Barnes. Not timed at all, bit of a thick inside edge, and Baker himself feels jogging to his right in his follow through. Opens with a maiden then, Josh Baker. Unexceptional really, just looking to see if that one turned. The one that Barnes missed, the attempted cut, didn't really straighten.
Just looking at that very long. Just looking at the replay of that Swindle's dismissal, and he got completely squared up, and he completely front on. I always feel if you just stay a little bit more sideways on, you've got a chance of that bat coming down straight. And if you get squared up, that's going to come slightly across. Although I did once see a Desmond Haynes coaching seminar where he showed that he often used to play by not just turning straight, but turning completely round and allowing the ball to go past his left side, down the leg side. Here's Waite, bowls, and he's got Ben Mike, bowled him, first ball of the over, and wickets come in bunches, don't they? Through the gate, hit the middle stump, might have taken it inside edge, but Ben Mike has gone for 16, and Matthew Waite has picked up his 2nd wicket for Worcestershire, and suddenly things are turning back in the home side's favour, with Swindells and Mike both dismissed by Matthew Waite in the space of 4 balls.
And that's another dismissal that the batsman won't want to see again. Well, he should want to see again, but he won't like what he sees. It was a loose-ish drive, wasn't it? And Mike loses his middle stump, having got in again, a little bit like Harry Swindle's. His 16 in this case came off 32 balls. Yeah, just a really, didn't seem to do too much. We'll see the replay very shortly. Callum Parkinson as captain would have liked to have come to the wicket in very different circumstances than these.
Well, a happy chappy will Matthew Waite, 2 for 15 in his 11th over. It makes pretty good reading, that analysis. And he has been steady Eddie, let's be fair. He's bowled a lot of balls just in the right area, made the batsman play most of the time. Only a couple of bad deliveries really, and picking up his reward in this last couple of overs.
I'm not sure there was even an inside edge.
Update coming with the news of those 2 wickets. Two quick wickets in the last couple of minutes for Worcestershire, both taken by the debutant loanee from Yorkshire, Matthew Waite, a medium pacer who has very impressive figures now. In his 11th over, 2 for 15 with 5 maidens, and the 2 wickets he's picked up since lunch. Harry Swindles caught by Jack Haynes running up from second slip off a bouncing delivery which Swindles got in a tangle with and just fended up on the offside. He was out for 23, and a moment ago Ben Mike bowled a fairly loose drive being played at a fullish length delivery, and he lost his middle stump and was out for 16. So 61 for 6 at lunch, Leicestershire having won the toss and chosen to bat. At one stage they'd recovered to some extent, 97 for 6, but having lost those 2 wickets they are now 98 for 8. As this one is pushed out on the onside by Callum Parkinson. First ball he's faced in his first game as captain for Leicestershire. Waits now as Waite is in and bowls 2, and Parkinson is very solidly forward, pushing this one up to mid-on where Dylan Pennington does the fielding. So the wickets have been well and truly shared around by Worcestershire this morning. 2 for Pennington, 2 for Morris, 2 for Barnard, and now 2 for Matthew Waite, who's performed very well this morning, and he'll be pretty pleased with the way that his debut is going so far for Worcestershire. Turns again now, runs in, just about 12-15 yard approach, bangs this one in quite short at Parkinson, and the Leicestershire skipper gets up on his toes and plays it back up the pitch, and Waite does his own fielding. 3 slips in place, the usual trio these days. Pollock at first, Haynes at second, Barnard at third, and then if Barnard bowls we usually get Baker in at third. Here's Waite again to bowl to Parkinson. He's in, bowls, and again it's quite short, quite nippy that one, just goes down the leg side, taken by Ben Cox. Harmless enough, and no addition to the score. And Matthew Waite, coming to the end of his 11th over, has conceded just 15 runs so far. Very tidy figures for him. In once more, bowls, and Parkinson is forward to this one. Waite, not for the first time, tumbles over in his follow through as Parkinson pushes out on the offside. There's no run, end of the over. Warm applause for the debutant, who's made a good impression here on his teammates and on the Worcestershire faithful here at New Road, with the excellent figures now. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 15, and Leicestershire 98 for 8 after 41 overs. And Josh Baker to continue from the Diglis end. Gets through his overs very quickly, Baker, as I think Richard will probably remember from last season when we put the clock on him a few times. He's getting through his overs in under 2 minutes sometimes.
Baker is in, Barnes is walking forward, pushing the delivery off middle out towards D'Oliveira at mid-on. No run. A second slip in the circumstances, but he has got short extra as Baker is in, and Barnes is forward this time, pushing out into the offside. No run. Again, Barnes 7 innings this season, 145 runs at 24 with a best of 36. He's a gritty batsman. In goes Baker, bowls to the Yorkshireman from North Yorkshire, Knaresborough. He's forward again, defending out into the offside.
It's your part of the world, Richard, isn't it?
North Yorkshire. Well, I'm from the East Coast,
yeah.
but I went to school in the North Riding, as Barnes again is walking forward and defending, and then to university in the West Riding. And for those unaware, there isn't a South Riding, despite the Holtby novel of that name. Baker is in. Back goes Barnes. He's bowled him. He went back to the left arm spinner. It sped onto him. He crossed with himself. It wasn't a great shot, but it was a good ball, but not the shot to be playing. He'd missed one attempted cut and went back again. The ball followed him quickly and bowled him, and Leicestershire, well, in the first innings in rubble, basically, they are 98 for 9 as Barnes goes for a single. Parkinson looks back at the pavilion, probably in disbelief. The ball has run down to third man, and it's finished almost directly in front of us. Looks a bit out of shape to me, but
It's a
probably
bad
hit the
batch,
stump so
bad
many
batch.
times.
Good ball, I think. Just hurried on was the arm ball, wasn't it? I think, and he picked up a wicket or two with that when he got the LBWs in the first game of the season, didn't he? In that little spell in the Leicestershire first innings, was it, where they lost 2 or 3 quick wickets to him? Good bit of bowling.
Not a great
It's
shot.
been a testing couple of weeks for Josh Baker, you know, because I think most people are aware of what happened when Ben Stokes came in against Durham here and absolutely savaged him, hit him for 34 in 1 over, and the last one nearly went for 6 as well. And I think, you know, real test of character and resilience for a young bowler when that sort of thing happens.
We're about to get a replay then,
but he's come back well from it and bowled really well last week at Derby, and well, he's had a good day so far today. Great catch this morning and a good delivery. Yeah, just went on with the arm. I think we're just watching the replay again, and certainly a bit of pace off the pitch. Yeah, and the players can't start the game because they haven't got the ball, which, as Richard said, is actually lying on the ground down in front of us. So they're all looking around saying, "Where's the ball? We want to get started." And the spectators go, "It's over here, down here." And Dave Bradley went on the public address and said, "If you're looking for a cricket ball, it's down."
the temptation to quietly pick it up and look innocent at that stage would have been considerable if I'd been close to it.
Anyway, here's Josh Baker. He's got it in his hand now, and he's coming in to bowl to Chris Wright, the new batsman.
He is in, and forward goes Wright, defends out into the offside. There is no run. End of a successful over for young Baker. 1 for none, his figures from 2 overs, and what a day it's been for Worcestershire thus far. Can they dismiss Leicestershire for less than 3 figures? This, remember, after Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat.
Well, Matthew Waite's been withdrawn from the attack despite having taken 2 wickets in 2 overs.
A bit harsh.
Because, well, I suppose he bowled 5 since lunch. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 15 his figures, and we don't know whether he wanted to come out of the attack or not. Dylan Pennington just goes over to give him a congratulatory low 5, and Ed Barnard will take up the attack, bowling to Parkinson, who is yet to get off the mark. 98 for 9. Here's Barnard in, bowls, and Parkinson is still not off the mark as he pushes forward at a good delivery outside off stump, misses it, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper Ben Cox. Didn't need to play that, started wide enough to leave alone, but drawn into the shot somewhat. There was the Leicestershire captain, who's, welcome to the world of captaincy. Win the toss and choose to bat, and find yourself out there in the middle soon after lunch with the score on 98 for 9. There's Barnard again in, bowls, and he drives again at this one and misses it, and it's taken by Ben Cox. Again, not a great shot from Parkinson, but probably, well, I wouldn't say muddled thinking, but just a little bit fretful, I would imagine, as the captain out there. A real fighter though, Parkinson, isn't he? Just like his brother, and I'm sure he'll be, in some ways, there'll be a little bit of him that's absolutely relishing this situation. Barnard is in again, bowls, and he lets this one go. That's better judgment, outside the off stump, taken by Cox. But good work from Worcestershire today. One blemish, the drop catch in the last over before lunch at second slip, but other than that, they've caught well, they've fielded well, they've bowled pretty well, and they've looked a good unit despite lacking Joe Leach, whose back injury continues to rule him out. Here's Barnard again over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left alone this time by Parkinson and not taken cleanly by Cox.
How late Barnes was attempting to play that shot from.
Yeah,
his bat is still back there, and the ball is almost
clearly
on the
not expecting it to come on with the arm, really. I think wasn't he? Just thinking he could almost leave it, do you think? And then, oh no, can't leave it, got to play it.
It was a really odd shot, yeah.
Barnard again. He's in, and he bowls, and Parkinson shows that pugnacious nature that I was talking about as he actually advances down the pitch and smashes this one in the air over extra cover. Didn't really time it perfectly, but sufficiently well struck to reach the boundary and prompts a change in the field. D'Oliveira sends Pennington out to deep backward square, comes himself from mid-wicket to mid-on, and I think
you could fairly describe that as a defiant blow, but it's an angry
I've had
shot
enough
as well.
Blow, yeah, absolutely. Anyway, he's off the mark, he's on 4 and the 100 is up. 102 for 9 as Barnard is in and bowls and gets in behind this one, pushes down on the onside. D'Oliveira fields, no run, end of the over. So 43 overs completed. Barnard now 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 29. And the Foxes, having won the toss and chosen to bat, 61 for 6 at lunch. Since lunch they've lost Swindles for 23, Mike for 16 and Barnes for 1, and they are 102 for 9.
Well, right to do, faced by Baker. He likes to hit long and straight, and it may not be too long before D'Oliveira retreats a little bit at mid-on. In fact, he is deep-ish at mid-on now as Baker goes into right, who's down the wicket looking to drive, almost gets on top of the ball and squirts it out rather to the man at shortish extra, Jack Haynes. Baker is in. Will he give it some air? Not really. Forward goes right on that occasion, doesn't turn. Middle and off, middle. Pushes it out towards Azza, who's gesturing at mid-off, or gestured to D'Oliveira, and consequently mid-off was brought in a few steps. Baker is in, little paddle sweep, and he's got plenty of it. Chris Wright loops in the air down towards fine leg. Barnard's in pursuit and gets his throwaway. Wright has to settle for 2. Was always going to be 2, I suspect, anyway. And had it not run down to had it not crossed the ropes, 2 it was. Right off the mark. Clearly going to go for his shots. Barnard shed sunglasses, hats, all sorts of things as he ran down there. Puts them all back on now. Baker is in. Wright is down the wicket, smacking it over wide. Extra cover is going to run away over the ropes. Bounces 3 or 4 times. And he picks up 4 more. Well, this Leicestershire pair are not going to die wandering, it would appear. That the last wicket pair, they are going to go for their shots, pick up what they can. They are the 2 who will be charged with essentially bowling Worcestershire, trying to bowl their side back into the match, trying to give themselves something to bowl at. In goes Baker and bowls a full toss. It hits the foot of Chris Wright. It was a very full delivery. I think it was pretty much a full toss.
Yeah,
it went out towards
going down the leg side.
Yeah, went out towards short leg, trickled out with Cox in pursuit. The leg bite is taken. Or did it? Yeah, wasn't it not 2, then 4, then 1? So it might just have been an inside edge as well. I think it was a single rather than an extra. Outside off stump. That just might have straightened a fraction. It was left by Parkinson from Baker. End of the over. An entertaining one from an objective point of view, but there's not much entertaining about what's going on as far as Leicestershire are concerned, because they're 109 for 9.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it did just straighten a tiny bit, that last one. Just thinking, if I were captain now, if you were captain now, and you were thinking, who's the best man to bowl? These 2 are going to try and play some shots. Who's the best man to bowl? Do I want my young spinner on, who just needs to get one past the bat, or do we want to nag? And I'd have to say Matthew Waite might be the man I'd look to. He's hardly bowled a bad ball. His line and length, making the batsman play all the time, or would he be too predictable? Don't know. Here's Barnard in, bowls, and Wright is forward, pushes out on the offside and gets a single as Libby comes from backward point to field. But you'd look at the way Waite bowled and you'd think, if you keep bowling there, you're going to be difficult to collar. And sooner or later somebody will nick one? Or do you think, well, actually, maybe if you keep bowling in the same place as you did, you're a bit too predictable, and therefore it's easier for the batsman to go after you? I don't know. Or maybe he's just thinking, well, he's bowled his 5 overs and he was tiring anyway. Anyway, it's Barnard with the ball in his hand, and Parkinson on strike, who used his feet in the last over to hit Barnard over the top. We've got Azhar Ali in on the drive at short extra now, as well as that man out on the pull at deep backward square leg. And Barnard is in and bowls, and Parkinson actually steers this down to third man and picks at 2 as Jake Libby goes back to do the fielding. So 112 for 9 now, and Parkinson goes to 6, and Worcestershire looking to wrap up this Leicestershire innings.
The crowd basking in both the cricket and the sunshine, aren't they?
They are at the moment.
Worcestershire crowd.
Barnard is in again and bowls, and Parkinson looks to heave this away on the onside, misses it, gets taken on the thigh pad, and
it wasn't a question of seeing him coming then, because he was already there, wasn't it?
He was, yes.
So advanced down the wicket.
Yeah, he was. As you say, they're not going to die wondering. Chris Wright will only play one way, won't he? And I think Parkinson has just decided that he might as well have a go. Let's try and stick around. Barnard is in, bowls, and he just pushes this one out sensibly enough on the offside. Libby fields behind square, no run. 112 for 9 it remains.
He's sort of pugnacious in everything he does, Callum Parkinson. So whether he was attacking or defending, there's something sort of...
Yeah.
The body language is that of a man. He's going to do whatever he does as well as he possibly can.
Yeah.
And aggressively as he possibly can. You can have aggressive defence.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. And even aggressive spin bowling. As Barnard is in, bowls, and he's working this one away on the onside. Doesn't get a bat on it, gets a pad on it, and they get a leg by. Going down the leg side to start with, I think. And he's off strike, 113 for 9. What will Chris Wright do? He's 8 off 7 so far. The men out since lunch. Swindles, Haynes bowled weight 23, Mike bowled weight 16, and Barnes bowled Baker 1. Barnard in. Bowls, and Wright is forward, pushing out on the offside, fielded by Libby at backward point. End of the over from Barnard. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 32, and it's 113 for 9. And Baker to continue from the Diglis end.
Staying with the young spinner then, looking for a second wicket of the innings. 14 he's got now for the season. Now Barnard has picked up a couple, so he's also on 14. Morris has a couple, he's on 12. Can Baker take the lead again? In he goes and bowls. Parkinson just leans forward and calmly, with a slightly angled bat, pushes the delivery out into the offside. Baker himself, with that long reach, shown to spectacular effect when he took a brilliant third slip catch in the morning session. Bowls to Parkinson, who leans forward and defends that one to dismiss Vian Mulder. A very sharp grab indeed, down low to his left and almost behind him. It was travelling, but took it as cleanly as a whistle. In he goes and bowls. Parkinson is turning one from middle and leg out towards deep backward square, in from the boundary. Comes Matthew Waite. He also has picked up a couple of wickets, gets his throwaway. Parkinson takes 1, moves on to 7, 114 for 9 Leicestershire. Brings Wright down to face the tall Baker, tall Wright as well. Delivery onto middle and leg, going down the leg side. He looks to turn it into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. It bounces back down the pitch into the offside. Ed Pollock, who's out there in the covers now, fields. Baker is in, right is down the wicket, trying to hit over mid-off, and does successfully. Bounces again over. Oh, in fact, it goes all the way. I thought it just bounced inside the ropes. It bounced over the ropes and bounces over the advertising hoardings for 6. Good clean hit by Wright. Didn't sound that clean. It just sounded a little bit tinny. It is a shortish boundary, but he got plenty of it. Moves on to 14, 120 for 9.
You can miss hit sixes these days, though, can't you, with these
Apparently.
Yeah.
It must be.
Well, you can hit sixes off the edges these days. I've seen it happen.
Baker with a long off now is in, right is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Josh Baker. And there is no run, 120 for 9 at the end of the over. I saw Stokes hit the first 5 balls of an over for 6 in a county championship game many years ago. And then he wrapped himself in a knot trying to hit the 6th.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember, it was a Hampshire spinner. And I used to think it was Danny Briggs, but it wasn't, it was the other one. But boy, did he fire in that last one.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to be hit for 6 sixes.
Well, with the Josh Baker one, the last ball was a flat smack down the ground and it bounced about 5 yards inside.
Would have
the
made
boundary.
history, wouldn't it? The very first in England in first class cricket, because Sobers, of course, was
in
in
Wales. Yeah. Here's Barnard over the wicket, bowls to Parkinson, who punches this one up to mid-on. He's sort of crab-like, isn't he? Moves across his crease and just works it with the bottom hand up to D'Oliveira. No run, 120 for 9. So does he keep Baker going, or does he turn to seam at that digless end with the assault on from right? A mini assault, but even so, they've added 22 for this last wicket. Barnard is in and bowls, and Parkinson is forward. He'll get 2 here, steers it through the covers. Libby is in pursuit from backward point, and they pick up a couple more. I mean, if a last wicket partnership gets, when it's a low scoring game, if a last wicket partnership gets up towards 30, 40, psychologically it just becomes annoying, doesn't it, for the fielding side? And this one now worth 24, as it's 122 for 9. Bit of insect assassination.
It is an
going on here.
ex-insect.
Barnard is in, bowls, and more runs for Parkinson, 4 of them. Half volley, driven through the covers. Easy as you like. Parkinson goes into double figures, on to 13, right is 14, 126 for 9. And I would say, despite that modest total, this partnership is entering the realms of annoying now, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Barnard, however, only takes 1 ball and comes in now, bowls to Parkinson, nearly produces that 1 ball with a much better delivery, around about 5th stump or so, and a little bit of shape away from the right hander, and he's beaten, taken by Ben Cox.
Pennington started to warm up, so
Yeah, might have seen that.
that's the Baker
Yeah.
experiment.
Did his job,
because he
though.
took a wicket,
Yeah, absolutely.
But his little spell may be coming to an end, or may have come to an end.
Here's Barnard, 2 balls left in his 12th over. He's in, bangs one in short at Parkinson, who short man anyway, ducks underneath it, and it clears his duck by a good metre or 2 as it goes through to Cox behind the stumps. So, last ball of the over. Barnard turns, moves away from us, right arm over the wicket, past umpire Paul Pollard. He's in, he bowls, and Parkinson drives straight down the ground. Lovely shot. That's going to be, it's probably going to be pulled up just inside the rope. It is. Really good bit of fielding, actually, by Matthew Waite, who slid and pulled it back just inside the rope at long off. So, the end of a fairly expensive over from Ed Barnard, and his figures now 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 40, and Leicestershire 128 for 9.
Yeah, well, you were a bit surprised, I think, that Waite was taken straight off, having taken a the second of his 2 wickets. I suspect had he stayed on, might just have asked a couple more questions, but Worcestershire have run out of patience. They want this over, and Chris Wright can probably expect 1 or 2 short deliveries from Dylan Pennington. He's got 2 for 18 from 11 overs. Replaces Josh Baker at the Diglis end. 2 slips and a third man as Pennington is in. Wright takes a step back and gets that shortish delivery. He stands up nicely and deflects it down along the ground all the way through the vacant gully down towards Morris. Rolls across this carpet-like outfield. Lush, beautiful sort of outfield you'd be happy to dive and slide all over on. Parkinson's retaking his guard from umpire Warren, who has shed his coat. Umpire Pollard is casting ne'er a clout till May be out. He's still in his. Pennington is in and bowls, and up on his toes is Parkinson to a slightly short of a length delivery that comes back into the body, turns it neatly away to Matthew Waite down there at deep backward square, stroke wide long leg. Single again taken. Parkinson on to 16. Wright has 15, 130 for 9. The partnership then is 32. Third highest of the innings. Pennington is in. Wright is beaten on the outside edge. General applause from the fielders. That's a better line from Pennington. A more testing line for number 11, although Wright has been saying no mug with the bat. He has a decent first class record. I think it's something like 17 or 1800 first class runs. I'll check that actually. Pennington is in, bowls to him, and although he curtain rails the bat back inside the line of the ball, I suspect he might just have had a little poke at it first.
I think you're right. But he's not a bunny, is he? He's not a bunny.
Well, I'm doing a severe, it's doing him a severe injustice in saying 1800. He's got 3,280, or had 3,288 first class runs coming into this season, so he's got another 100 or so this season. Pennington is in, bowls to him, a bouncer that he tries to sort of paddle, hook, duck, all sorts of things, and doesn't get anything on it as it bounces on down the leg side.
That was a bit quick for him, that one, I think.
The average is 18 for those 3,300 first class runs. What would a fly on the wall here in your dressing room, he was asked in Cricketers Who's Who. He says the question is not what but who, to which the answer is Callum Parkinson and Paul Nixon.
Right, there you go.
In goes Pennington and bowls. Right, steps forward, lets it go outside off stump. It goes through low to Ben Cox behind the stumps. And if he could turn back time, he would learn to dance and sing properly.
There you go.
Chris Wright is a man of parts.
Yeah.
What makes him worry? The state of the earth, climate and politics. It's so divided.
Thoughtful chap then.
A man who thinks about his replies to the Cricketers Who's Who.
Yeah, which is nice, isn't it?
Nearly the top of the hour.
It's a questionnaire, isn't it, that they fill in?
It is, and you learn quite a lot about people from it, especially in these days now you can rely on it, which you couldn't always previously.
Here's Barnard from the New Road End, continuing then, despite having been a little bit expensive in his last over. First ball is pushed out square on the offside by Parkinson, and there's no run. So this partnership now worth 32. And as I say, probably just beginning to be a little bit irksome. But nonetheless, when Worcestershire look at the scoreboard, 130 for 9, they'll be fairly happy with the situation. Barnard is in again, bowls. Parkinson leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball of fullish length. Lifts his bat well clear of it, and it goes through to Cox. Maybe a little bit of movement towards the leg side after it had passed the stumps, but no real threat. 16 then to Parkinson, 15 to Chris Wright, and Barnard moves in again and bowls, and Parkinson drives for 4. Beautiful shot, short and wide, punched away off the back foot. Top class shot for 4 by Callum Parkinson. And 134 for 9 now the total. Matthew Waite, who picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs and was then withdrawn from the attack, just comes across from mid-off and has a little word with Barnard. Returns the ball to him. Barnard moves in again and bowls, and Parkinson leaves alone outside the off stump. Again, this one fairly wide to start with, and he has absolutely nothing to do with it. Bit of cloud now coming over at New Road. Lost the sunshine for a while. Nothing threatening, as Richard was saying. Fairly high, well, cotton wool type cloud, shall we say, cumulus, I think it is. As Barnard comes in again, past umpire Paul Pollard, bowls, and Parkinson steers this off a thickish outside edge down to third man, where Josh Baker comes in to do the fielding. They take a single. Parkinson goes to 21, 135 for 9. Worcestershire 3 bowling points so far. Of course, Leicestershire yet to register any points. We're in the 49th over, 1 ball left in it. And Chris Wright, who hasn't faced much of Barnard, is on strike. Barnard is in and bowls to him, and Wright is beaten by a good one. Plays a really extravagant drive at that one. Started a little bit wide, went a little bit wider, didn't need to play it, but went for it and was fortunate not to get a nick. But he survived. It's the end of the over from Barnard. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 45 his figures, and Dylan Pennington will continue from the Diglis end, and he'll be bowling to Callum Parkinson. Change in the field, just 2 slips now, and we've got a man down at third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Azhar Ali is out on the hook at deep square leg, and we've got Matthew Waite down at long leg as Pennington starts his new over. He's in, he bowls wide outside the off stump, very wide, and didn't bounce very much, and nicely taken by Ben Cox, who had to dive low to his right in front of Ed Pollock at first slip to gather. He's been kept busy, Cox. There have been 6 byes, 4 he could really do very little about, flying away down the leg side from Pennington and dying on him as well. Update for FM listeners coming imminently. A slightly annoying last wicket partnership is holding Worcestershire up here at New Road after they struck 3 times in quick succession after lunch. Swindell's out for 23 and Mike for 16, both falling to Matthew Waite. Josh Baker then bowled Ed Barnes for 1, and it was 98 for 9 at that point, but since then 37 have been added for the last wicket by the pugnacious pair of the Leicestershire captain Callum Parkinson, who's on 21, and Chris Wright, who's on 15, and currently in the 50th over of the innings, Leicestershire are 135 for 9 as Pennington bowls again outside the off stump. That's left alone by Parkinson and taken by Ben Cox low to his right. Yeah, Cox just saying 4 byes that he could do very little about, and there was an earlier one that went for 2 that sort of burst through his gloves when it bounced much more than he expected. But there have also been a few that have kept a little bit low, and generally he's been busy and tidy as he always is. And he waits now with his hands on his knees as Pennington comes in from the Diglis end and bowls, and again that's wide outside the off stump and taken by the Worcestershire keeper, and there is no addition. 135 for 9. Charlie Morris loosening up here at third man, right down in front of our commentary position, suggesting that he's going to replace Ed Barnard at this New Road end fairly shortly, as Worcestershire strive to end this partnership, which, as I say, is definitely creeping into the realms of annoyance now, I would imagine, for Brett D'Oliveira. Pennington in, bouncer, Parkinson ducks underneath it, taken by Cox.
Parkinson's last 8 scores: 49, 25 not out, 9, 27, 29 not out, 32 not out, 45, and now 21 not out.
And what do you do as captain? Drop yourself down the order.
And then here he comes in at number 10. But there were a few with Leicestershire struggling for a sort of number 3. I reckon he could do a job there, and you can kind of see why.
Yeah, well, he certainly wouldn't lack in terms of application, that's for sure. As Pennington is in, bowls to him, and he gets inside that, lifts his back clear of it, lets it go down the leg side. Cox takes, end of the over. As I say, 37 added now for this last wicket, and it's 135 for 9.
He knows his game, and he knows how to sort of work the ball around. And he's a genuine all-rounder, sort of in the making, one feels, if not there already. Doesn't try and do what he doesn't feel he's able to do. He doesn't sort of start playing shots too quickly, and he sells his wicket very, very dearly. Right then, to face Barnard from the New Road end. Barnard bowls, he leans forward, but then does, I think, genuinely bring his bat back inside the line on that occasion. Steps forward. No reaction certainly from the bowler or those behind the wicket as the ball goes into the gloves of Ben Cox. It's just clouded up a little bit at New Road. As I say, no threat of rain, but just taking the edge off the heat as Barnard is in and bowls, and Wright is beaten on that occasion as he leans forward into an attempted defensive shot there. Goes down on one knee. Looks down, slightly shamefaced. Parkinson wanders down and has a word with the much taller Chris Wright. Now with the responsibility of the captaincy on his shoulders as Barnard is in and bowls, and Wright is again beaten outside off stump. Laned big stride forward. Everything was perfectly correct except the bat missed the ball by a distance. Two slips. 135 for 9. Barnard is in past umpire Pollard and bowls to Wright, who is beaten for the 4th time in as many... Well, we gave him the first, but 3 times in as many deliveries, that's for sure. And 4 times in 4 balls. The ball has gone past outside off stump. Wright wanders forward and, smiling at umpire Pollard, pats the pitch while not looking at the pitch. Groping. Those last 3 deliveries, in goes Barnard and bowls and goes past the outside edge again. 5 in a row, and he turns.
Well, it's a different game when he's bowling to Chris Wright than from when he's bowling to Callum Parkinson, isn't it?
It is. Parkinson again wanders down and has a word with the senior man, really.
It's red and it's round and it's got a seam on it.
I wonder if they... with someone like Wright, you wouldn't bother, would you, really? I mean, he's been around for such a long time.
Is that what Parkinson was saying? I meant jokingly.
Okay. In goes Barnard and again goes past the outside edge to make it 6 in a row, and then he pauses at the end of his follow through and sort of looks at Wright with a sort of half smile, but not in his eyes, I don't think, as he pauses at the end and wanders off and gets a few sort of consoling pats from his teammates as he wanders back to his fielding position.
No, I didn't mean that Ed Barnard would say anything like that.
Sledge him.
No,
but,
I don't think you get much of that anymore, do you?
Do you not?
From what I gather, I think there's quite a bit of sort of... I mean, there's banter and so on, but I don't think you get the sort of, the real sort of aggressive sledging that he used to get. I think in the county game, there's a lot of sort of mutual respect, isn't there, amongst they're all PCA members and so on. I'm not saying there isn't a bit of fun, but here's Pennington in to bowl to Parkinson, and he's forward, steers this down to third man. He'll get one. Charlie Morris comes round to do the fielding, which brings Wright onto strike, which is probably what Worcestershire would rather have. Wright's faced 23 balls for his 15, Parkinson 38 for his 22, 136 for 9.
Made his first class best last season, 87 against Derbyshire at Derby.
Yes.
We all thought it might be his maiden first class century.
Pennington in, bowls, and Wright is beaten again outside the off stump.
Seven
Making
in
a bit
row.
of a habit of it. Yeah, just I was something I talked to Daryl Mitchell about. I haven't mentioned it today. Listeners will be relieved, but I wrote a book with Daryl over the winter about his cricket career, and we talked about sledging and that kind of thing. Not at any great length, and he said that the sort of thing that he might do these days. This Pennington comes in and bowls to Wright, who smashes that one away for 4, short and wide, hammered away off the back foot for 4 through the covers. Didn't need an invitation, didn't play a miss at that one, whacked it away, and he goes to 19 and 140 for 9. They've added 42 now for this last wicket. But just going back to Daryl Mitchell, he said, he might have said to a player who was on a pair in the last game, or the last but one game of the season, I'm retiring at the end of this game, mate, and I've never got one. You're going to get one in your first game or something like that. That's the sort of thing, nothing unpleasant. As Pennington bowls and Wright pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run.
That
No
boundary
name
incidentally,
calling or anything.
no, that boundary incidentally made this the highest partnership,
Highest partnership
of
of
the
the
innings.
innings. Yeah. So it's gone from more than irritating now to downright annoying, I think, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. At lunch they probably thought we'll get them out for less than 120, and then when it was 90 odd for 6 they thought no we won't, and then suddenly they thought they would again. Pennington in, bowls, Wright hooks and gets a top edge down to fine leg, and it bounces twice before it goes over the rope. Didn't know much about it. Matthew Waite out at deep, long leg, looked interested, but 4 more, and the total goes on to 144 for 9, and Wright goes on to 23, overtakes his captain Parkinson. Yes, I think the days of bowlers just downright abusing batsmen are well, no, I wouldn't say they've gone completely, but it's rare, isn't it, these days, I think. Thank goodness. Chris Wright waits, 2 boundaries to him in the over. Pennington comes in, bowls to him, and that's 3 boundaries because he's given himself a bit of room and just heaved this away through the covers for 4 more. 148 for 9, 50 partnership between these two, and Brett D'Oliveira, well, he'll be preaching patience, and it only takes 1 ball and so on, but I can't help but feel that he and his team will feel just a little bit irritated by what's happened.
50 partnership has come off 61 balls.
Yep. And fair play to them.
With 3 boundaries to Parkinson and 4 now to Wright. I wanted to, there's a few sort of hands on hips out there now. D'Oliveira has a word with Ed Barnard, still in a very strong position, Worcestershire. Anything below 200 really would be a cracking result. Barnard is in to Parkinson, who defends solidly on off stump. To Barnard, who, having fielded it in his follow through, throws the ball to D'Oliveira. Sort of polishes it on the cuff of his Worcestershire sweater. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Returns it to Barnard. 2 for 45. Runs in up on his toes and bowls to Parkinson, who edges, and is caught at the second attempt at first slip. Well, Parkinson finally drawn into playing at one that, well, he might feel he could have left. Got the edge, and I assume that's Pollock.
Yeah.
It usually is at first slip. Juggled with it, two-handed to his left, but knocked it up grabbed it at the second attempt. Parkinson goes for 22 and Leicestershire are 148 all out.
Yeah, and Barnard finishes with figures of 3 for 45. I'll just give you the other bowling figures. Morris 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 31. Pennington 14 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 33. Waite 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 15. Baker 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. And Barnard 14.2 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 45. Azad 1, Patel 24, Hill 23, Ackerman 1, Mulder without scoring, Ahmed without scoring, Swindles 23, Mike 16, Barnes 1, Parkinson 22. The men out, Chris Wright 27 not out, 10 extras, and it's 148 all out. There'll be a brief break in play here.
There won't actually, it's tea. They've just said they're going to have an early tea.
They're going to have an early tea. Well, there we go. They have an early tea, so we will be resuming at around about 3:35. Thank you for listening, and do join us then. from the New Road end and drives quite extravagantly at it, gets an inside edge, runs up to mid-wicket and there's no run. Alongside me is Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Heard you in your update, Richard, just saying it isn't a good thing when the last man is top scorer, number 11, Chris Wright, 27 not out, and the last wicket pair add the biggest partnership of the innings. But having said that, at 98 for 8, it looked as though they wouldn't even get as far as they did. So 148, something of a recovery. But I suppose even so, still Worcestershire's day so far as Wright bowls to Pollock, left alone, taken by Swindles.
Yeah, I mean, the fact it could have been worse doesn't necessarily mean
No,
it still isn't pretty bad.
No.
And well, it just adds to the litany of low first innings scores, which leave Leicestershire sort of chasing games and just really not able to get back in to it. I mean, then this is obviously the lowest, 149 they scored at Lord's. So
Yeah.
that was the previous lowest.
So Chris Wright, who was the top scorer, moves in again now from the New Road end and bowls to Pollock, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. Wright, who generally prefers this end, I think, in my experience watching him bowl here, and generally bowls well against Worcestershire. I think he's one of those, well, dare I say, journeyman bowlers around the country that a lot of the county players have a lot of respect for. Pretty useful performer, goes about his business in a very professional manner.
Yeah, championship winning
Yeah,
side he's played in as
of
well.
course, yeah. And he comes now, number 31 on his back, strides in and bowls to Pollock again outside the off stump. Good line, left alone by the left-hander, and here comes that long-awaited update.
Drive to the ground now, and Frank Watson.
And Worcestershire have just begun their first innings in this game in response to the visitors' 148 all out. Not a great score, but better than it might have been. At one stage they were 98 for 9, 50 added for the last wicket by the captain Callum Parkinson, who made 22, and the number 11 Chris Wright, who top scored with an unbeaten 27. 2 wickets for Charlie Morris, 2 for Dylan Pennington, 2 for the debutant Matthew Waite, 3 for Ed Barnard and 1 for the spinner Josh Baker. So Leicestershire 148 all out, and Worcestershire in reply have just got away with Ed Pollock edging a ball down to third man for 4. He's on 4, Libby yet to score, and Worcestershire 4 without loss in the first over of their first innings response to Leicestershire's 148. Pollock away then with that rather fortunate edge down to third man. 3 slips waiting as Wright comes in to complete this first over. Bowls, and Pollock flashes at this one outside the off stump. Misses it, taken by the keeper. End of the over. He only knows one way to play, Ed Pollock, I think, and he will continue to play that way. I think there are hopes that he might just become a little bit more selective, but if it comes off, he scores quickly and it changes games. But if it doesn't come off, obviously it means that your number 3 is exposed fairly early. 4 without loss at the end of 1 over.
If it comes off here, Worcestershire will be in an even stronger position. So interesting, Leicestershire going to open the bowling with Ben Mike. Hasn't been an opening bowler so far this season. Barnes might have been expected to be Chris Wright's partner, but they've gone with Mike, who didn't bowl until the 96th over at Lord's, and then came on and took 4 for 14. And he has been Leicestershire's top wicket taker. He says, just making sure that is still the case. It is. In he comes from the Diglis end and bowls down the leg side. Jake Libby gestures at it with just one hand on the bat. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Swindles, obviously moving away to his left behind the stumps. Rishi Patel is at first slip. Ackerman, the former captain, is at second. Vian Mulder is at third. Rehan Ahmed on debut is at backward point. As Mike bounces in and bowls, Libby turns him away through the leg side, and it's in the air for a long way, but he got plenty of it. In fact, he's going to pick up 4 runs for it. There wasn't a square leg, so a fairly safe shot for Jake Libby. It was up there on the hip and he just helped it around the corner. Barnes is in there on the leg side, but he was at mid wicket. Otherwise Hassan Azad is down at long leg and Wright is at mid on. So he was playing it into a pretty wide gap there. Jake Libby. And he joins Pollock on 4. Mike is in and bowls, and again it's turned into the leg side by Libby. This time he's turned it towards mid-wicket and Barnes can get across to his right to make the stop. Aha! Good news indeed. Cake has arrived courtesy of the ladies' pavilion. Thank you very much indeed. Lovely, what looks like a sort of lemon drizzle, I think, something like that. Hurrah! Comfort eating is required if you're from Leicestershire at the moment. Ben Mike is in and bowls. That's a straight delivery turned by Libby out towards mid-on and a couple of quick steps down the wicket. Pollock is vaguely interested, but it was going more or less straight to right, so no chance of a single. Mike scrapes sort of angrily at the crease, but he does so to loosen up. I don't know whether the ground staff have put in a little bit of extra filling for the footmarks already. Pitch looks unblemished, barely played on. Mike scrapes at the crease nonetheless and comes charging in past umpire Newell and bowls onto the legs again of Jake Libby, and again he's going to be turned away for 4. Barnes is giving it everything in pursuit because it was out towards deepish mid-wicket as opposed to deep square leg, and he thought there might just be a chance of chasing it down. There wasn't, so Leicestershire leaking runs. It has not been a good day thus far for the most part for the Foxes, and now it isn't with the ball either. They're Worcestershire into double figures already, 12 without loss after just 11 balls of the innings. Some fairly sarcastic and indeed angry tweets and messages coming in from supporters. Unsurprisingly, Mike is in, bowls outside off stump, and Libby steps forward and leaves his bat raised. End of Ben Mike's first over. 8 from it, 2 boundaries. Worcestershire after 2 overs in reply to Leicestershire's first innings score of just 148 are 12 without loss.
And I thought I'd just maybe bring some scores from elsewhere in the county championship. Somerset against Hampshire at Taunton. Somerset, these, I don't think these have been updated for a while, so I might just hold fire and just see if I can update them during the course of this over. Yeah, here we are, now we're updated at Taunton. I've got Somerset score. Just break off as Chris Wright comes in to bowl to Pollock, who is forward, pushing defensively up to mid-off. No run. Somerset 128 for 6 off 59 overs against Hampshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, so Hampshire in control there. Kent 166 for 1 at Northampton, having been put in to bat. Warwickshire 156 for 6 at Headingley, having chosen to bat. And Durham 166 for 4 at Lords, having been put in by Middlesex. And in the big one in the East Midlands, just break off as right bowls again to Pollock, who's beaten. Good delivery, quite pacey that one, pushed across the left-hander, and he played at it, taken by the keeper. Derbyshire 180 for 4 in 58 overs against Notts at Trent Bridge. And finally Essex, Lancashire at Old Trafford, Essex, having chosen to bat, are 154 for 3. So there you are, you're up to date with all the games in the county championship around the country. This one would appear to have moved on at more of a pace than any other, as Wright is in again and bowls to Pollock, and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken behind the stumps by Harry Swindles. 12 without loss then. Worcestershire, if you're just joining us early today, Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat, lost an early wicket when Azad was out to Pennington for 1, but then we're going along quite nicely at 48 for 1 before a clatter of wickets in the pre-lunch period, which saw them go into lunch on 61 for 6, 62 for 6 in fact, and then a bit of a post-prandial recovery as well. Wright bowls, Pollock steers out on the offside, there's no run, as they went from 61 for 6 to 97 for 6, but then 3 quick wickets, seeing them slump to 98 for 9, and then the biggest partnership of the innings, 50 for the last wicket between Callum Parkinson in his first game as captain before he was last out for 22, leaving Chris Wright, who is now bowling, not out on 27, the highest score of the innings. So 148 all out Leicestershire, and in reply Worcestershire currently 12 without loss, as Chris Wright comes in and bowls to Pollock, and again he leaves outside the off stump. And in that 148 all out for Worcestershire, Charlie Morris 2 wickets, Dylan Pennington 2 wickets, Matthew Waite on debut, Loney from Yorkshire 2 wickets, Ed Barnard 3 wickets, and 1 for Josh Baker, the left arm spinner. Some good catching in the Worcestershire slip cord, and 1 went down, but Ed Pollock picked up 3 in fact, and it was a really good one from Josh Baker as well at third slip. His right bowls and Pollock is forward, pushing up to extra cover, and there's no run. End of a tidy Chris Wright maiden, 2 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 4 his figures, and Worcestershire 12 without loss.
And if you're in the ground, I can thoroughly recommend a visit to the ladies' pavilion, and the lemon drizzle cake is absolutely delicious, moist as you would like. Thank you very much for that. Ben Mike hoping to find some sort of rhythm from the Diglis end. Still got the 3 slips in, of course, as he comes bounding in and bowls, flicked away off his legs neatly by Libby. Fullish delivery down towards fine leg, where Hassan Azad is the fielder, throws on the bounce to Harry Swindles. Looks slightly less than impressed. Took it cleanly enough, however. Libby picks up 1. Moves on to 9, 13 without loss. Brings the left-handed Pollock down to face Mike for the first time. Same field. Mirror image, of course, being a left-hander. Mike is in, bowls, outside off stump, short, cut away, stopped, falling to his left by Azad. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Ed Pollock there. Mango Fox reckons you can get Pollock with a Yorker. You can get, well, that's based on many years of study. Curious stance from the ex-Warwickshire man. Bottom protrudes out as Mike comes in and bowls to him outside off stump, and then he's faintly more normal as he steps forward and lifts the bat over the line of the ball.
Started here, of course, even though he played for Warwickshire. He was in the academy at Worcestershire and went to school in Worcester too. So it's a bit of a homecoming for him, really. Ed Pollock. But he's always played the same way, really.
Yep, Mike is in and bowls to him, whips him away off his legs down towards long leg, and it's stopped down there by Bjorn Hendricks, who's on the field. As no, it's not. It's beg your pardon. It's Rahan Ahmed. Thought for a second Hendricks was on, but Hendricks obviously hasn't travelled. He wasn't in the squad. Was he in the squad? Yes, he was in the squad, but he wasn't picked. Ahmed comes up to backward point for the right-handed Libby as Mike is in. Bowls to him. Ahmed's in the game again and does well. Down to his right. Shot he should have stopped, a ball he should have reached and did, but good to himself, Libby, for not quite middling it. But yeah, the young man will be feeling he's starting to get into the game. Dismissed for naught in his first-class innings. Toe ended an attempted hook, was never in position to play really. But Dylan Pennington, and he was unlucky in that it looped comfortably to first slip. Could have kind of gone anywhere, but didn't. In goes Mike and bowls. Better length, better line. Leaning forward is Libby, defending out into the offside end of the over. A better one from Ben Mike, just a couple of runs from it instead of a couple of boundaries from his first. 14 without loss. Worcestershire chasing down Leicestershire's first innings score of 148.
Yeah, the leakage of runs has stopped, as you described it, Richard, with those last two much tidier overs. And Chris Wright will continue over the wicket to Pollock. From the New Road end, he's in, he bowls, and Pollock edges down to third man again for 4. Ball slanted across him, played at it on the back foot, kind of steered it down really, to be fair, but he wasn't in complete control of it by any means. But it's a second boundary for the left-hander. He joins Livy on 9, 18 without loss.
And that's been another of Leicestershire's failings this season. Obviously, there have been a few, but the first innings scores, yes, but also they've never been able to control sides in terms of keeping down the run rate. You know, sides, they've scored at 2.5, and sides facing them have scored at 4+.
Here's Wright again, trying to do something about that. Bowls, and much better delivery. Pollock forward to it, pushing out on the offside. Dangerous player, Pollock, if you give him any room, and if he can get his arms free. He's got very fast hands, as you saw with that one in the previous over that he flicked down to long leg. Well, as you saw at the Upton Steel County Ground earlier in the season too, when he did sort of change the game, didn't he, by coming in and playing so positively at the start of that Worcestershire second innings. It's Chris Wright in to the left-handed Pollock, and bowls, and Pollock is on the back foot, well, sort of half forward actually, standing up quite tall and then leaning into it, just pushing it back up to the bowler.
Now, as a former English teacher, have you heard of Ed Pollock the poet?
Yes.
Right. I didn't know that he was a published poet.
I didn't. I knew, but I can't say I'm familiar with the work. I taught at the school where he went to a Royal Grammar School, Worcester, for first 5 years of his secondary career. Here's Chris Wright, bowls to him, and he's in behind this, pushing out on the offside. Never taught him, I hasten to add, but he then went to Shrewsbury for his sixth form studies.
Both his father and his brother captained Cambridge University.
Yeah.
He went to Durham University. Which is sort of Cambridge of the North, isn't it? They'd like to think.
I tell my daughter that, she went there. So. Chris Wright turns and bowls now to Pollock, who hammers this away on the leg side. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you can let him get his arms free, fast hands, and that's right in his slot, and he just whips it away over deep backward square, a couple of bounces and down to the boundary. If Pollock has a signature shot for me, that would be it. I've seen him decimate league attacks. Well, unfortunately, I've been on the wrong side of it when I've been coaching a team that's played against him in league cricket, and we ran out of balls in the first hour of the game on one occasion.
Chris Wright must know Ed Pollock.
Yeah. 22 without loss, he goes to 13.
Strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, sure.
One would have thought.
But that doesn't mean you can always deliver the ball exactly where you want, I suppose. Anyway, he comes in again now and bowls, and Pollock leaves that, and it goes over the stumps, I think. Angled across him, seam back, didn't go over the stumps, but didn't miss off stump by much. Quite a bit of movement off the pitch there for Chris Wright, but the end of the over, and Wright has figures now of 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12, and Mike 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. And Worcestershire 22 without loss.
Oh, if he's there for any length of time, I shall try and find some Ed Pollock poetry. Read it out on air, see what it's all about. Depths. You're watching at the moment as Mike continues from the Diglis end, leaves the sawdust behind, charges in and bowls to Libby, who calmly turns the delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Ed Barnes has to run across to his left field, gets there before right. He's covering behind him. Libby takes his single. He goes into double figures, moves on to 10, 23 without loss. Pollock looks around him. Sees no real changes to the field. Still the 3 slips looking for early wickets. Parkinson needs early wickets. The only way Leicestershire are going to get back into this game, you would have thought. In goes Mike and bowls outside of stump. It might just have shaped back in a little bit after it had been left by Ed Pollock. Taken by Swindles down to his right. Not much blue around now, but the cloud is still high. Every prospect of the 38 overs that remain all being bowled. By which time, one would have thought, Worcestershire can have ambitions of being ahead. In goes Mike and bowls, and steered by Pollock away through backward point. Azad is after it. They could take 3 as Azad slides. Pollock turns. He hasn't got the greatest throw in the world, Azad, but he got that one away quickly. And though Libby turned looking for the third, took a couple of steps, saw the throw on its way, decided no point to taking the risk, and there wasn't. Pollock moves on to 15. I say the same field, you can't really expect Parkinson to go on the defensive so early, and they really can't afford to go on the defensive very much at any time. Leicestershire, they've got to have wickets. In goes Mike and bowls. Pollock up on the back foot, cracks it away through the covers, and there's no chance for Barnes, although he puts in an energetic chase. The ball crossed the ropes in front of the electronic scoreboard over there between the cathedral and the hotel, and Pollock picks up 4, moves on to 19 off just 24 balls, and Worcestershire have chased already on to 29 without loss. We are still only in the 6th over. Mike has his hands on his hips. 2.4 overs, none for 17. Charges in and bowls. Pollock again tries to crack him away through the offside. Doesn't time it. The ball wasn't quite as short. It was slightly wide. Rehearses the shot. Hit it hard down into the ground, and it bounced fairly meekly towards Hassan Azad, who's at point. Vian Mulder already starting to do a few stretching exercise at third slip. Slip standing in very much an echelon as Mike is in and bowls to Pollock, who whips him away through the leg side, this time for 4 more. Minimal foot movement, but very fast hands, as you've said. It just sort of sat up nicely for him and whipped it away. Nice piece of timing. You have to have a very good eye to do that. Ed Pollock has a very good eye, and he moves on to 23 off 26 balls. Worcestershire 33 without loss, now trailed by just 115.
I'm going to shamelessly mention this book.
What again?
No, I haven't really done it properly.
No, you haven't. No.
And the reason I'm doing it is because I spoke to a Worcestershire member at tea, and he had no idea that it even existed, because it hasn't been brought to the attention of the Worcestershire members. So Daryl Mitchell has written his autobiography this winter. It's called Once a Pair: My Cricket Journey, and it is available now in all good outlets. Certainly it's available online with Amazon and Waterstones and Smiths and various others. Once a Pair: My Cricket Journey, Daryl Mitchell. Do have a look. Here's Chris Wright from the New Road End, and he bowls to Libby, who pushes up to mid-on, and it's fielded by the Leicestershire captain Callum Parkinson.
He sold Pollock a horrible dummy there, didn't he?
He did start to go, didn't he? And Pollock was going from the non-striker's end, and then decided, as Libby sent him back, that there wasn't a run. Maybe he thought he'd just got a bit wider of Parkinson than he had. But it stays at 33 without loss, and on strike Jake Libby on 10 waits as Chris Wright moves in, bowls to him, and Libby is up on his toes and didn't really time that. I think he was intending to punch it out on the offside, and it's ended up just closing the face on it, and it's run up to mid-on, where Parkinson again
Almost
does
top
the
of hour.
fielding. Tough day so far for the Leicestershire captain in his first game in that role, although he did make a good fist of his innings of 22 in that last wicket partnership of 50 with Chris Wright. But he won the toss and chose to bat, and well, he wouldn't have wanted to see his team dismissed for under 150. Wright bowls to Libby, who does this time work the ball away with good timing on the leg side, but unfortunately for him it goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, who is Lewis Hill, and there's no addition to the score. 33 without loss. Pollock 23, Libby 10, and this in response, as I said, to Leicestershire's 148. First innings score. Chris Wright once more makes his way in, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Libby, and Libby on the back foot punches out on the offside, wide of the fielder at mid-off, who is Ben Mike. And although Mike picks up and shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, they're through for a fairly comfortable single, and Libby goes to 11, and the total to 34 without loss. And Pollock on strike again now against Wright. Always a slight frisson of excitement when Pollock's on strike around the ground, because he is such an aggressive player. Wright is in bowls, and he's gone to swing this away on the leg side and got a leading edge, and it's flown up over the slips, gone high in the air down towards third man, lands inside the rope, pursued by two fielders from the slips, and he picks up a rather fortuitous 2 runs at Pollock. Goes to 25 of 27 deliveries, and the total to 36 without loss. And Chris Wright trudges back to his mark, looking a little bit fed up with that one. Can't quite believe that Pollock got away with it. Comes back, turns, sets his fingers on the seam of the ball and moves in again. Bowls to Pollock short, and Pollock swivels round on this, pulls it away down to long leg, didn't quite get the middle of the bat on it, gets a single, keeps the strike. Wright takes his cap from umpire Pollard, and at the end of that over, the 7th of the Worcestershire first innings, they are 37 without loss, and Chris Wright's figures now 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16, and we're going to see a change in the bowling at the Diglis end, with Ben Mike giving way, and he's going to be replaced by Ed Barnes, I think. No, it's Vian Mulder, I beg your pardon. Vian Mulder coming into the attack. Barnes probably be following right at this New Road end fairly shortly. So Vian Mulder, South African Test all-rounder, made naught earlier today. Can he do better with the ball? He's in from the Diglis end now, bowls to Pollock and edges that Pollock down to third man, 4 runs, not in control of it. A fortunate shot wide of the slip fielders, between slip and gully, and down to third man for 4. The thing about Pollock is that because he goes quite hard at the ball most of the time, even when he gets his edges, if they don't go to hand, they tend to travel fairly quickly to the boundary, and he's raced on to 39 now off 29 deliveries, and Worcestershire 41 without loss. It's the danger of a player like Pollock. He's had a fair bit of fortune, he's played some good shots as well, and he scores quickly. He waits now as Mulder comes in again and bowls to him, and that's short and wide, and he cuts at it but misses it, and it's taken by Harry Swindells behind the stumps. Pollock will feel he missed out there. That was one of the less testing deliveries he's received, but it perhaps didn't bounce quite as much as he thought it might have. Mulder then from the Diglis end. Update for FM listeners coming now. Worcestershire made a good start to their reply to Leicestershire's 148 all-out first innings score, mainly thanks to the aggression of Ed Pollock, who's already hit 4 or 5 boundaries in his 31. He's going along steadily, faced just 31 balls for that. Jake Libby, more circumspect at the other end, is on 11, and Worcestershire already in the 8th over, 42 without loss. Earlier today, 2 wickets for Morris, 2 for Pennington, 2 for Waite, 3 for Barnard and 1 for Baker, as the visitors were dismissed for 148. Worcestershire going along well in reply, 42 without loss. And another 1 there to Pollock as he tucks that one away on the leg side. So Mulder in his first over, and for the first time bowling to the right-handed Libby from the Diglis end. He's in now, he bowls, and Libby lets that go outside the off stump, and taken by Harry Swindles. Mulder, who's lively medium pace, I would say. Again, another one of the, a bit like Matthew Waite earlier today, similar pace, burly man, big shoulders, hits the deck quite hard, and I would imagine once he adapts to English conditions, perhaps will feel he's possibly got to bowl a slightly different length from what he's used to bowling in South Africa. Looks to me the sort of bowler that could be pretty useful in these sort of English conditions once he gets used to the length that he needs to bowl. He's in, he bowls, and Libby just gets in behind this, tucks it nicely off his pads. It's a strength for Libby on his pads, just times it well and gets it away on the leg side, and they take 3 runs. Good running from Pollock. It was a little bit laboured, the fielding effort, the throw coming in from
Azad.
Not the best arm.
Well, the first time they didn't take it on,
and then they saw they could have.
And they've realised now that the throw isn't his strongest.
That's right, and it was a sort of relay throw actually. Somebody went to get it, didn't they, halfway? And they got back for 3, so good running. But yeah, a strength for Libby that and the sort of short arm punch off the back foot square on the offside, I would say, are his trademarks. Anyway, here's Mulder again, now bowling to the left-handed Pollock, who defends, pushes out on the offside. No run. 45 without loss at the end of Mulder's first over.
Talk about Mulder adapting to English conditions. Watching him bowl in the test matches and for his province in South Africa, he looked the sort of medium, sharpish, brisk bowler with a type of action that should sort of swing it in English conditions, but it hasn't really happened. This is his 5th game for Leicestershire, and he hasn't really sort of adapted too much in that respect. He's got 5 wickets at 57 or so apiece, and he watching him before he came, he looked sort of ideally suited really in that respect, but it hasn't happened, unfortunately.
It's a length thing, I think, in my opinion. I think bowlers from the southern hemisphere often, particularly South Africa and Australia, where the pitches are hard and bouncy, and I've seen it with some West Indians here as well. Azori Joseph for Worcestershire last year just bowled a little bit too short to maximise the opportunities on offer.
Wright is in from the New Road end. Libby is forward, playing it firmly out towards mid-off, and then immediately calling no as he sees Ben Mike close on the ball at mid-off.
Kiwi seamers, I think, tend to pick it up quicker because they're more used to the more similar conditions to English conditions, whereas those from South Africa and Australia, West Indies, just slightly different. Might just be my impression. I don't know.
I think he's also trying to bowl a little bit too well. He's bowling at his normal pace, which is possibly in goes right and bowls. Libby on the back foot defends out into the offside on that occasion, picked up by Azad, and there's no run. And maybe if he didn't try and sort of bang it in quite as much in terms of pace as well, just gave the ball a chance a little bit. But either way, it hasn't quite happened for him. I mean, he hasn't had much luck as well. 1 or 2 edges have been dropped or not gone to hand, and he's trying, you can see that, no question about it, but it just isn't happening at the moment. Wright is in past umpire Pollard and bowls very straight to Libby. Very straight bat back down the pitch. Picked up by the captain, Callum Parkinson, who might have to turn to spin sooner rather than later. It'd be himself, I would imagine, rather than Rehan Ahmed. But you never know. He might give the young leggy a chance to get into the game quickly. We had a very young leggy, even younger than Rehan, I think, in Archie Lenham for Sussex against Leicestershire last week. In goes right and bowls onto the toes of Libby, clipped neatly away, but only as far as the aforementioned Rehan Ahmed, who's in the shade of the tree down there at long leg. Please forgive me, but what kind of tree is that? I should know.
It's a horse chestnut.
Horse chestnut.
And there were 3. And that horrible gap there it's a bit like, for Worcestershire members, it's been like losing a tooth or 2 teeth, because those trees gave a lovely bit of shade. It was one of the favourite places for people to sit, in the shade of the chestnuts, but we lost 2 to disease a couple of years ago, very sadly.
Pollock on strike now, the left-hander to right, edged, dropped at second slip by Colin Ackerman, and it wasn't too difficult a chance either. Ackerman reaching across to his left, got both hands to it, didn't have to dive or anything like it. He's examining his hands now. He does have a bruised hand from having taken a catch at Lord's, but unfortunately nothing is going for Leicestershire at the moment, and Chris Wright walks back despondently to his mark. By second slip standards, that was a reasonably straightforward opportunity, if there is such a thing, and it went down. Pollock was on 31. In goes right, bowls to him, tries to hit him off his legs, thumps into the pads. The lone appeal is as ever from Patel, but it was pitching a long way outside leg stump, so make a note of that. Chance?
Yeah, pretty straightforward one, really, by professional standards. I mean, I don't. To be fair, there's a bit of a saying is that no slip catches are easy, and I kind of agree with that. And right arm over to a left-hander coming across him. If you're at a second slip, you're probably seeing that all the way. And it was at a good height, moving to his left, and he'll be disappointed he didn't take it. But they're never easy, not really. Anyway, here's Mulder from the Digley end to bowl to the right-handed Libby, who tucks this one away off his legs, and he'll get 2 as Ben Mike chases it out through mid-wicket. Just playing very much within himself, Libby, you get the impression here, just picking up what he can, just working the ball around. He moves on to 17. The fireworks tend to come at the other end from Pollock, who's 31. It's 48 without loss. The thing about Pollock, I was just saying when you were doing your update, Richard, is that because he goes at the ball quite so hard most of the time with his hands, even when he gets an edge or something, it does tend to travel quite quickly and often to the boundary. It's Mulder bowls to Libby down the leg side, left alone, taken by the keeper. So his edges tend to go all the way, and maybe mistimed shots will go to the boundary when other players they wouldn't so much. And I think it's all just part of his makeup really, and I don't think he'll change. I don't think they want him to change. Possibly be a bit more selective, but I don't think they want him to fundamentally change. But it means that in a short time, a player can actually do some damage, doesn't it? Here's Mulder again to Libby. Bowls, and Libby is taken on the pad and is out. LBW, ball just nipping back from Mulder, and good shout, I think. Looked pretty plumb on the replay, and Libby moves away disappointedly, having almost not put a foot wrong really. To that point, he has gone LBW to Vion Mulder for 17. Maybe this will be the day when he gets that length right that we were talking about.
Yeah, I don't think there was any doubt it was going to be hitting. It just sounded a little bit sort of woody. That would be the only thing you would have thought that might have saved him, and it didn't. So obviously there was no bat involved. Let's just have a quick look at it.
Yeah, it looked a good shout to me, having just watched it. So 48 for 1 in the 10th over.
To say Leicestershire needed that would be something of an understatement.
48 for 1 in the 10th over, and the new batsman is Azhar Ali, who you saw Richard make 2 low scores at Leicester earlier in the year, and he continued to struggle until the last couple of games. He's made runs in both of the last couple of games for Worcestershire. Not made 3 figures yet, but
back
made
foot for Libya.
88 and 60 in the last game at Derby, and in the game against Durham here the week before that he made 92. So coming into a little bit of form, the Pakistani Test player. Yeah, back leg, wasn't it?
Yeah,
good
didn't
shout.
do too much, did it?
No, it might have just
it was
nipped
going to
back
hit
a
for
little bit,
sure,
I think.
but
Yeah. Yeah.
oof, yeah.
An error of judgment, shall we say. As our Ali then, just out there taking guard, goes through a little running on the spot routine, few little stretches, has a look round at the field. He'll see 3 slips waiting. Wonder if he's faced Mulder before. Comes in now, the South African, and bowls to Ali, who plays this very late off his pads, and hands on heads in the slips and from the bowler because they think, oh, it's an LBW shot, and then he just gets a bat on it. He does that very, very often, and he gets a single. 49 for 1. See that quite often with Ali. He goes to play, plays it so late, and just turns it off his pads that you see bowlers putting their arms in the air thinking they've got through and there's going to be an appeal, and then just turns it away. Very wristy, typically subcontinental. Anyway, here's Mulder now to the left-handed Pollock, who drives up to mid-off. Doesn't really time it. No run. So 49 for 1, Worcestershire replying to Leicestershire's 148 all-out first innings score. Here at New Road, it's been fine all day. A little bit gloomy this morning, bit of overnight rain, but pleasant enough now. Quite a bit of cloud cover and a bit of help in the pitch. I think we've sensed all day that bowlers who've got the ball in the right place have managed to nip it around. Here's Mulder again in and bowls, and Pollock is forward, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler. End of a successful over for the South African. 2 overs and 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Actually, did he bowl them? 2 overs? No, there was 2 runs off that over. So 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11. Worcestershire 49 for 1.
Right, having seen Pollock dropped in his previous over, we'll continue from the New Road end. He's bowled 5 overs already, none for 17. Probably at least one, well, obviously at least one more, possibly 2 more. Love to get Azhar early. The international, Pakistan international, takes his time, marks his card, wanders down the pitch, has a little prod, 2 slips and a gully. Patel, Ackerman and Mulder has gone in at gully as right is in to Azhar, who's leaning forward, sees it going into the gap, sells Pollock a dummy. Barnes is quickly on to the ball, and both batsmen raise a right hand to each other in sort of apology, both taking blame or responsibility for the momentary confusion. Fortunately for Worcestershire, it was quickly resolved as both returned quickly into their ground. Right turns, charges in and bowls outside off stump, swings away. Azhar lets it go through. Just 99 behind already, Worcestershire. The game has moved on rapidly. There are still 33 overs left to be bowled today. If Leicestershire can pick up 3 or 4 more wickets, they'll feel that they've still got a chance. As right is in and bowls, Azhar defends on off stump, back down the pitch to Chris Wright. Left arm has a forearm guard on it. Looks a stocky figure. Azhar from Lahore. Best batting 302 made for Pakistan against the West Indies in Dubai in 2016. Worcestershire moving quickly after Matthew Wade was unable to come. Goes on the back foot this time, pushes it wide of Parkinson at mid-on. Lancastrian gets across to his right, but tumbles,
ball.
and it's another no ball. Brings up the 50, well, and more for Worcestershire. Leicestershire conceded over 50 runs in no balls in 2 games ago. I think that was now.
That's frustrating for a coach, isn't it?
Was it ever? And given it, you 2 runs now that you'd think most bowlers would have eliminated it. Wright is in and bowls, and Pollock defends on the back foot back down the pitch on the offside. 26 no balls, 25 no balls it was. That was at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Bjorn Hendricks bowled 9, Ben Mike bowled 10, Chris Wright a couple, Leanne Mulder bowled 4.
How many does he usually bowl in a spell, Chris Wright? I would have thought it's coming to the end.
Yeah, I was going to say 6 or 7. This is his 6th, and he goes and bowls again, back foot, not too much foot movement, and it sounds horribly tinny as it thumps into the bottom of Ed Pollock's bat. Again, it's out to Parkinson at mid-off. Rehan Ahmed is beginning to swing his arms, so we might be about to see a little bit of leg spin. At this end, it would be the safer end.
Well,
in as
bowling
much
to
as
Pollock. Yeah.
well, in as much as any end is, yes. When it would have a long leg side boundary anyway. Right, is in over the wicket and bowls. Pollock turns him into that leg side off the back foot, off leg stump down towards deep backward square. Azad, who's out there quite deep, runs in to meet the ball. Barnes is beaten to it by Azad. He continues running because it's the end of the over. A change in the field therefore. Worcestershire 53 for 1. The dangerous Pollock is on 32 off just 39 deliveries. Equally dangerous in a different way as are Ali. Just beginning his innings, he's on 2 off 5.
You watch players sometimes, and if you've watched cricket for a long time, certain players remind you of other players, I always think. Here comes Mulder from the Diglis end. Pollock defends up to mid-on. I remember when Callum Ferguson came here a couple of years ago, and I immediately watched him. I thought it just reminded me so much of Greg Blewett. You remember the other Australian right-hander? Well, when I first watched Azhar Ali, it just put me in mind of somebody straight away. The shapes, the way that he goes across his stumps and works the ball away. And I know a lot of subcontinental players play like that, but one person in particular reminds me of a great deal. Mulder is in again, bowls to Pollock, and that's smashed away on the leg side, and he's caught, he's trapped really by Mulder, pummeled away on the leg side, and
good catch by Barnes.
Into the hands of Ed Barnes at deep backward square leg. Well, he won't change the way he plays, and it's an unusual dismissal this early in an innings, but picked up, and Barnes put out there for exactly that reason. Takes a good low catch because it was travelling, and Mulder picks up his 2nd wicket. So there you are. It's Richard, you saying that he hadn't adapted to English conditions, etc. He's picked up a couple. He's taken both the first 2 wickets to fall. Ed Pollock out for a typically ebullient 32, and Worcestershire are 53 for 2 in the 12th over.
I know that it's the way he plays in inverted commas, but in a way, when the man is back there and you're in and you've just lost your I think it's unforgivable in a way.
I honestly don't think it even enters his head where the fielders are. I think he just sees the ball and thinks, that's
absolutely
what
picked Barnes out, but he's there for that's
there for it. Absolutely. The new man is Jack Haynes, who's made 200s in the last 2 games, so he'll be coming in with some confidence, and these 2 have played a couple of 2 or 3 very, very, very lengthy partnerships recently. Going back to Azhar Ali, I was going to say who he reminded me of. I was very fortunate to play league cricket alongside Mushtaq Mohammed, and that's who it is, and batted at the other end to Mushy on lots of occasions, and
Wow.
just exactly the same sort of player, I think. Just that wristy, late closing of the face, turning the ball on the onside is what particularly reminds me.
Had some dosh in the Worcestershire leagues or whatever it was then. Some of those clubs.
Yeah, most of it went to all the other players. That's it. Yeah.
Jeepers.
Anyway, Jack Haynes is the new batsman, and he is facing Mulder
The deadly
for the
Mulder.
first time, I would imagine, in his life. He waits now, bat raised as Mulder is in and bowls two, and Haynes is forward to that one, pushing solidly up to mid-off where Callum Parkins does the fielding. 53 for 2 then, Worcestershire, having made such a good start. But as you say, Pollock falling into the trap that was laid, and Jake Libby out just before that. LBW both falling to Mulder, Libby for 17 and Pollock for 32.
Ed Barnes starting to warm up as well, so it may be not Ahmed, it may be Barnes.
Here's Mulder again in, and he bowls, and that one's banged in short, and Haynes gets in behind it and then just sways out of the way and allows it through to the keeper, Harry Swindles.
As you know, at the end of each day we sort of interview somebody who's done something good for one side, and I haven't as yet been able to interview either of the South African overseas players this season.
Well, if he gets another couple of wickets,
but I was going to say, if he's at the moment, he's the favourite.
Here he is from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and Haynes is off the mark, cutting him away for 4. Sort of a uppercut, really, over backward point, flashed away to the boundary. Bit of a loose one, to be fair, from Mulder, short and wide.
Yeah.
And Haynes off the mark, goes to 4, 57 for 2.
You see, unlike Pollock, it was a perfectly safe shot with nobody within, 50 yards of it, essentially.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing, I think.
Timed it nicely as well.
Talented player. Mulder again. Into Haynes. Bowls. Haynes is on the back foot, pushing back up the pitch. End of a successful over for Leon Mulder. 3 overs, no maidens. 2 for 15, his figures. And Worcestershire 57 for 2.
Ah, yes, I remember Jack Haynes, nicknamed Clunesy.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know why?
Yeah, I can guess, looking at the photo.
Yeah.
That's the photo.
Yeah, I know.
Bless him.
He plays at the club where I have an involvement, so I've known him for a few years. And his father, Gavin, of course, played for Worcestershire. Ed Barnes coming into the attack as you suggested.
The Yorkshireman who's had a fairly severe haircut, looking at him. It's a bit of the old Peaky Blinders, very short at the very short
back and
all
sides.
everywhere. Yeah, but it's quite short on top actually as well. But it is shaved aggressively short around the back and the sides. Very clear line. Big Leeds United supporter, a very, very worried man at the moment in that respect. In he comes from the New Road end and bowls. Driving at it there is Azza, and it's not convincing. Comes off a thick inside edge, might just have shaped back in to him a touch. Mistimed it, and it bounces out unconvincingly, as I say, towards Lewis Hill at mid-wicket. Parkinson still sort of stretching himself a little bit. Mulder has bowled, well, he's only bowled the 3 overs, so I think it'll be a while before we see any spin. Barnes is in, Azar is getting a fuller ball, and he clips it nicely away through mid-wicket, along the ground all the way, just turned his wrists on it, turned those very flexible, strong wrists, and the ball fairly races away to deep mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot. Barnes gesturing to Vian Mulder. He says he wants somebody in mid-wicket. So Mulder comes out of gully, so immediate sort of victory for Azar.
Just run him down now to third man for 4.
Well, that's the almost inevitable thing that's going to happen, isn't it? One fears for Eddie Barnes. Who goes running in and bowls as a bowl gets a delivery on his legs again, full, and again it's just a little bit wider in terms of going down the leg side, so he has to clip it down towards Rahan Ahmed. Under the horse chestnut tree, up to long leg and takes one. Got away with it a bit there, Barnes. Azar on to 7, 62 for 2. Remember, Leicestershire's first innings scored just 148. And there are still 31 overs left to be bowled today. 12 wickets down already. Barnes in, bowls, Haynes solidly forward. Nice high left elbow as he blocks that one out into the offside. He's quite a tall young man, Haynes. 6'1", 6'1", something like that. By Pollard and Barnes exchange words, or at least Barnes is the recipient of some words from umpire Pollard, perhaps regarding his follow through. Keep an eye on that. Barnes is in. Haynes is driving most pleasantly, right turns, but he knows, I suspect, the pursuit is in a vain. It hasn't got a great deal of acceleration, but a really nice shot. It was not quite a half volley, but not far off, and as we've been saying, that Haynes is quite a tall young man. Lent into that, and cover drove it away. Now 4:30 is updates time, but it's usually a sports bulletin, which means I'll be towards the end of it, probably with Leicester City playing tonight, so I can just see this over out, I think. Expensive over so far. His first for Barnes, 9 runs from the first 5 deliveries. Can he come back well? Bowls to Haynes, bowls a good straight line and length delivery. Haynes leans forward and blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. End of the over. Worcestershire 66 for 2 after 13 overs.
It's been one of those days where wickets have fallen in little clusters. Apart from the one at the beginning of the Leicestershire innings, we had a collapse before lunch, then 3 in quick succession after lunch, and then that 50 partnership, and those 2 Worcestershire wickets falling in fairly quick succession in the 10th and the 12th overs. A steadying of the ship required. 66 for 2 now, and the man who's done the damage, Vihan Mulder, coming in from the Diglis end to bowl to Azhar Ali. Bowls, and Ali is forward and gets a fortunate run down to long leg, pushing at that, gets an inside edge. Didn't really know much about it, trying to play it away on the offside. They take a single. He goes to 7, and in fact he goes to 8, and it was a no ball as well, I think. So 69 for 2, and Mulder to bowl to Haynes from the Diglis end. Richard's gone off to do his update for BBC Radio Leicester. I'll be doing one shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Mulder in to bowl to Haynes, bowls, and Haynes is forward, pushing out into the covers, fielded by Barnes, moving to his right. Good crowd in now, probably as many as we've had all day. Free entry after tea here at New Road this season, so a few people who finished work and making their way back home into St John's perhaps are coming into the ground on the way. The pavilion is fairly well populated. Pitch for this game over on the pavilion side of the square, as Vihan Mulder is in again and bowls, and Haynes edges this, and it's fortunate for him really, didn't quite carry, just bounced in front of Lewis Hill, who's at gully. I say gully, it's more of a sort of 5th slip really, just took it on the bounce. Difficult to go much closer than he is really, and Haynes slightly fortunate, but it wasn't a chance, and he waits again now, back tapping in the crease as Mulder is in again and bowls to him, and he's forward, pushing out into the offside. Here comes that update. Well, Worcestershire's response to Leicestershire's first innings 148 been slightly derailed in the last few minutes by the South African Test player Vion Mulder, who's come into the attack and picked up 2 wickets in the space of 2 overs. Jake Libby the first to go, LBW to one that nipped back slightly, out for 17, and then Ed Pollock falling into a trap somewhat, clipping a ball off his legs in the air out to a man who had been placed on the square leg boundary precisely for that purpose, and Ed Barnes it was who took a good falling catch. Since then, Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes, who have shared a couple of very good partnerships recently, are putting together a bit of a partnership. Both are on 8, and at the moment Worcestershire, who've enjoyed a pretty good day, are 69 for 2 in the 14th over, as Haynes lets this one go through outside the off stump to Harry Swindles behind the stumps, and Mulder turns again and bowls to Haynes, who lets this go again outside the off stump, and it's taken by Swindles, and there's no addition. So Mulder in his 4th over, 2 for 18. Barnes has bowled just 1 over, cost 9 runs, and the other 2 bowlers used. Chris Wright, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21, and Ben Mike, quite expensive at the beginning, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. Two slips and a gully, or 2 slips and a 5th slip if you like, as Mulder comes in, bowls, and Haynes slightly turned round by this one, gets a bat on it quite late, and well, there was some excitement amongst the fielders. If he'd have missed that one, I think they might have been going up for an LBW shout, but he didn't. He got a bat on it and he survives, and it's the end of the over, 69 for 2. At the end of it earlier today, if you're just joining us, Leicestershire 148 all out, having won the toss and chosen to bat, and 2 wickets for Morris, 2 for Pennington, 2 for Waite on debut, 3 for Ed Barnard, and 1 for Josh Baker, and some very good catching in the Worcestershire slip cordon in amongst those wickets. Ed Barnes is going to bowl his 2nd over from the New Road end, just having a little chat with his fellow paceman Chris Wright about the field, and in fact the umpires are having a little chat about something now. Whether it is the ball, I'm not sure. I think they might be having a look at the ball to see whether it fits through the gauge, and it does. So the new Duke's batch survives its first examination, and the umpires say no, it's okay, you can carry on with this one. So a sigh of relief in the Duke's boardroom. Which is
Barnes then to resume the attack from the New Road end. Azhar steps away, comes back out at New Road, might be out for a while as well, looking around. Barnes is in and bowls, back foot defensive, forcing shot from Azhar, but only as far as Ben Mike in the covers, who, having fielded the ball, then holds it out at arm's length and examines it critically, with a critical eye. Bowled the first 3 overs of the innings from the Diglis end, Ben Mike, but conceded 21 runs from them, and Callum Parkinson, a decisive captain it would appear, took him straight out of the attack and brought Mulder on instead. Barnes is in, a risky defensive shot on the back foot from Azhar, again not much foot movement, got behind it and then just turned it out to Mulder, who's at mid wicket now, just the 2 slips, remember. Well, I suppose the Ackerman drop of Pollock off Chris Wright, not as expensive as it might have been. He added only 1.
7. He was on 25, I think, wasn't he?
I've got him on 31 off 32 at the time.
Oh, 31, you're right, off, yeah.
So he only added a single.
Absolutely.
In goes Barnes, back foot defensive force down to third man, got half a hand to it, Azad, dived away to his left, well, not a chance, it was well short of him, and managed to slow it down, and he has saved a run in so doing. Ackerman went chasing down and managed to get to the ball, maybe 6 feet or so inside the rope down there at wide third man. Azhar picks up 3, moves into double figures.
Yeah, you're right, 31. I've put dropped at 2S second slip, and I read that 2S as 25. My note system is not efficient enough.
Your shorthand is...
31, you're right, only costs 1 run.
Barnes is in and bowls, and back foot defensive push from Haynes, but he steered it into the gut, or at least wide enough of Ben Mike, who's out there in the covers, to call Ali through for a pretty safe single. Probably the best, or one of the best fielders on the side, Ben Mike, but had a lot of ground to make up to the ball away to his left. 73 for 2, almost halfway to Leicestershire's first innings score already. Worcestershire, the game, as they say, has moved on today.
Any plans for Sunday?
Yes, Barnes is in and bowls onto the legs of Azhar, who turns him to mid-wicket. Yeah, no, I can always find something to do.
I've done 2 games so far in the Championship, and they've both ended in 3 days.
Ah.
Actually, is that true? Just trying to think. I think it is.
We've just had the 1 3-day game. I think.
Yeah, no, it is right. They both ended in 3 days.
A couple that have looked like they were going to have been extended into the 4th by a certain amount of doughty late resistance from the Leicestershire lower order. Driven that time, and a good half stop by Barnes away to his right, hard down into the ground from Azhar, and almost deflected it onto the stumps. I think Haynes was back in his ground anyway, but bowlers try to do that these days.
Well, it would do. I guarantee, whether he was in his ground or not, Jack Haynes would have just had a little flashback there.
Oh,
Because I mentioned the other day that he waited a long time for his first 100, and it came in the game against Durham here, and he said it was like a sort of monkey off his back, as the saying goes, and then he got another one in the very next game against Derbyshire. But last year he was out twice when he was nearing 3 figures, and one of them was out like that. His Mulder in to bowl to Haynes, and he plays defensively out on the offside. He was on, I think it was 83 at Edgbaston. He played beautifully, and he was run out by a deflection backing up like that, and it was an extraordinarily good decision, because when you looked at the replay and freeze framed it, you know, his bat was literally on the line. And then he made 97 here then against Derbyshire, and got a long hop and smashed it out on the leg side, and was brilliantly caught one-handed on the boundary at deep backward square leg. Immensely frustrated, but I'm sure every time a player drives one back like that, it'll go through his head. His Mulder bowls to him, and he's forward, plays this back to the bowler, who picks the ball up and then threatens to throw at the stumps, but Haynes just held his position, having played that forward defensive. And there's no addition. So Haynes is 9, Azhar Ali is 11, and Worcestershire are 73 for 2. As Richard said, already almost halfway towards Leicestershire's 148 first innings score. Lovely sunshine now, weather's as good as it's been all day. Vian Mulder in from the Diglis end, bowls to Haynes, covers up, steers this down on the offside, and it's fielded at backward point by Rian Ahmed. Yet to bowl his first ball in first class cricket on his debut. Made naught earlier in the day when he got a little Q-ender on an attempted hook at Dylan Pennington and was caught at first slip. Here's Mulder again, he bowls, and Haynes is forward, playing that down into the ground in front of him, runs out on the offside. Mulder looks disappointed, not quite sure why. It was a pretty solid shot, but he's probably been the most threatening, I think, the South African, to be fair. Chris Wright was his usual metronomic self, really, in the early part of the innings. Wright's figures: 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21, but 8 of those, by my reckoning, were edges down to third man. But Mulder's been tidy, 2 for 18 so far in his 5th over. He's in, he bowls, and Haynes again is on the back foot, covering up, and plays back up to the bowler, who again fields and
Oh, words.
A little few words. Yeah, here's me saying it's such a nice game now. There's no sledging, and Mulder seems to have taken exception to Jack Haynes' defensive batting in this last few minutes.
Mulder turned and was heading back towards his mark, and then he suddenly whisked round again, so Haynes must have had something to say.
Yeah, maybe. But there's been a bit going on between them, I've noticed, because when Haynes has played the ball defensively back to the bowler, he's sort of glared at him 2 or 3 times, and now that won't help, because he's just stopped Mulder in his run-up, said I'm not quite ready, gone back, man's gone back, this could be short. He comes in, and it isn't short, it's full, and Haynes steers it away through mid-wicket for a single, and Mulder gives him the benefit of his wisdom as he passes him as well, I think. So little bit feisty out there at the moment. Haynes goes to 10, Azhar Ali is 11, and it's 74 for 2.
The ice cream parlour, or whatever you want to call it, kiosk I suppose, getting a little bit of a boost from Bradders, who's on the PA here this afternoon. Barnes to continue from New Road End. 2 overs for 13 for Ed Barnes. Conceded 9 from his first, so he just taking a little bit of time to get into his rhythm. Bowls to Jack Haynes, who turns the delivery off the back foot out towards Mulder at mid-wicket. No run. Parkinson again sort of flexes his shoulders a little bit, just keeping himself reasonably warm. 3 and 4 here, boys, is his call. Haynes bangs his bat against the hard ground of the pitch as Barnes goes in and bowls to him on the back foot. Defends that straight ball again out to Parkinson at mid-on, and there's no run. A lovely afternoon.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Here in Worcester. Got here early this morning. Still a lot of damp from last night's heavy rains. Barnes chases in and bowls, turned neatly off his legs by Jack Haynes, down as far as Rehan Ahmed. Takes a couple of steps before throwing in. Wonder if his parents are here to see his first class debut.
Is he from Leicester?
Nottingham originally, funnily enough. But Leicestershire Academy, he hasn't come from Nottinghamshire system per se. Barnes is in to Azhar, who goes back and defends off middle stump out down towards Parkinson. Better over so far from Barnes, the one that just slipping down the leg side. Looks determined. Barnes came into the game having taken 13 wickets at 32, and had sort of improved incrementally throughout the season. Very surprising to see him left out the last couple of games. Comes in and bowls, rather dug out by Azhar off middle. It was a foolish delivery, turn, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Mulder fields. Patel, always enthusiastic at first slip, always thinks each ball is going to be a wicket. He'll be disappointed at the way he got out earlier this morning. Rishi Patel played pretty well before just spooning up a simple chance to mid-wicket, which Azhar did well to get his hands under. Barnes is in, not edge, but turned down, I think off the gloves, down towards fine leg, and the signal is, yes, a 4 that goes to Azhar. Didn't seem to travel too quickly down to fine leg, but quickly enough, and Rehan Ahmed would have been a good 40 yards away from the ball as it left him. The bat down towards fine leg, no chance for him getting across to cut it off, and Azhar moves on to 15, 79 for 2. past. No, exactly halfway, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. You always feel that it's almost free runs, don't you, when a batsman just gets inside the line and just tickles it like that down to fine leg, and you think it's just effortless. Here's Mulder, bowls to Haynes. Haynes is forward, pushing out on the offside. No words exchanged this time. And yet you get the same runs for tickling it down there as you do for smashing it back past the bowler.
The run rate's still well over 4.
Yeah.
This partnership hasn't been quite as obviously aggressive as that between Pollock and Libby, but still, 30 runs off 36 balls, or 37 now.
Mulder continuing his battle with Jack Haynes. He's in from the diggers end, bowls, and Haynes is forward. Plays it solidly back to the bowler. I can't quite see why they're getting so excited. Played it firmly in the middle of the bat, but there's just that little bit of tension in the air when Mulder is bowling to Haynes at the moment. And when slips make a noise and throw their arms up after the ball's been played, as if something was going to happen.
21 now, Jack Haynes. So.
Yeah. Waits now as Mulder is into and bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump, and it didn't miss by much according to Mulder. In fact, looking at the replay, it wasn't that close to the off stump, but it's an awful lot of excitement out there.
Hobbies horse racing.
Yeah, likes horse racing. He's been taken under the wing of the aforementioned Darryl Mitchell.
Right.
He's taken him along to Cheltenham a time or two, I think. His brother's likes a bet too, I think.
I spent a very educational 4 months as horse racing correspondent of the Gloucestershire Echo.
Ah. There's Mulder again, bowls, and Haynes drives at this one. Slightly thickish outside edge, runs firmly along the ground to Ahmed at backward point. Highlights of that?
I did a festival,
Yeah.
a Cheltenham festival, despite barely knowing one end of a horse from another. Talk about winging it. Goodness me.
I'll show you something in a minute. I'll tickle you. There's Mulder
Again.
turns.
Yeah, and again he's asked to wait by Haynes.
And he bangs this one in short, and Haynes swivels round and pulls it away to deep mid wicket for a single.
So,
And he
so
goes
Mr.
on
Mitchell
to
is a
11.
aficionado of the sport of Kings.
Sport
is
of
he?
Kings. Well, I don't know about aficionado. Quite enjoys it, I think. 80 for 2 with that single. Haynes is off strike. He's on 12. Azhar Ali is on 15. And the two came together with the score on 53 when Ed Pollock was out. Mulder is in, bowls, and Ali just gets inside that. Lovely alertness, little bit of foot movement, gets inside it and then just flicks it off his hip down to long leg
Might
for
be
a
it
single.
Mulder. 6 overs, 2 for
Yeah.
21.
Azhar Ali goes to 16, and it's 81 for 2 at the end of the over.
Watching Parkinson. Hiller's run up to have a word with him. No obvious. Yeah, Barnes and Mulder have just high-fived each other, which is usually the signal for the one bowler who's coming to the end of a spell. Well, Barnes has been taken off. And Mike, after a rather profligate 3 overs at the start of the innings, is coming back on at the New Road end. See if he can conjure up a little bit of magic for the Foxes.
Good word, isn't it? Profligate. I like that. It's a nice one. I always enjoy it. Some words just have a certain cachet to them, I think.
Immediately
Profligate.
worries about whether I've used it.
No,
in the correct
you haven't. No,
context. To the
not
teacher
at all.
and you use
Not
it.
at all. Not at all. But it is just one of those words. For some reason, its sound matches its meaning in a way. If that makes
Yes,
sense.
no,
it's
absolutely.
just a really.
It's
just a delightfully satisfactory word.
It's not onomatopoeic, is it? But I know what you mean.
But it fits, is what I'm getting at.
Two
No, I wasn't being
steps.
facetious at all. Forgive me.
No, could quite easily have been
81 for 2.
Is it me? Yes, it
you,
is.
yeah.
Ben Mike's in and bowls and ooh, it's wide and full and dabbed at oddly by Azhar. And just for a second, the reaction of Rishi Patel, which should by now have stopped misleading me, but he's up for every single delivery. Just momentarily made me think it might just have been nicked through very low on the full to Harry Swindles. It wasn't. Mike, you always do get a mixed bag from him, so we're hoping this is one of his better spells. In he goes and bowls, ooh, and it's a no ball. Did square up Azhar momentarily, and almost came off something of a leading edge as it went back down the pitch on the on side. It didn't, but come off the leading edge, that is. The third no ball of the innings, I think, already. Mulder's bowled one, Wright has bowled one. Fourth now, is it?
I think so. Just check.
Looks across at extras. Well, extras are 6. No, extras are 6. So presumably that's the 3 no balls, isn't it? In goes Mike and bowls full toss.
Yeah.
That is a clip.
Well, it's
firmly along the ground to mid wicket.
No, you're right.
Where Hill makes the stop, and there's no run. He's got his sunglasses perched on top of his cap. Lewis Hill was capped at the end of last season along with Chris Wright, so he should be wearing the gold fox cap. Rehan Ahmed with the red fox on his touchingly new cap, and
what is that fox doing on the cap? Is it
bounding along. In goes Mike and bowls a bouncer. Azhar just leans back, goes down on one knee. It goes through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. They do have the number of the cap on the back of it, and Rehan's in gold has 500, which is a
nice one to have.
Little stat of which to be proud. Deep square has gone back as Mike is in to Azhar. Outside off stump. Rather dies into the gloves of Swindles. And umpire Pollard wanders out and has a look, see, but he's looking at the crease really. It's not at the follow through as such. Just remarks the crease. Fango says that the fox is actually stretching, he says. Mike is in and bowls, turned by Azhar into the gap at mid-wicket, which has been left by Hill being put back to deep square. Parkinson has to run across, and it is a bit of with such a strong leg side player, it is a bit of a gap there. There is a bit of a comfortable single to be taken by Azhar, and he does. He's moved quietly onto 17, still off 24 balls though. The partnership onto 31 off 46. Mike is in and bowls. Haynes is beaten on the outside edge, and Patel leapt into the air. Better over from Ben Mike, and altogether better over. Not successful though in terms of taking a wicket, but he did ask a few more questions of Azhar and Jack Haynes. 84 for 2 the score.
And Ed Barnes is coming on at the Diglis end now, as we thought he might.
Partnership onto 31. They've steadied a momentary wobble that came with the dismissals of Jake Libby for 17 on 48 and Ed Pollock for 32 with a score on 53.
Barnes to bowl to Azhar Ali. 2 slips, the only close fielders now. Although a man is going in on the leg side into that short mid-wicket position, which is that's a good shout, I think, for Ali, because he does clip it through there. It's a run-saving position at worst, a catching position at best, if he just mistimes it and gets underneath it slightly. Other than that, the field is fairly conventional. As Barnes comes in and bowls to Ali, who's taken on the pad by one that nips back. Big shout, but I think it's probably a bit high. Yeah, it was too high. And umpire Russell Warren says no. I think the umpires have been good today. Decisions they've made, from what we've seen. There was one this morning that we thought oh no, I didn't think that was out. Thought it was going down the leg side, and heads were shaken in the press box and so on. And then when we watched the replay, we saw that it was a very, very good decision indeed. That was Lewis Hill's LBW this morning. Here's Barnes in from the Diglis end, bowls, and oh, that's a good delivery. Nipped back at Azhar Ali, and hands on heads and much excitement in the slip cordon as he jammed down on it and squeezed it down past the leg stump. But he plays so late. Again, I would say there, can understand why people get excited. And it wasn't a convincing shot by any means, but jabs down again on it so late, doesn't he? It did stay a bit low.
Just a little bit.
If anything, this pitch has offered good sideways movement. I think it's been good in that respect. But the bounce has perhaps been a little bit variable. Barnes from the Diglis end bowls, and 4 runs for Azhar Ali as he just steers this down to third man. And annoying for the bowler and annoying for the fielding side, but I have to say that Azhar Ali played that expertly, really. It was an edge, but he rode it, didn't he? And he just steered it down. It was a very skillfully executed piece of batting, in my opinion. And he goes to 21. Off just 27 balls. Richard shoots off to do his BBC Radio Leicester update, and I'll be doing one shortly for local listeners here in Worcester and in the counties of Hereford and Worcestershire. Herefordshire and Worcestershire. Here's Barnes again, bowls Fuller this time to Azhar Ali, who jams down on it and squeezes it up to mid-on. .88 for 2. So Worcestershire trail by 60, having dismissed Leicestershire for 148 earlier today. A lovely Worcester evening here at New Road. Ed Barnes starts in again from the Diglis end, past the pile of sawdust that's been there this morning, although unused since this morning, unused all day. Azhar Ali is in behind this one and pushes back to the bowler. So we had quite a bit of overnight rain. Some debate this morning as to what you would do if you won the toss. Callum Parkinson chose to bat, presumably thinking that if they could get through the first hour or two unscathed, or relatively unscathed, it would flatten out. As it was, they were unable to do that, although at one stage they were 48 for 1. By lunch, 6 wickets had gone down, and the decision to bat first didn't look a good one at that point. Ed Barnes is in and bowls to Azhar Ali down the leg side. Misses it, taken by the tumbling Swindles behind the stumps. End of the over, 88 for 2. So at lunch, as I say, it was 62 for 6. And that became 98 for 9 at one stage, but then 50 added for the last wicket by the pair of Chris Wright and Callum Parkinson in his first game as captain. Took Leicestershire to their eventual 148. Worcestershire began their reply in pacey fashion, as they tend to do when Ed Pollock is at the crease, but they lost Libby for 17 and Pollock for 32 in fairly quick succession, which brought this pair together with the score at 53 for 2, and so far they have added 35. Haynes on 12, Azhar Ali on 21, and Ben Mike from the New Road end to bowl to Jack Haynes. Bowls and Haynes drives sweetly, nicely, but unproductively, because it goes straight to Chris Wright at mid-off. Wright does the old long barrier and makes sure that he doesn't allow it to slip through his grasp. 3 slips again now, or 2 in a gully. Leicestershire have tended to favour a kind of 5th slip rather than gully. Mike is in to bowl to Haynes, who is on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run as Barnes comes in to do the fielding. For Worcestershire today, 2 wickets for Charlie Morris, 2 for Dylan Pennington, 2 for Matthew Waite on debut, 3 for Ed Barnard and 1 for Josh Baker. So far, the sole wicket taker in this Worcestershire innings is Vian Mulder. He's taken them both. Mike in, bowls to Haynes, outside the off stump, left alone by the Worcestershire right-hander. Keeps low as it goes through to Swindles behind the stumps. No addition. Hereford and Worcester FM listeners update coming very soon. Pretty good day for the pairs so far, but I'll be hoping they can build on it with this pair. 22 overs left in the day after this one. Mike is in, bowls to Haynes outside the off stump, left alone again, taken by Swindles, and score stays at 88 for 2. Good crowd generally today, I think, throughout the day, fairly consistent. Probably a few more in at one stage than there are now. Callum Parkinson doing some loosening up exercises at mid-on, suggesting we'll see him soon. Left arm spinner, of course, as Ben Mike comes in again to bowl to Haynes, and that one's short, and Haynes just sways out of the way of it and allows it through to Swindles behind the stumps. Parkinson in his first day as Leicestershire captain, having replaced Colin Ackerman. His first decision was to bat when he won the toss, and as I said, might have been regretting that by lunch.
He has actually captained the side before.
Yeah.
But not as standard, but not as official captain, as vice captain.
Yeah. And he walks in from mid-on now as Mike comes in and bowls to Haynes, and again he leaves that alone outside off stump. Good over from Ben Mike, that one. And his figures now 5 overs, 1 maiden, that was it. No wicket for 24. Here comes that update.
Let's go to the ground and BBC Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson.
Little bit of rebuilding for Worcestershire, having lost those 2 wickets in quick succession when Jake Libby was out for 17 and Ed Pollock for 32, both falling to Vian Mulder, the South African Test all-rounder. All of this, remember, in reply to Leicestershire's first innings 148 after the visitors had won the toss and chosen to bat this morning. Rebuilding work being done though by Jack Haynes and Azhar Ali, the third wicket pair. They've added 35 so far for Worcestershire. Haynes is on 12, Azhar Ali is on 21, and in the 22nd over of the innings, the home side are 88 for 2.
Ed Barnes to continue from the Diglis end. The Basil D'Oliveira stand behind him. He's in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Azhar Ali. Well, not too defensive. He's looking to try and find a gap, but it's fairly straight and blocks it out into the offside in the end. Picked up by Lewis Hill in the covers. Talking to Rahan Ahmed, who's at backward point. Yet to see Ahmed with ball in hand. In terms of bowling, probably isn't. Well, not too far away from seeing him bowl. Callum Parkinson just continues to stretch as Barnes goes in and bowls to Azhar, who turns him neatly up to mid-wicket. He's going for the run. He makes his ground comfortably because Ben Mike, moving to his left, got there, picked up cleanly, but it was in his left hand, and he stumbled slightly as he looked to transfer the ball to his right hand, his throwing hand, so he didn't bother throwing in the end. Single for Azhar, moves on to 22, 89 for 2. Haynes just does a few little calisthenics just to get his feet moving and moves into position against Barnes, who is in and bowling a bouncer. Haynes just calmly ducks underneath it. Lots of applause, or at least lots of enthusiastic calls of encouragement to Barnes following that bouncer. It was evaded comfortably enough by Jack Haynes. Bowles is in again. Haynes is leaning forward, playing with a slightly angled bat as he pushes it out into the offside. Rahan Ahmed is the fielder. I'm sure he will get a couple of overs before the end of the day. I think it'd be wise for Parkinson to give him a couple just to get him into the game a little bit. There's a backward point at the moment as Barnes is in to Haynes outside off stump, a leave, and comes back a touch. Taken by Swindles, leaning down to his left behind the stumps. Parkinson polishes the ball on the back of his trousers before throwing it back to Barnes, who's got none for 23 from his 4.5 overs to finish his over, looking for a good one. Is in and bowls. Haynes gets a good one, a good straight line and length delivery that he has to treat with respect, and does, leans forward and defends it out into the offside. End of the over. Worcestershire, it's all calmed down a little bit now. It's all been fairly frenetic throughout the day, throughout the Leicestershire first innings and the first 15 or so overs of the Worcestershire reply, but the last 10, perhaps 8 to 10, with the experienced Azar and the in-form even Haynes at the wicket, it's all been a bit more normal. And they've taken the score steadily on from 53 for 2 to 89 for 2.
Ben Mike from the New Road End continues, having bowled a maiden in his last over. He concedes a run off the first ball of this one, banged in short, and Azhar Ali just gets in behind it and turns it down to long leg for a single. Got so much time, hasn't he? Just envy is the wrong word, but admire watching players who've got so much time. Fairly quick delivery and just in behind it. Sees the length so early and just works it away for a single, unhurried. Moves on to 23, 90 for 2. Mike in from the New Road End again, bowls to Haynes, no ball. And Haynes allows that to go through to the keeper. Profligate was the word that Richard used to describe Mike's early spell, and having bowled a maiden, he's now given runs away really with that no ball. Looks a bit frustrated as he comes back to turn to go in again by that pile of sawdust. We've got a big, fairly sizable little volcano shaped piles of sawdust at either end. They've been totally unused all day. Here's Mike again. He's in and bowls to Haynes, who lets it go again outside off stump, taken by the keeper. I'm surprised the groundsman didn't collect it all in really at lunchtime. I've known a few groundsmen who hate sawdust, don't they? Can sweep it up at the first possible opportunity and don't like it being used. It makes a mess around the crease. Two neat little piles at either end. It's an enduring thing, isn't it, sawdust? They've never found anything to do the job better, have they?
I've seen green sawdust.
Here comes Mike again, he's in, he bowls, and that's beautifully played by Haynes, just short of a length, and on the back foot he just punches it square of the wicket. Lovely, lovely shot from the youngster, and a welcome boundary, his first for a while. He goes to 16 off 42 balls, and the total goes to 96 for 2. Haynes, who played an absolute anchor role in the last game at Derby, and he and Azhar Ali batted for hours and hours and hours on the last day to earn Worcestershire the draw. I'm just going to see if I can find out exactly how many balls he faced and a point to make about it really, as he waits again now for Mike, who moves in from the New Road End and bowls to him, and he drives again, this time on the offside, and he's going to be run out. Haynes, he's hit that. Oh, he's got away with it. It's all happening. So he's driven it out on the offside. He's hit it quite well, and he thought there's a definite run there, but there's a good diving stop in the covers by Ed Barnes. And Haynes he was 2/3 of the way down the pitch, and Azhar Ali sent him back. He went scampering back. Barnes' throw came in, and Swindles wasn't actually up to the stumps by that point, and it ran away behind square on the leg side, and Haynes got away with it. But it was a horrible bit of cricket, and Azhar Ali just had a word with him and said, calm down. They spent a lot of time at the crease together in the last 2 games, these two, and that would have been tragic. Mike is in, bowls to Haynes, and normal service is resumed as he comes forward and pushes that out on the onside.
Had the throw hit, it would have been close, but
I think he'd have gone. Yeah, I think he'd have gone.
There probably was a run there if Azhar had gone straight away, because it was to Barnes' left, and as he fell, he had to pick it up and transfer it from left hand to right hand, but he did it very quickly.
Yeah, he did. And Azhar's not the quickest. I mean, he's in his late 30s now, to be fair. So, you know. Yeah, just going back to Jack Haynes, he made 16 not out off 140 balls in that second innings at Derby, which is that's slow scoring by Trevor Bailey's standards. Here's Ben Mike again from the New Road end in, bowls, and Haynes lets this go down the leg side, taken by the keeper. 96 for 2 at the end of the over, 23rd over of the innings. What I was going to say about that is it's a bit like that amazing innings that was played last year for Surrey by our favourite South African Test batsman, whose name escapes me, mind blank. But what I was going to say is, if you face that many balls,
Amla.
Yeah, Hashim Amla faced 300 and odd balls, didn't he? But if you face 140 balls and only score 16 runs, you've actually got to play quite well, haven't you? Because you'd probably nick more than that down to third man or something like that, wouldn't you, if you weren't playing well? You must be hitting the ball in the middle of the bat and playing it in front of the wicket, I think. Anyway.
Barnes is going to continue. Azhar just checks his guard from umpire Pollard. Barnes is in, bowls to him. Not the cleanest of defensive shots from Azhar, who's making all sorts of gestures with his right hand as though the ball's cutting back into him. Manages to keep it out, shuffle it out rather, almost one-handed in the end. Out it goes towards mid-wicket. Mulder picks up. Change in the field. He's going to have Mulder in at a shortish mid-wicket for that sort of clip in the air, as Barnes is in to Azhar, who leans forward, back very close to front pad, blocking the delivery out to mid-on that occasion. Parkinson continues to sort of swing his arms, but not with any real purpose, slightly vaguely. Rahan Ahmed lifts his right arm in his bowling action, but Parkinson is beginning just now to stretch properly, actually. Maybe he's about to replace Barnes or Mike. Barnes is in and bowls. He's driving. Azhar, again, not timing it, not really getting quite in position. And Hill makes a fairly comfortable stop in the covers.
That Hashim Amla innings I was talking about, 37 not out off 278 balls. So it's about the same sort of strike rate as I was talking about for Jack Haynes last week. And that's right up there with the slowest of all time, I think, really.
Haynes watching as Barnes is in and bowls to Azhar, who's leaning forward into that one, playing with an angle bat out towards point. Rahan Ahmed moves to his right and fields. No run, 96 for 2, just 52 behind now Worcestershire, still with 20 overs left to be bowled today, so every prospect of Worcestershire being level or ahead of their opponents Leicestershire by the end of the day. Barnes is in, Ali is driving, and he's got that one through. Parkinson is in pursuit. He'll do well to drag it back. He won't be able to drag it back. As I just leant into it, steered it wide of the Leicestershire skipper. It was one of those tantalisers that the player has to chase down. He never got too far behind it, but it's a very short. There's a very short distance, A from Parkinson to the boundary, A between the rope and the advertising hoardings. Had he gone for the dive, he would have probably injured himself. So, Azar on to 27. The Worcestershire 3 figures is raised. 100 for 2. Partnership approaching 50. As Barnes is in again to Azar, who gets a shortish ball in towards the ribs. He is up on one leg, left knee raised, just turning it around the corner down towards backward square and jogging a comfortable single. Calls for the helmet from Parkinson, indicating that he's going to come on at the Diglis end shortly. 101 for 2.
Meanwhile, Ben Mike will continue from the new road end. They're like battered together, these two, I reckon, after the last couple of games where they've shared very lengthy partnerships. And that partly why I think Azarelli was so firm with Jack Haynes when he nearly ran himself out a couple of overs ago. He called him down the pitch immediately, didn't he? And as if to say, you know, let's not do anything silly. Mike in, bowls to Ali, who lets that go outside the off stump. And that's it's good to see, isn't it? I think when Ali wasn't scoring runs in the first 2 or 3 games of the season, the head coach Alex Goodman was quick to point out that even though he wasn't scoring runs, he was still having an impact on the side in terms of his experience and his advice and his example in the practices and in the dressing room. Mike in again, bowls to him, and he's on the back foot defending, and there's no run. And I think, you know, it's easy for people to dismiss that, and people outside of the players' bubble, the camp as it were, to just look at the figures and think, oh, you know, he's supposed to be a really good player and he hasn't got any runs again. But he's a world-class player, so you kind of know he's going to come good eventually. But also there's the part they play. A good overseas player can be so influential in other ways. Mike in, bowls, and this is short, and Ali just turns it almost one-handed off his hip for a single on the leg side, and he moves on to 29, and the total to 102 for 2.
Bells, which office will that be? 5:20. It's not going to be even song, is it? Oh.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Even song.
The Church of England offices are slightly different, aren't they? So I'm not quite sure.
No, I'm not.
What's what? You're not there every day?
Good Catholic
Asking
boy.
for
Good
atonement.
Catholic boy. Mike in, bowls to Haynes. Beautiful shot. Goodness me, timing on that.
Second in as many overs, wasn't it?
Superb.
Beautifully played.
Just short of a length outside off stump, not really very wide, and just timed to perfection by Jack Haynes. Beautifully played. Slightly behind square, sort of short arm punch really. Just watching the replay, fairly straight back, absolutely superb shot. That was a top class cricket shot from Jack Haynes, it really was.
Yeah.
106 for 2, he goes to 20. And that's as impressive a shot as anybody's played today, I think.
2 in as many overs from Mike.
Yeah.
He did something similar in his previous over, didn't he? And it's,
Mike
you
is...
can't help but say shot when
No.
you see that, can you?
No, absolutely. Mike in again, bowls, and he drives on the front foot this time. And he was thinking about a run, and it was the ball after the previous one when he nearly ran himself out, wasn't it? When he hit the front foot drive and thought he would get the ball past Barnes, and he that time was a little bit more cautious as Barnes came in to do the fielding. And it was straighter to the fielder as well. So lovely sunshine. It's been a lovely day. The cathedral looks resplendent in the evening sunshine, and New Road looks a picture as Ben Mike moves in again and bowls to Haynes, who is forward, pushing into the covers. Fielded by Barnes. End of the over. We are going to see Parkinson. Shin pads coming out, helmets, all sorts.
And that glorious punch off the back foot through the offside did bring up the fifth partnership for the third Worcestershire wicket. Leicestershire need something to happen, need a breakthrough. They need to make something happen, because these two looking dangerously comfortable now as far as the Foxes are concerned.
That 50 partnership off 83 balls in 59 minutes.
And if there was any concern in the Worcestershire dressing room, it certainly alleviated it. As I looks around him, Parkinson still sorting out his field. He's just got the single slip, Ackerman, and it looks like he is going to be the only close catcher per se, but he does have Mulder, who is at a short-ish straight, almost wide mid-off position there, and mid-off himself, Mike, is back almost on the boundary. In fact he is. He's walking back too long off now. So in outfield on the offside in that respect. He's also got a sweeper, Parkinson, who is in and bowls. Azhar goes back and cuts, and he gets a hand to it, diving across to his right. Rishi Patel at backward point slows it down. Rehan Ahmed comes in from that sweeper position and fields. One taken. Azhar on to 30. And he's quietly scored at a really good rate as well. 30 off just 43 balls. Nothing too showy.
He's picked up those boundaries where he just flicks it and steers it and so on, doesn't he? You almost don't notice.
Just accumulated really nicely. Parkinson is in. Haynes is waiting on the front foot. Ball almost underneath his nose as he blocks it back to Callum Parkinson down the pitch. 107 for 2, just 41 adrift now. Parkinson is in, turns his wrists on that half forward defensive press. Haynes just rehearses his shot, having a little bit of a look at Parkinson. Got no cover on the leg side boundary. He'd be delighted if Haynes were to swing across the line. In he goes and bowls. Haynes is driving out into the offside, into the gap between backward point and cover, out towards Ahmed on the cover boundary. One taken. Haynes on to 21. Hasn't been quite as fluent as Azhar. In a different sort of way though. Different sort of batsman. Parkinson is in, bowls full toss. That is worked only by Azhar as far as mid-on. Missed out a little bit there. Tried to work it away through wide between mid-wicket and mid-on. Didn't quite get it right and hit it straight to mid-on. Parkinson is in. Back goes Azhar. More comfortable with the ball that pitches, it seems, and off the back foot punches it away through the offside, out towards Azhar, out towards Rehan Ahmed. Coming in now from the point boundary, and the one is taken. No obvious great turn for Parkinson in that over. 109 for 2, Worcestershire.
Scores from elsewhere. Just make sure they're updated for you and give them as we go through this over. So Somerset, Hampshire. Hampshire have bowled Somerset out for 211 as Chris Wright comes back into the attack to replace Ben Mike. So Somerset 211 all out at Taunton between innings there, and Kent going well at Northampton, having been put into bat 257 for 1. Impressive stuff from Kent. Warwickshire are 228 for 9 at Headingley, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Durham going pretty well at Lords, 223 for 5 against Middlesex, having been put into bat. And Derbyshire doing okay at Trentbridge, 225 for 7, having been put into bat, although not to come back into that one a bit. Here's Chris Wright in, bowl short to Azhar Ali, who cuts for 4. Thank you very much, he says. Loosener from Wright, probably the worst ball he's bowled all day, and Azhar Ali just cuts it down to deep, wide third man for 4, and he moves into the 30s. In fact, he moves further into the 30s, 35 now, and it's 113 for 2. And just to finish the other scores, at Old Trafford, Essex going nicely against Lancashire, having won the toss and chosen to bat their 233 for 4. So you're up to date. Chris Wright in from the New Road end, bowls to Azhar, who's turned round a little bit by this one, but plays it out on the offside comfortably enough, and there's no run. Listening to live cricket on BBC Sports app and online, also with updates into BBC Radio Leicester's programme, BBC Hereford and Worcester's programme every half an hour. I'm Frank Watson. Alongside me is Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, and we are both contactable on Twitter. Wright is in again, bowls, Ali pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. On Twitter, if you feel you'd like to get in touch with any comments on the game or on what's going on elsewhere in the country, I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Richard is at Foxes Cricket 22. So that's at Frank Watson 58 and at Foxes Cricket 22. If you'd like to get in touch today or at any point during the game. Good day for the pairs so far. Chris Wright from the New Road end continues, bowls to Azhar, who turns this on the leg side for a single, down to long leg where Lewis Hill does the fielding. Untroubled really, Azhar Ali so far in this innings. He's on 36 now, 114 for 2 the total. This is all in reply, remember, to Leicestershire's 148. Lovely sunlit evening now. Skies have cleared pretty much, blue sky as we look out from our position at Long On here at the New Road end of the ground. Cathedral looks beautiful in the sunshine, and New Road as pretty as a picture as Chris Wright moves away from us. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Jack Haynes, who stands up tall and pushes out on the offside, and it's fielded at mid-off by Ben Mike. The 2 men out for Worcestershire, Jake Libby for 17 and Ed Pollock for 32. Ben Mike hands the ball to Chris Wright, who turns in, comes in again. Ball to Haynes, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Swindles, low down, standing back, and it's the end of Chris Wright's over. His figures now 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 26. The other bowling figures in this innings so far: Ben Mike 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 36. Beyond Mulder 6 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 21 runs. Ed Barnes 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. And about to start his second over, Callum Parkinson. His first over cost just 3. He comes in now to bowl to Azhar Ali from the Diglis end. He bowls, and Ali is advancing down the pitch and whipping this one nicely through mid-wicket. Is it going to go all the way for 4? No, it's not. It's pulled up just inside the ropes, out at wide long on by Chris Wright, but a lovely shot from Ali, who almost predetermined the decision to use his feet there. Missed out on a full toss in the previous over from Parkinson, and made up for it there. Good footwork and a good shot for 3 runs, takes him to 39. Parkinson in to Haynes, slightly short, and Haynes says thank you and pulls it for 4. It was a short and looser delivery, slower as well, and Haynes had lots of time, just got inside it and just short arm jabbed it away for 4 behind square. 3 runs. 3, not 3. 3 with an F as far as Haynes is concerned, that one, and he goes to 25. And this pair, who came together with a score on 53, have continued to enjoy batting together as they have in the last 2 or 3 games. 121 for 2 now, as Parkinson is into Haynes, who's forward to a much better delivery and just pushing it back to the bowler. And there's no addition. So they've added 68 now, this pair, and certainly done a bit more than steady the ship after those 2 wickets. Parkinson is in again, bowls. Haynes is forward, pushing back up the pitch to the Leicestershire captain. And Worcestershire now trailing then by, well, just 27 runs at this point. Parkinson is in again and bowls, and Haynes is driving at a fuller delivery, but straight to the man at short extra cover. That's Mulder, and no addition. Parkinson once more. Straightish approach, bowls, and Haynes gets a run, turning this on the leg side. Update for FM listeners coming now. Well, Worcestershire are making very good progress now. They lost 2 quick wickets when Jake Libby was out for 17 and Ed Pollock for 32. At that point it was 53 for 2, but since then 69 runs added so far by Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes, who've enjoyed batting together in the last couple of games. Haynes is on 26, Ali is on 39, and they're going along very nicely in the evening sunshine. Worcestershire 122 for 2. All of this, remember, in reply to Leicestershire's first innings score of 148. End of that over from Parkinson, with Haynes taking that single, and Chris Wright will continue from the New Road end, and Haynes has kept the strike, 122 for 2, as Wright moves in and bowls short to Haynes, who cuts but doesn't really time it, jams it into the ground really, and it moves into the covers where Ed Barnes does the fielding. So Worcestershire getting really quite close now to that Leicestershire total of 148. Just 26 runs behind. There's every likelihood, with a further 15 overs left in the day, that they could be not just in front, but even maybe 20 or 30 in front by the close. As Wright comes in and bowls to Haynes, who pushes this one away on the onside. It's fielded by Mulder, coming across from short mid-wicket. The scoring rate has been fairly healthy throughout this innings. Just the 29th over we're in, and what they have done, these two, is they've put the bad ball away fairly consistently, I would say. Wright is in again, bowls, and Haynes gets runs here, just whipping this one down to fine leg for 4. Got inside it, just an error of line from Chris Wright, and Haynes inside it and just flicking it with his bottom hand really down to fine leg for 4. Good shot. Haynes looking quite fluent recently, 30 not out now to him, and that's his 6th boundary. 2 of them square drives, or cuts really off the back foot. Magnificent shots, just timed to perfection. Here's Wright in again, bowls to Haynes, and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by the keeper, Swindles. 126 for 2. Parkinson in conversation with Ben Mike, mid-off and mid-on, as Chris Wright walks back between the two of them. And just wondering what they can do. They need a wicket. Wright is in. Bowls to Haynes, who's on the back foot, driving on the offside. Going to get 2 here. Beats the tumbling Barnes at cover. Might have got half a hand on it, but they come back for a second. So Haynes moves on to 32. 128 for 2. And the deficit now just 20. 14 overs left in the day after this. Chris Wright, a fairly dejected figure as he makes his way back to his mark at the moment.
He looks cross, doesn't he?
Yeah, things are not going well. He comes in again now. Past umpire Pollard, he bowls a bouncer. All his frustration channeled into that delivery. Haynes just swayed underneath it, allowed it to go through to the keeper. End of Chris Wright's over. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 32. And Worcestershire 128 for 2 with Haynes on 32 and Azhar Ali on 39.
Some of the Worcestershire faithful beginning to wend their way. We are sort of 20 minutes or so before the official close, but we're going to be a good bit later than that with 14 overs. Leicestershire don't bolt their overs particularly quickly, Parkinson notwithstanding, so we could have the best part of an hour left to play yet, but it's almost the best part of the day. It continues to be glorious here, especially if you are in the warm late spring sunshine. Parkinson is in from the Digley's End, bowls to Azhar, who drives pleasantly through the offside. In fact, more than pleasantly, he has timed that exquisitely and placed it equally perfectly. Patel dived across from cover, looked like he was going to get there, couldn't quite, and despite the presence on the boundary of two sort of offside sweepers, long off and cover, neither could get there, and it crossed the rope just underneath the horse chestnut tree. Azhar moves on to 43 off just 51 balls. Worcestershire closing in on Leicestershire's first innings. Parkinson is in, that's a better delivery. Azhar is forward, defending, no great turn as yet, as you wouldn't expect there to be for Callum Parkinson on day one. Blocked back down the pitch to the Lancastrian, who jogs in and bowls. Azhar forward again, this time just turning the face of the bat, pushing the ball out to mid-wicket where Barnes comes in to field. Just saying to BBC Radio Leicester that maybe that Ahmed will get his chance before the close. He should do on this evidence. Parkinson bowls, played back firmly to him, and then makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. Azhar, having advanced out of his pitch, turns and gets quickly back into his ground. Parkinson doesn't throw, doesn't bother. He is in and bowling. Azhar is forward, playing it firmly out into the offside. Mulder fields at short-ish. I don't know what you could say. That's short, straight-ish, or extra cover, really. Parkinson in. Azhar is forward, this time pushing it into the gap. It is escorted by Hill. Oh, beg your pardon. Yeah, it is Hill. As it heads towards Rehan Ahmed. Hill gets there first. Picks it up. Azhar takes one. Keeps the strike. Moves on to 44. Worcestershire just 15 behind on first innings now. 133 for 2. They are going almost certainly to be well ahead by the close.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it, off the first ball through the covers. With the field aligned the way it is, to thread it through like that, timing was exceptional. Really top class stroke from Azhar Ali. Chris Wright will continue bowling to the Pakistani test man. Comes in and bowls, and Ali is on the back foot pushing defensively on the offside. Richard just saying what a lovely evening it is. There's absolutely glorious sunshine. The whole ground virtually bathed in sunshine, just a little bit of shadow from the Graham Hick Pavilion overlapping the outfield at deep mid-wicket as Wright bowls.
You didn't come obviously to the Upton Steel for the first match of the season, but we did have a late finish.
Is Wright again bowling to Azhar, who drives on the offside off the back foot and takes a good single. Ben Mike had a little bit of movement away to his left and didn't gather cleanly anyway. 134 for 2.
At 10 past 7, essentially because the sun had set over the meet.
Yeah.
It suddenly went very dark indeed.
Yeah. It was early, wasn't it? It was the very first game. It was early. It was an early start to the season, wasn't it? It was quite cold as well, wasn't it? Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, I watched a fair bit of it. Here's Wright. Bowling now to Haynes, who's on 32. And turns that to mid-wicket, fielded by Mulder. And he stays on 32. But it is a lovely evening now. It doesn't get much better than this, really. It could be a little bit warmer, perhaps, but it's been a pretty good day to watch cricket. You might have had a jumper on for most of the day, but there's plenty who haven't.
No, you get used these days to seeing the shadows from floodlights across grounds, but
not
obviously
here.
not here.
No, indeed.
Not at New Road.
No, the only HQ in the country without floodlights. As Wright comes in again and bowls a bouncer to Haynes, who just sways out of the way.
It's interesting because the T20 games are just as well supported, if not more so here, despite all taking place
A little bit earlier.
during the afternoon.
Yeah, there's not quite the same atmosphere, I don't think, with no lights, but there are various reasons. It's partly to do with floods, I think. It's partly to do with expense. It's partly to do with planning, I think. I know you can get kind of extendable ones, but they're very expensive, I think. Here's Chris Wright, anyway, in the sunshine, natural light here as he bowls to Haynes, who gets a bit lucky with this one, pushing at it, and gets a thickish outside edge, and it runs away on the offside. And for once, the groan from the slips and the arms raised higher, perhaps justified, because he wasn't fully in control of that Haynes. Poor old Chris Wright. He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, hasn't he? As he trudges back to his mark. But he's nothing if not a trier, Chris Wright. And he comes in again as busy as ever and bowls to Haynes, who's annoyed with himself because that was a short and wide one and he missed out on it. Went to cut it as he did so successfully earlier and didn't time it right and just squeezed it into the ground and didn't get a run. End of the over from Chris Wright. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 33, 134 for 2.
3 overs for 16 for Callum Parkinson. He will continue from the Diglis end, but uncharacteristically loose some of his bowling. Not been a day that he will look back on fondly, his first as official Leicestershire skipper. Mulder's doing a little bit of stretching at extra cover. No sign of Rahan Ahmed doing any... Oh, hang on, he's swinging his arms a bit.
Just reminding the captain.
Parkinson is in and driving is Azhar, and diving to his right at backward point is Rishi Patel, making the stop. No run. Stewart's watching in his garden. He's got his screen set up as Parkinson is in. Azhar again is sort of winding up for the big drive and doesn't time it. It goes out to Vian Mulder. Short extra. Good setup there, Stu. As Azhar is forward to that one from Parkinson. He's just beginning to find his length and rhythm a little bit.
I've had a message from Ches Fox, who often tweets in, and he says, amazingly, picking you up loud and clear in 40 degree here in Cordoba. Yeah, on my wife's birthday trip around southern Spain.
In goes Parkinson. Uses his feet, Azhar gets down the wicket, but almost overreaches himself and ends up clipping it into the ground, and it rolls out to mid-on.
And Ches says, did Callum Parkinson make a wrong call in batting first, or did Worcestershire bowl superbly on a flattish pitch?
Parkinson is in again. Wright is in the action as Azhar waits for it this time and plays it more firmly, but Wright gets across to his left.
I'll give my assessment of that at the end of the over. I don't think they bowled superbly. They bowled well, caught well.
Parkinson in. Azhar is playing firmly through the vacant mid-off area down towards long off. Pennington bowled a very good spell, didn't he?
Yeah,
they managed to get a little bit of
they bowled
bounce and movement.
Yeah, that hour before lunch actually they were better than the first hour, weren't they? The first hour we thought they possibly didn't bowl that well. Beg your pardon, but after lunch, in the second hour, they bowled really well. That's when Pennington bowled that little spell. They caught well, There were one or two probably, should we say, injudicious shots, or shots that the batsman wouldn't look back on with any great
poor
joy.
shots.
But
Poor shots,
but it was. I mean, yeah. Did he make the wrong call? What can you say, Ches? It looks
You look
like
at the
it. It looks
scoreboard,
like
you
it,
can't
doesn't
deny it, can you? But
it looks like it. But you know.
But they haven't played well, so.
I think Worcestershire bowled well. They didn't bowl superbly. They bowled pretty well as a unit. Weight was very tidy. Is Chris Wright from the New Road end. Bowl short to Azza, who ducks under that and allows it through to the keeper. And to be honest, Ches, you know, you're looking at 148. They put 50 on for the last wicket. And they could have been all out for 120, and you could have said, did they bowl superbly? And I'd still have said they bowled well. The pitch did enough, but it has flattened out a little bit, and it always looks a bad call, doesn't it? If you're 6 down at lunch when you've won the toss, you're on a hide into nothing. I think maybe he made the wrong call, but it's easy to say that now, isn't it?
It is. Maybe it has dried a little bit in the sun.
Yeah. Here's Chris Wright in from the New Road end. Ball short to Azza, who's on his toes, driving not with any great power into the covers, and it's fielded by Barnes. So Cordoba, yeah, it'd be nice to be there, wouldn't it? Now, is that near where your home is? Over
I'm trying
there?
to think where Cordoba is. Is it down in
southern Spain?
down in
yeah.
Andalusia somewhere, or on
Yeah.
the other side, down near Seville on the other side? I can't remember. We're on the east coast,
Oh right, okay.
not far from Valencia.
Okay. Chris Wright from the New Road in again. Bowls, and as it drives, gets one this time. Ben Mike moves to his left at mid-off. They take a single. As it goes to 47, 136 for 2. Did a long trip 5 years ago with my wife on the road in our camper van. We went down through France into Spain, right down to the bottom and across and back up through Portugal, and absolutely magnificent, wonderful.
A lot of fun. Yep,
Loved Spain.
indeed.
Here's Wright again. In bowls, and Haynes watchfully forward pushes up to mid-off. They've played together a lot, these two, in the last 3 games. They've spent many hours at the crease, and they're probably building a little bit of chemistry out there. And what a great experience for a 21-year-old Jack Haynes to be spending so much time out in the middle.
I
with
would I mean,
such a
I guess you
great
spoke
player.
to him after his hundreds, but I would imagine that he would say that Azar's influence has been important.
He's right in again. Ball short, and Haynes swivels round and pulls that lovely shot. He's only got one for it, but you know when a batsman swivels round and rolls his wrists on the top of a pull shot like that, it's aesthetically quite pleasing, and he gets one. Goes on to 33, 137 for 2. Chris Wright
Brought a lot of
trudging
calm,
back, isn't
yeah.
he? He's I have a lot of admiration for Chris Wright. And I think, to be fair as well, without any disrespect to anybody, in the last couple of years he's kind of carried the seam attack for Leicestershire a fair
no
bit,
question
hasn't he?
about it. Yeah,
And he does it manfully.
ever since the departure of Mo Abbas, of fond memory. He was back last week. Mo, he came up and went onto the balcony. I'm sure not playing, and the sight of him on the balcony made a few hearts break at Leicestershire.
1 ball left in Chris Wright's 10th over. He's gone for 35 so far. Just changing his fields, put a leg gully in there for Azza. Always worth trying something. Comes in, bowls, and Azza smashes him away on the leg side, rather in the way that Haynes did in the previous over. And having hit it, it took a while for him to regain his balance, so he couldn't start running. And even though excuse me, he hit it almost to the boundary, in the end had to scamper through for a single. End of the over anyway. Chris Wright then 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 36. Worcestershire just 10 behind now, 138 for 2.
Drinks time for the Worcestershire batters, and a towel down. Wright looks tired as well. It is hard work in the sun. Azar down on his knees having his drink. Haynes stays on his feet, But together, they've put together a partnership that is now worth 85 for the third wicket. And as I say, it's all been relatively they've sort of restored a normality to first class cricket, essentially. And in so doing, they have really put not Leicestershire to the sword, but they've certainly put Worcestershire firmly, to mix metaphors, in the driving seat. Parkinson to continue from the Diglis end, 4 overs for 17 for him so far, jogs in and bowls. As I was down the wickets, appeal for a leg before, he's down on one knee, begging for the decision. No is the decision, or at least I'm not convinced.
Well, he's a long way
He was an awful long way down.
and I think it hit him outside the line.
That'll be
But then was he playing a shot? That's
the
what you've
key.
got to argue, isn't
Or
it?
was he kicking it away?
Yeah,
That's
he was a
maybe
long
what
way down, wasn't he?
Parkinson was appealing on the grounds of. In he goes, and Azhar is again down the wicket, pushing it out into the offside. Sees that Hill has to make ground to his left from extra cover towards cover to pick up. Calls Haynes through for what was in the end a pretty comfortable single.
You're more likely to be given out LBW further down the pitch nowadays than you used to be.
Yes,
I think,
absolutely.
because of what we've learned from DRS and everything. But when it's got that far to go, it's
Parkinson
difficult
is
to
in.
say.
Haynes is forward defending, back down the pitch.
And it's still got about 12 feet to go to hit to reach the stumps. It's pretty difficult for the umpire to be certain about the line.
Parkinson is in. Haynes is driving. Wait, he raps out as he sees it going towards Hill.
And there was a time, Richard, wasn't there, where if you were that far down, they wouldn't have even considered
No,
it. But
they wouldn't have
nowadays,
appealed, would
nowadays
they?
they do, don't they?
Parkinson bowls. Back goes Haynes, forces out into the gap. Rahan Ahmed runs into field. Got a decent arm on him, Ahmed. Nice side, flat, hard throw into the gloves of.
He did a throw.
Fiddles.
He did a throw down here earlier when he was prone, didn't he? He was sort of on the ground, and he still fired the throw back in.
He looks a
Tremendously
strong young man.
strong, yeah.
Parkinson is in. Haynes is pushing out into the gap. I beg your pardon. Azhar is pushing out into the gap and picking up the single he needs for his 50. Ahmed fields. And as you heard, 71 balls and 6 fours for Azhar. Doing just what the Worcestershire dressing room want him to do, essentially building a really solid foundation for a really hefty first innings lead.
Yeah, you would be Worcestershire now, won't they? Well, obviously it depends what happens. 9 overs left in the day, but if they can be 20 or 30 ahead at the end of the day, they will be.
Well, there'll be
There's still only two
more
down.
potentially. Yeah,
Still only 2 down. They'll be looking at 400 tomorrow, won't they?
Well, only bat once.
Only bat once, yeah.
Yeah, what a
definitely.
position
Yeah,
to be in.
Yeah, that'll be the plan.
This time they'll be
It could
thinking.
change. It could change. We've seen wickets fall in clusters today, and it could change. And Vihan Mulder is the one man who's been successful so far in this innings with the ball, and he's coming back into the attack now at the New Road end, and he's going to be bowling to Azhar Ali, who's just brought up that 50, as Richard was saying, off 71 balls with 6 fours. And he's going to be bowling to Ali with 1 slip. Bowls. Ali pushes out on the offside, and that 1 slip is kind of like, well, about 2nd slip really. And then we've got a 5th slip rather than a gully. This is obviously something they've talked about, the use of this fielder in that position. It's not a conventional gully, a little bit finer than that, and it's been one they've used pretty much throughout the innings. Mulder, successful from the Diglis end, now coming in from the New Road end. Bowls outside the off stump to Ali, who leaves that alone and then nods in approval to the bowler. Yeah, well bowled, a little bit of movement away. does that thing that batsmen do where he indicates with his hand what the ball just did. More and more batsmen doing that these days.
They all do it, yeah.
Sort of telling everybody on the ground, not just telling the non-striker but telling everybody else. And that one did a little bit. Mulder walks back to his mark, licks his fingers, places them on the seam, turns, moves in, number 24 on his back, he's in, he bowls, and Azhar Ali is forward to this one and pushing out into the covers.
It's curious, isn't it, because I don't think I've ever seen anyone in club cricket do it.
Oh, you would now?
Would you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay,
think
yeah.
so,
I've played for a long time.
Yeah, they pick up these habits, don't they? Yeah. The glove punching is the other one, isn't it? It's so common now. It's just
that was almost pretty much unknown, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here's Mulder. Again, he's in, bowls, and Azhar steers this one down on the offside, and that man in that position that I was talking about at kind of fifth slip, Colin Ackerman, dives to his right and makes a good save. I think Azhar thought he'd got a boundary there, because if it had gone past Ackerman it would have raced away down to third man for 4.
Umpire Pollard is stretching now. Maybe he's going to have a bowl.
Yeah. It's a long day, isn't it, for the umps?
It is.
Mulder in once more, bowls to Azhar, who lets that go outside the off stump. Dies a little bit, that one bounces twice before it reaches Swindles, who does a horrible one to take that for a keeper, and he sort of turns sideways and took it on the arm, I think. Dropped down in front of him. Nasty one. 141 for 2. Mulder, 1 ball left in his 7th over, and then we'll have 8 more after this. So probably going to be here till about 6:30. Mulder in, bowls, and Azhar lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Swindles. Top of the hour, Richard's off to do his update. Cathedral clock chimes, and in the evening sunshine, Worcestershire are just 7 runs behind Leicestershire's first innings score now. 141 for 2. Jack Haynes is on 34. Azhar Ali is on 50. And 2 men out. If you're just joining us in this Worcestershire innings, the 2 men out are Jake Libby, who made 17 before he was LBW to Mulder, and Ed Pollock, who was caught by Barnes on the deep square leg boundary, also off the bowling of Mulder for 32. Parkinson from the Digley's end bowls to Haynes, who pushes this one out on the onside. No run taken, 1 slip in place. Other than that, fairly conventional field for the left arm spinner. He's in there round the wicket, bowls. Haynes tucks him away on the onside again. Conventional field, backward point. Then 2 men sort of in the covers, 1 on the drive at short extra, 1 in a more conventional extra, and then a sweeper on the offside boundary and a long off. So 3 men on the leg side, mid on, mid wicket, and deep backward square. Parkinson bowls, and Haynes works this one through mid wicket, wide of the fielder there. He's going to get 3 runs as there's a long chase round for Barnes from backward square leg right round to deep mid wicket, and Haynes picks up a comfortable 3, takes him on to 37, and the total to 144 for 2. Azhar Ali just checks his guard with umpire Russell Warren, and Parkinson moves in and bowls to Azhar, who tucks him away on the leg side for a comfortable single. Runs coming fairly comfortably now for the home batsman, and Leicestershire very much in need of a breakthrough. Parkinson in, bowls, and Haynes on the back foot to a slightly flatter, quicker delivery, pushes it out on the offside, and a loud cry of no from both batsmen, I think. Parkinson again in, bowls, Haynes Fuller delivery, drives straight back to the bowler, fielded off his own bowling by the Leicestershire captain. Got through that over pretty quickly. 7 left in the day. Worcestershire 3 runs behind, 145 for 2 earlier today. Leicestershire 148 all out, having won the toss and chosen to bat, a decision which at this stage doesn't look very good, but as we keep saying, it's easy to say things like that with hindsight. It's been a lovely day. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. If you've been with us all day, I hope you're enjoying it. If you have just joined us, and a good day for the pairs so far. And a good day for Matthew Waite, who made his debut for Worcestershire today on loan from Yorkshire. 11 over 6 maidens, 2 for 15. These very, very tidy figures. Here's Mulder from the New Road end. In again, bowls to Azar, who works him away on the onside. Thinks about a single, but Ben Mike moving to his right at mid-wicket. Picks the ball up cleanly. And no run is taken. So 7 overs left, 6 after this. Still a glorious New Road evening. Parkinson has a little word with Mulder as he hands him the ball. South African is in again, bowls to Azar, who steers this down on the offside. And again there's a smart piece of fielding by Colin Ackerman in that 5th slip position, moving sharply to his left to gather the ball as it bounces up quite quickly. Rishi Patel just moves across from slip to give Ackerman a little low 5 to say well done, good stop. Just a little bit of interaction between the Leicestershire fielders, keeping them going. Quite a long session for them, this one. Mulder comes in, bowls, and Azar plays a sweet looking back foot drive up to mid-off, where Chris Wright does the fielding. Update for BBC Hereford from Worcester's FM listeners coming very shortly. Last one of the day, I think. And I'll be able to bring them, the local listeners, fairly good news. As Worcestershire trail now by just 3 runs. And they're only 2 wickets down. Mulder once more is in, bowls, and Azar drives on the onside this time, but straight to Parkinson at mid-on. And he flicks the ball to Ben Mike coming from mid-wicket. Mike giving it a really good shine on the seat of his pants. Returns it to Parkinson, who in turn shifts it on to Bjorn Mulder. South African all-rounder. The one successful bowler so far in this innings. Picked up both the wickets to fall in successive overs. He comes in again now to bowl to Azar. And there's a run here for the Pakistani test player as he turns this down to long leg and picks up a single. Takes him on to 52. And Worcestershire to 146 for 2. Just trailing by 2 runs now. 1 ball left in the over. Fairly sure an update is coming, Richard. Not quite sure where and when. Mulder turns again to bowl to Haynes this time, and Haynes works this one nicely off his pads down to long leg, almost a repeat of this shot that Azar played off the previous delivery. Haynes will keep the strike, he goes on to 38 and it's 147 for 2 now. The deficit just 1 run, and we have 6 overs left in the day.
And I'm delighted to say that Rahan Ahmed is going to bowl his first delivery in first class cricket. So if the update comes during it, I shall hand it quickly over to Frank. We'll hear the little burst in our earphones to warn us. Ahmed will have 3 overs from the Diglis end. He's talking to Callum Parkinson at the moment. Bowls a loosener to Ben Mike. It would lift everybody connected with Leicestershire if the young man were to make a little bit of a breakthrough. Difficult innings to say the least. When he batted earlier today, went in at number 6, was caught off his 6th delivery. That first slip by Ed Pollock off the bowling of Dylan Pennington. Goes in and bowls. Back goes Haynes, works it out to mid-wicket, but a good diving stop by Ben Mike. A bit of bounce there for Ahmed. Wasn't too bad a delivery. In he goes and bowls, and that one again he goes back to and works out. Didn't bounce as much this time, and so no problems for Haynes to work that one out through the vacant mid-wicket area down towards Hassan Azad, who's at deep mid-wicket. The score's level on first innings. Difference being, of course, that Worcestershire have 8 first innings wickets in hand, and 2 very established batsmen at the crease. Haynes has a word with Azar. He's bowling leg spin. I think he'll have worked it out. Back goes Azar and plays it firmly back down the pitch to Rehan Ahmed.
They might have played together, you know, Haynes and Ahmed. I'm not sure.
So he's maybe saying he's got
might have done
a flipper or a googly or something like that. In he goes and bowls. Back goes Azar, cuts pleasantly out through the offside down to Lewis Hill, and they had applause.
For going ahead, I think, on level.
Okay, for going ahead. I was going to say it's not the 100 partnership yet. They're still 4 runs short of that, so I wasn't quite sure what that was for, but just for sneaking ahead. Ahmed is in, short run, and bowls forward to a good length delivery. His first, really, that's brought the batsman forward is Haynes. Out into the offside it goes, picked up by Vian Mulder. Ahmed in, bowls, a little bit short again, quicker, flatter delivery, didn't quite get it right, on the back foot. Haynes plays it firmly out to mid-on, end of the over. 3 singles, no, just the 2 singles from it. Rehan Ahmed, and Harry Swindles puts his arm around Rehan Ahmed's shoulders as he heads off down to long leg. It was respectable. Oh, there were no full tosses, no rank long hops, maybe a little bit shorter than he would have liked, but he'll be glad to have that one under his belt.
And 6 leg breaks as far as I could see, no variations. I think, Jack Haynes might have played with him, might well have played against him in second team cricket, or and had just been having a little word with Azhar Ali, but as you say, seen it all really pretty much, hasn't he, Azhar? Here's Mulder bowling to him, and he drives beautifully through the covers. What a lovely shot, that's going all the way for 4. Just timed it nicely, just beats the fielder to the rope, just kept him interested, Ed Barnes, all the way, but just got there. Lovely shot from Azhar Ali, goes to 57, and the total to 153, so that is the 100 partnership between these two, and my word, they have played pretty well, and a nice way to bring it up from Azhar with that cover drive.
Almost the perfect day for Worcestershire, really.
Mulder turns again, moves in to bowl, and Azhar drives nicely again, but this time straight to mid-on where Callum Parkins does the fielding, and there's no addition to the score this time. 153 for 2 then. Worcestershire lead by 5, and Haynes and Azhar Ali continuing their fruitful partnerships of recent games. Came together when Ed Pollock was out for 32, 53 for 2 at that point. Mulder bowls bouncer to Ali, who, well, he was almost ducking down before he'd let the ball go, I think.
Almost hit his own feet, didn't he?
So much time to get out of the way of that, yeah. And he almost grinned, didn't he, at the bowler as it went through over his head. I say he's seen pretty much everything. I mean, it's obvious when somebody's played as much cricket as Azhar Ali that there are a few things that are going to really surprise him, I suppose. He waits now as Mulder comes in again and bowls. This one's a little bit short of a length on leg stump, and he just turns it on the leg side for a single. and he moves on to 58, and Worcestershire to 154 for 2.
Absolutely no sign of encouragement for Leicestershire at the moment. They look a slightly dispirited team, and not surprisingly at the moment Parkinson has his hands full in trying to lift them overnight.
Here's Mulder again, in, and bowls to Haynes, who pushes this one up to mid-on. These two now will just be setting their sights firmly on the close of play. 4 overs left after this. They're not going to be that far ahead. We were talking about 20 or 30 at one stage. It might be something like 20, but the important thing now for Worcestershire is that they don't lose another wicket, I think, and they can come out fresh in the morning and really try and extend this lead to something which might mean they only have to bat once. Mulder in, bowls. Haynes very solidly in behind this, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Well, I was well and truly forgotten for my update, wasn't I, Richard?
You were, I'm
54
afraid.
for 2 at the end of the over. 4 left in the day.
Crowd have stayed with it pretty much to the end. A large proportion of it anyway. Certainly in the sun in the Basil d'Oliveira stand over there. South side of the ground. Azar just checks his guard with umpire Pollard, gets the word he's in the... beg your pardon. Who's standing at that far end. In goes Rehan Ahmed and bowls to Azhar Ali, who turns him out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. Russell Warren, of course, standing at the south end. Forward goes Azhar to another straightish delivery from Rehan Ahmed, turned again to mid-wicket. 7 fours to Azhar, 6 to Jack Haynes. In their innings thus far, Rehan Ahmed is in. He goes back and might just have straightened a little bit off the pitch. Didn't get up very much. Plenty of time to play it off the pitch. Ahmed is in and bowls. Good line and length brings Azhar forward defensively. Back down the pitch to Ahmed. 3 dot balls to start. 4 dot balls, I beg your pardon, to start the over. He is in and bowls. Azhar defends again on the front foot. Harry Swindles comes running out from behind the stumps to pick up. Can he finish with another good delivery and make it a maiden? And a pretty decent one as well. He is in. Azhar goes back and cuts, but Rishi Patel makes sure it is a maiden by falling to his left at backward point to make the stop. End of the over. 154 for 2. The 100 partnership for the third wicket came up in 164 balls. And the 150 in 38.1 overs. So Worcestershire will be very, very content with their work on day 1 of this fixture, and they will be determined, having got Leicestershire on the hook again, not to let them wriggle off as they did at the Upton Steel County Ground back at the beginning of last month.
Yeah, you're right. That's it's all very well getting on top, but you've got to drive it home, haven't you? I was looking at the league table, before the game, and Worcestershire sit in 5th, don't they? And in 6th, and Leicestershire in 8th. Worcestershire only 13 points behind Derbyshire, but had they won that game, it would look very different. And you've got Middlesex, who've won 3 at the top. Parkinson is coming into the attack, bowls to Haynes, turns it on the onside. Good diving stop by Ahmed. And Notts have won 3, and that's what takes them further. Glamorgan, 2 wins, 2 losses, 2 draws, but it's wins, isn't it, that make the real difference. Parkinson in, again bowls. Haynes turns this on the leg side for a single. I know it's sounds a bit obvious, but what I'm getting at is that they say if you can't win, don't lose. Well, I'd certainly agree with that. That's Worcestershire. That's what they've been working on, perhaps over the last 2 or 3 years, making themselves more difficult to beat. But if you want to get up the table, you've got to get those wins, and those big points hauls. Here's Parkinson again into Azar, who drives nicely through the covers for a single. There's a man out there on the boundary now, Barnes. So one more to Azar, goes to 59. Haynes is 40. The partnership now is 103, and Worcestershire are 156 for 2. Parkinson round the wicket to Haynes, and he is forward, pushing back at the pitch to the bowler.
There was something I was missing. We can usually hear the pigeons by now.
Yeah,
but of course the net.
Yeah.
A net has been stretched to prevent them
Yeah.
roosting or nesting.
Here's Parkinson in bowls. Haynes is forward again, and there's no run. Yeah, and for the first few days of cricket here this year, they were rather quizzically coming around here and looking and wondering why they couldn't get up onto their old perches. Used to be right by our effects mic out there, didn't they? Here's Parkinson again. He's in, he bowls, a bit slower this time. Haynes is forward, pushes out on the onside. End of the over, 2 left in the day. 156 for 2. Worcestershire lead by 8.
Now bowled by the 2 spinners, so we're going to finish about 25 past. Could have been worse. Really would lift the Foxes if they could pick up a wicket before the close. Just one more. Just have a fresh batsman, a new batsman to bowl at tomorrow morning. No sign of it coming at the moment. Ahmed is in, bowls to Azar, who leans forward, just pokes the ball out towards Ben Mike at mid wicket. Mike, the only close fielder really on the leg side. Azad is way in the distance as Ahmed goes in. Back goes Azar, plays it off the back foot firmly into the gap in the covers out towards Lewis Hill, who is sweeping on the offside, takes his 1, moves on to 60. 157 for 2. The lead 8. Leg side field changes for Jack Haynes. Ed Barnes comes in from long leg to backward square. Ahmed is in, Haynes is forward. No big stride, just waiting with his weight on the front foot. Head over the ball, pokes it out into the offside. Not really looking to score. Ahmed is in, trying to score there, full toss, but a brilliant piece of work diving away to his right by Vian Mulder in the covers. Saves 4. First really over-pitched delivery from Rehan Ahmed, who goes in and bowls. Haynes goes back and forces it away off the back foot, again into the gap in the covers, again out towards Hill, who is pretty much in front of the hospitality marquee, or the ladies' pavilion really, between the two. Single taken. Ahmed in to finish his spell for the day. It's defended by Azar, leaning forward, and that is the end of the over. 3 overs for 4 runs of pretty respectable leg spin. No great turn for him, no turn at all really for him, but I think it was just the 1 full toss in those 18 deliveries. But he won't look back on his first day fondly, other than the moment in which he received his cap. 158 for 2.
Yeah, but as you say, he's into bowl, and he's pretty much landed everything, hasn't he? Reasonably well. Not shown many signs of great nerves, if he has got any nerves, but as you say, no breakthrough. Parkinson, last over of the day, bowls the first ball of it to Jack Haynes, who pushes out on the offside. There's no run. Quick story of the day as we go through the over, if I can squeeze it in. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat. Made a decent start in that Parkinson bowls, Haynes defends, no run. In that at one stage they were 148 for 1 in the 18th over, that one being Azad, who was LBW to Dylan Pennington for 1. But then a clatter of wickets before lunch. Patan out for 24, Ackerman for 1, Hill for 23, Mulder brilliantly caught by Baker at third slip without scoring, and then Ahmed himself without scoring. Parkinson again, Haynes defends. So at lunch it was 62 for 6, and then after lunch a bit of rebuilding done by Ben Mike, and Harry Swindles took it to 97 for 6, but then again a quick clatter of 3 wickets. Parkinson round the wicket bowls, Haynes defends, no run. As Swindles was out for 23, Mike for 16 and Barnes for 1, and that was 98 for 9 at that point. Then the biggest partnership of the innings coming between Callum Parkinson and Chris Wright for the last wicket. They added 50. Parkinson again bowls, Haynes drives on the offside, gets a single out to Barnes at deep cover. Parkinson last out for 22, Wright left unbeaten on 27, Leicestershire 148 all out, having won the toss and chosen to bat. 2 wickets for Morris, 2 for Pennington, 2 for Waite on his debut on loan from Yorkshire, 3 for Barnard and 1 for Baker. As Parkinson comes in to complete the last over of the day, bowls, blocked by Azhar Ali, out on the offside, end of the over, end of the day's play. Worcestershire finishing on 159 for 2, a lead of 11, the 2 men out, Libby for 17 and Pollock for 32, but so far this partnership 106 for the third wicket, unbroken, between Jack Haynes, who's on 42, and Azhar Ali, who's on 60. And the Leicestershire bowling figures: Chris Wright 10 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 36, Ben Mike 7 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 36, Vion Mulder 9 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 28, the only successful bowler. Ed Barnes 6 overs no maidens, no wicket for 28, Callum Parkinson 8 overs no maidens, no wicket for 27, and on debut Rehan Ahmed 3 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. That's the situation at the end of the day. Worcestershire lead by 11, and well, as you say, Richard, not a great deal for Foxes fans to have enjoyed today.
No, they say you've got to try and find the positives, and it's quite hard to do that. Another sort of vague wag of the lower order, the tail.